cooperation, not on creating specific global taxes on oil and gas companies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The combined market value of the 6 big oil super majors soared by over $130 billion since the first US-Israeli attack on Iran. While my constituents of Dewsbury and Batley and constituents across the country face higher bills. So will the Energy Secretary and the Government work with international partners to establish global taxes on the fossil fuel industry through the UN Tax Convention and to help bill payers with their energy costs?
Well, as I said in my opening answer, this is a matter for the Treasury, but we obviously look closely at where we can cooperate around the world. The windfall tax that's been in place in this country has raised £12 billion, which has funded public services and funded the support to his constituents and to many other constituents with the cost of living. We will continue to invest that in bringing down bills, but we'll also invest in the infrastructure that gets us off fossil fuels.
Question 2, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. We are delivering the biggest upgrade to the grid since the 1960s, using strategic plans to identify where new capacity is needed and accelerating infrastructure build. In West London, network operators have used innovative measures to help new developments to connect, despite exceptionally high growth in electricity demand.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for that response. As well as grid capacity for much-needed new homes and infrastructure like Hillingdon Hospital, capacity is also needed in West London for large numbers of new data centres which are being proposed at a regional level. What actions are being taken to strategically coordinate these demands and, crucially, to secure local benefits like jobs and heat capture to lower bills in local homes which are present through a local planning system in Hillingdon and not being secured?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right that strategic planning of this infrastructure is crucial. That's why we're engaging in the first ever National Strategic Spatial Energy Plan, and from that will be a centralised plan for the future of the network so we can plan it strategically. We're also looking at how we manage demand projects like data centres across the country so we get the greatest advantage from them. And on local benefit, he's absolutely right to highlight the benefits that can come from heat networks. We'll be carrying out heat network zoning to identify where waste heat can be reused into communities, which is a huge benefit for communities. But we're also, of course, delivering the jobs that go with the build of the network so that we've got manufacturing and infrastructure jobs here in the UK, which we've missed for many, many years.
Bob Blatton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The problem with West London Alliance, which comprises of 6 boroughs, is that because of the lack of grid capacity, new home development, new projects in terms of providing business opportunities mean that is frozen for a number of years into the 2030s. So unless there's urgent action to provide more power to the grid, all these excellent projects will be frozen for far too long.
Well, the honourable gentleman's framed it absolutely perfectly. This is the challenge we have. It's not just about being able to get clean power into homes and businesses, but on the demand side, how we can connect these really critical economic growth opportunities as well. Partly that's why we've cleared out the connections queue so that more projects can connect, and we've just launched a consultation on the demand side of that. So how do we reform the demand side of the queue? But fundamentally, we have to build more grid. We haven't built the grid that's needed since the 1960s. We're embarking on the biggest grid upgrade in a generation, and that's how we unlock the potential in communities like his, but right across the country.
Solly Kumar.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Serious day.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to answer question 3, 4, 14, 18, 21 and 24 together. Families will be deeply concerned about the impacts they face as a result of the Iran conflict. This government is determined to fight people's corner. As a result of actions in the last budget, the energy bill price cap will fall from next week and is guaranteed till the end of June. We've already provided £50 million of immediate support for vulnerable customers who use heating oil. We'll act to prevent unfair practices like price gouging. Above all, we'll work to end this conflict, which is so essential and urgent for our national interest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for his response. Given around 1 in 5 households in Dudley are in fuel poverty and electricity levies fall disproportionately on low-income families, I welcome the Chancellor's decision to move some social and environmental levies off electricity bills has helped shield some of my constituents from the impact of the war of the Middle East. Does my right honourable friend agree that rebalancing these levies can both support households and accelerate cleaner heating?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right about that, and it is an important reassurance for families at this time when people will be understandably worried that from April the 1st the energy price cap will fall by £117 thanks to the actions of this government. And this didn't just happen automatically, it happened because the Chancellor made decisions to raise taxes on the wealthiest in the budget, something opposed by the party opposite, which is making possible that relief for families, including in her constituency.
Liz Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before Trump's illegal war, we had Putin's illegal war. Now, both have meant soaring energy bills for families and businesses in my constituency, and Citizens Advice Eastleigh tells me that more than 2,000 households are in fuel poverty. Does the Minister agree with me that so long as the price of wholesale electricity is directly linked to volatile gas, we will be at the mercy of despots and dictators, and that decoupling is essential if people in my constituency and across the UK are to have energy security?
She is absolutely right about our exposure to fossil fuels as a country. That is the legacy of the last government. I'm incredibly proud to say that as a result of our 2 record-breaking renewables auctions, 20 will power the equivalent of 23 million homes. She's also right to say that the decoupling of the price of gas and electricity is a very important issue which we are working intensively on.
James Wilde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 20,000 households across North West Norfolk and 140,000 across the county are off the gas grid. And ministers are creating an expectation that support will be there for those who need it. So what action will the government be taking if Norfolk County Council is unable to meet the demand and provide support through the Crisis and Resilience Fund to those struggling?
Well, the honourable gentleman asked a really important question, and the reason we decided to put the money into the Crisis and Resilience Fund, essentially 3 weeks after this crisis began, was to get the money out the door quickly. It took 200 days in the last crisis. He asked an important question about both local authorities' provision of support and also what happens if they don't have the funds. That's something we are working intensively on and keeping closely in touch with them. We want the help to go to those who need it, and we want to work with local authorities to make sure it happens.
Mr. Speaker, the latest wind auction has signed us up to sky-high prices for the next 20 years, but ministers are claiming that their internal analysis proves that this will bring bills down. So can I ask the Secretary of State to publish these calculations in full so we can see exactly how prices will be lowered?
We published the levelised cost analysis, which showed that new renewables were much cheaper to build and operate. But I have to say, Mr. Speaker, as gas prices are soaring across the world and hitting us here at home, the idea that the party opposite still opposes our renewable auction, which gives us clean, homegrown power that we can rely on, is absolute nonsense.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister stood on the steps of Downing Street and promised families their energy bills would fall by £300. And yet, since the general election, bills have gone up already by £73. They're forecast to go up more. So it's hardly surprising that my constituents don't really believe a word that they hear from those opposite benches. So can the Minister today explain to me, when will families in my constituency actually see that £300 saving delivered?
Good question.
Well, families in her constituency will see savings on their bills from next week, thanks to the actions of this government. And she's wrong on the facts. She's wrong on the facts, because if you look across 2025, bills were actually lower in real terms than in 2024. And I can tell her that by 2030, which is a manifesto commitment, we remain absolutely committed to cutting bills by up to £300.
Peter Fortune.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State promised that Great British Energy would lead to mind-blowing reduction in bills. Can the Minister confirm how much the average family has saved as a result specifically of Great British Energy?
I'll tell him that across the country, and no doubt, I hope it will come to his constituency, there are public services across our country who are seeing reductions in the bills of schools and hospitals and money transferred to the front line. We on this side support those proposals. We support lower bills. And as for his constituents, as I said to the honourable lady, he can look forward to them having lower bills as a result of this government's actions.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. There are people who are saying that the way to bring down bills is to reach agreement with the oil and gas companies to charge less for gas in the North Sea. Isn't the problem with that argument that there is absolutely no way that those privately owned companies, or their shareholders, to be more accurate, will allow them to agree to a lower price than they can get elsewhere in the world.
Well, my honourable friend makes a really important and relatively basic point, which is gas is priced and sold on the international market. So whether it comes from the North Sea or is imported, is charged at the same price. And Mr. Speaker, sir, don't take my word for it, because it's what the Shadow Energy Secretary said when she was in post, that the more drilling wouldn't necessarily lead to lower energy bills.
Polly Billington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend will be aware that with this energy crisis, it does in fact offer potential opportunities to be able to shift further and faster on clean energy. Would he also consider an energy social tariff linked to the Warm Homes Plan to support those people who are most exposed to the volatility of fossil fuel prices, particularly not just those on benefits, but also the other vulnerable communities like the disabled?
Well, my honourable friend raises a really important point, and no doubt the Chancellor will cover this in her statement shortly, which is it is incredibly important that we protect the most vulnerable, particularly at this time. Now, I'm proud of the actions that we've taken to nearly double the number of people getting the Warm Homes discount, Mr. Speaker, to 6 million people. Very, very important action to get another £150 off people's bills. So in a sense, we have a form of a social tariff, but we keep looking, I can assure my honourable friend on this, we keep looking at how we can expand that and how we can help more families.
McKinnell.
Group on Warm Homes, which has been newly formed, and that Newcastle is leading the way with its hugely impactful Warm Homes local grant scheme run by Warm Works in conjunction with Newcastle City Council. Does the Secretary of State agree that we need to see more of these locally led grant schemes that are helping people to insulate their homes so that they can protect themselves from any incoming global insecurity that is going to impact their ability to heat their homes?
Well, first of all, let me congratulate Council on the great work that it is doing, Mr. Speaker. And we are putting hundreds of millions more this coming year into Warm Homes as part of our record-breaking investment in Warm Homes. And I think across the House, I hope we can agree on this, that investing in home upgrades is a way to have not just more energy efficiency, but to cut people's bills. And we are committed to going as far and as fast as we can.
Mike Reader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Secretary of State share my concern, perhaps my dismay, that at a time when families are concerned about the cost of energy, they're concerned about the price at the pumps, that the Conservatives have become obsessed with oil and gas licensing, not taking any action at all to actually reduce bills?
Well, my honourable friend makes a really important point, which is that they come here month after month making the same argument about something that is not going to reduce bills by a single penny. And it was they that said that during the last crisis. It's they that said that when they were in government. This side is about reducing people's energy bills, the priority of the British people.
Shall the Secretary of State Claire continue?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is taxing people up the wazoo and piling cost after cost onto their energy bills. People on £30,000 or £40,000 a year who are not well off are being hammered to pay for welfare when they're already working all hours to support their own families. Now we hear the Labour Party are about to go back to the taxpayer again to subsidise those on welfare, but their first port of call should be to adopt our cheap power plan. It would cut electricity bills by 20% for everybody by cutting green taxes and levies, and it wouldn't cost the taxpayer a penny. Why won't they?
Their plan is totally incredible, Mr. Speaker, and she knows it. Their plan on renewables is just to tear up the contracts, and they had 14 years to do it, and they didn't do it. Why? Because they know they can't. But I have to say to her, if she is talking about tax, it is quite extraordinary that her position is now to abolish the Windfall tax, which has raised £12 billion since it was introduced in 2022. The difference between us and them is that we're willing to tax the oil and gas companies to help ordinary families.
Gideon Amos, Liberal Democrats,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite solar and wind being freely available, only 15% of renewables are subject to contracts for difference that effectively control prices. Given the conflict in the Middle East is set to add up to £300 to bills, isn't it time the government addressed this Trump tax by transferring all renewables onto contracts for difference as part of our Liberal Democrat plan to halve energy bills?
Well, we are driving forward with contracts for difference, and obviously we're looking at the specific proposal he talks about. Let me just say on the more general point, though, that he makes, which is absolutely he is right about this. Rolling out renewables at speed, solar, wind, all types of renewables, is the best way we can insulate ourselves from global economic shocks, a point we have consistently made and sadly is being borne out by the events we see around the world.
Mr. Speaker, as a former member of the task force, I well remember the Conservatives cancelling the zero carbon homes programme. Presumably, they want homes to be colder, more difficult to heat, and more expensive. So we welcome on these benches the enactment of my honourable friend, the member for Cheltenham's proposals today for solar panels on all new homes. Jan and Jeanette from my constituency, CPR Somerset, have pointed out that if that was extended to car parks and commercial buildings, that would generate as much electricity as 15 Hinkley Point power stations. Would the Secretary of State extend the solar panels requirement to car parks and commercial buildings?
Well, first of all, I accept his congratulations on our announcement of the Future Home Standard today, which is a really, really important measure. It should never have been abolished by the last Conservative government. On the question of warehouses and car parks, we are absolutely looking at how we can roll that out more swiftly, particularly on the warehouse question. There is so much unused space that could be used to help cut bills right across the country.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So fusion energy really is the energy of the future. And our fusion strategy, with a fusion prospectus to follow, has a very strong focus on inward investment, very much ensuring that Britain is the world-leading place to invest in fusion energy.
Joe White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last December, Donald Trump's Media and Technology Group purchased a Californian-based fusion energy company, putting his son, Donald Jr., on the board in a $6 million deal. The race for fusion energy production at scale is on. So will the Minister join with me in welcoming the appointment of Ilios Consortium, led by Kier and Nuvia, to construct the fusion power plant in North Nottinghamshire? I'm sure he will agree with me this will mean jobs and new skills and training for my constituency and beyond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do indeed welcome the design and build contract, a £200 million contract to Ilios. As she mentions, Kier and firms like Turner and Townsend, who can be relied on to deliver. We've allocated £1.3 billion over the spending review period for fusion, and this is an area where Britain has firmly been in the lead in research. We need to be in the lead in application too. I know her constituents will benefit, but of course right now it would be difficult for constituents in Scotland to benefit because the SNP can't decide whether fusion energy is nuclear energy or not. I can tell them it is, and they should be supporting nuclear energy across the whole country.
Jamie Stone.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Treasury bench would be particularly disappointed if I didn't once again showcase what we have at Dounreay, a licensed site, a skilled workforce and a population would greatly support playing a role in the development of fusion for the future. Can I also say that I think the Scottish Enterprise Network might put their hands in the pocket to bring this one forward if that's helpful to His Majesty's Government.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I can tell him I share his affection for Dounreay. I have family based in both Ray and Thurso, and I've enjoyed many a holiday on the north coast of Scotland. There is, as he says, a very talented and experienced nuclear workforce there, and I would very much hope that they would play a part in Britain's nuclear future.
Stephen Gunn.
Number 6, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government knows that energy bills in Scotland remain too high, and that's why we're fighting the corner of consumers. And the action that we took at the budget will ensure that from April the price cap will fall by 7% or £117, and this is fixed until the end of June. This obviously is in addition to support being offered for vulnerable heating oil customers in Scotland and the expansion of the warm home discount, which means £92 million in annual funding for Scottish consumers.
Mr. Speaker, Scotland's one of the most energy-rich countries in Europe, and the Treasury and UK Government have benefited to the tunes of hundreds of billions as revenues have flowed over the years. Yet bill payers in Scotland pay amongst the highest prices in Europe. Now, Labour promised that bills would be hundreds of pounds lower than where they are. And 2 years into government, they follow the failure of successive Westminster governments in terms of resilience and bills. Wouldn't Scotland be better off looking after its own energy resource?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Bills are going down from next week by 7%, but, Mr Speaker, we don't need to imagine a future with independence and what would happen with the SNP in power. Let's look at the records. His party promised a publicly owned energy company 6 years ago. We delivered GB Energy within 18 months. His party scrapped fuel poverty targets. We are lifting 1 million households out of fuel poverty by the end of this Parliament. And, Mr Speaker, while his party and government in Scotland abandoned their heat and buildings bill, this government is making the biggest ever upgrade to home efficiency through the Warm Homes Plan with £15 billion of spending.
Redburn.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Does the Minister agree with me that one of the reasons that we need to see lower energy bills in Scotland and that's been blocked is the SNP's ideological objection to nuclear power? In particular, I recently received a written answer from the Minister for Energy regarding a study by GB Energy to assess Scotland's full potential for nuclear power. Will the Minister work with his colleagues to make sure that analysis is published as quickly as possible so the people of Scotland can see exactly how much we are missing out to thanks to the SNP's ideological objection to nuclear power and how much people are suffering as a result?
Minister.
That is a crucial point that my honourable friend made, and I know he is an advocate for nuclear in Scotland, just as I am. We are missing out on the opportunities of nuclear, and it's a disgrace that 1,300 Scottish nuclear workers have to move south every week just to get employment in the nuclear industry. So I hope that the Scottish National Party reverse their ideological ban on nuclear power as soon as possible.
Rahul.
Question number 7, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Methane harvested from landfill sites enables the generation of around 2.5 terawatt-hours a year, around 1% of the UK's electricity. Many of these assets receive a subsidy through the Renewables obligation, which expires in 2027. This generation has a supportive but limited effect on energy security, and given the high impact of methane, my department and DEFRA are considering long-term solutions to landfill gas methane capture and appropriate transitional arrangements.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. At a time when families are already under pressure from high energy bills, what assessment has he made of the risk that without action before April 27, declining landfill gas generation will undermine energy security and increase costs for consumers?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for raising the point. I would just reiterate that although methane harvested from these sites and used to generate electricity plays a role in the generation of electricity, it's less than 1% overall. So it's not an issue for our energy security. And as the sites age, the amount of methane that they emit reduces. The reduction has been factored into our plan. So we are looking at what transitional arrangements are needed, both to deal with the methane issue and to deal with the electricity that's generated from it, and we'll consult in due course.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Minister, as always, for his answers. It's very important that we all get the advantage of, in relation to the levels of methane harvested from landfill sites. In Northern Ireland, of course, we have landfill sites as well, ones that create a lot of rubbish and thereby a lot of methane possibilities. So can I ask the Minister, I know he's a regular visitor to Northern Ireland and he goes over there often, can I ask him what discussions he's had with the relevant Minister in Northern Ireland to ensure that we can get the advantages of what the Honourable Gentleman has replied to the Honourable Lady? Thank you.
Minister. Well, I always thank the Honourable Gentleman for his kind comments, and my visits to Northern Ireland are important to me. The very first reconstituted meeting of the Inter-Ministerial Working Group on this, we had a conversation about this exact question, about how we support the reduction of methane across the UK and how we can support that through the electricity system. Clearly this is transferred in Northern Ireland, but it's conversations that I continue with colleagues in the Executive.
Morgan.
Number 8, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The nationally significant infrastructure project regime provides a clear consenting route for nationally significant electricity lines, but processes have been too slow and we are determined to change that. Our reforms support the faster delivery of infrastructure, essential for strengthening our energy security in periods of global instability, while maintaining a robust and proportionate consenting process.
Helen Morgan.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Green Gen Cymru, which is a sister company of Butte Energy, is in the latter stages of a very controversial process to secure planning consent for power lines
from Vyrnwy to Frankton, the Vyrnwy-Frankton connection. And the problem is that there isn't a substation at Lower Frankton in North Shropshire with which to connect those lines to. Now, we are expecting that proposal to come through later in this year. But given Bute Energy's widely reported links to the Labour Party and National Grid's obligation to connect new infrastructure to the grid, how can the Minister reassure my constituents that the whole process isn't predetermined?
Minister?
Well, first of all, can I say that processes that are going through a live application process, I'm obviously not going to comment on from the dispatch box. I've met a number of MPs to talk about this issue previously. We're looking at all the information that's available. In terms of individual energy companies as part of this mix, Ofgem has a role in regulating them, and I'm not quite sure what our final point had to do with a particular planning application, but I'm happy to write to her on it.
Chris Barr.
Number 9, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, the UK benefits from a strong and diverse energy supply with only 1% of our crude oil and gas coming from the Gulf. But the essential lesson of this conflict is that while we're dependent on fossil fuel markets, we're exposed as a country with prices for oil and gas, wherever it comes from, set on the international market and affecting families and businesses. For our energy security, the answer must be to go further and faster towards homegrown, clean power we control.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The reason our energy security is so exposed to events in the Middle East is because we have relied on oil and gas for too long. Fossil fuels not only cause climate change, but we buy them on the open market, so no further drilling in the North Sea would mitigate this. The only true path to energy security is through renewables and nuclear. So can the Minister set out how this country will do that so that in future energy crises our country's security is less exposed?
The North Sea will continue to play an important role in our energy mix for decades to come, which is why we said in our manifesto we'd keep existing oil and gas fields open for their lifetime, including, as we announced last autumn, the use of so-called tiebacks. But on the wider point my honourable friend makes, he is absolutely right. That's why we've got the largest nuclear building programme in half a century. That's why we've had 2 record-breaking renewables auctions, and that's why we recently announced we'll bring forward our next renewables auction to July, because we need to get away from fossil fuel markets and off our dependence on them as soon as possible.
Mr McVeigh.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Given the recent jump in the price of oil, would it not be good for the UK economy, jobs and the government tax receipts to maximise drilling for North Sea oil, like Norway does, rather than phasing it out and closing those sites down because of this government's, and particularly the Secretary of State's, left-wing dogma?
I disagree with the honourable lady on that one. Look, I said in my answer to my honourable friend, we're going to use existing North Sea oil and gas fields for their lifetime. I think she's referring to the question of exploration licences. What everybody says is exploration licences make no material difference to production levels. And on the tax question, I do urge her, I hope she'll carry on supporting the windfall tax and tell her front bench this will be the wrong time to abolish the windfall tax.
Whereas, Mr Speaker, well, I've rarely been called an extreme left-winger, but there's always a first. In rural and coastal Britain, there's deep worries amongst families about the conflict and the effects of the conflict in the Middle East on oil prices, and we really welcome the 53 million that's been announced to support them. But does the Minister agree with me that those calling for an expansion of reliance on oil and gas wholesale prices offer absolutely no long-term solution to energy security?
Well, he's right. They offer no short-term or long-term solution to the problems of energy security, and they want to fly in the face of all the evidence. And as I said before, Mr Speaker, it's the last government that said more UK production of North Sea oil and gas would make no difference to the global price of gas. And it's really important that the House understands that.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Secretary of State has just misled, inadvertently I'm sure, the House. Can he explain, with regard to the price of gas, Mr Speaker, why the price of gas in the United States is about a third of the price of gas here in the UK? It's because they use it domestically, isn't it, Secretary of State?
No, it's not that. And I have to say to the honourable gentleman, he's entitled to his own opinions, but he's not entitled to alternative facts. And what the last government said, and what this government said, and what every sensible economist says, is that more production, his idea of more drilling, or drill every last drop, or drill baby drill, would be precisely the wrong thing for our country, because it will make no difference to the price. The answer is homegrown, clean renewables that we control.
Shadow Minister Andrew Bow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the face of further geopolitical turmoil, now is the time to alter our approach to energy. Drilling in the North Sea and scrapping carbon taxes on British manufacturing would kickstart economic growth, tackle unemployment, as well as prevent further deindustrialisation. Does the Secretary of State agree with those comments from the Labour Member of Parliament from Mid and South Pembrokeshire?
Mr. Speaker, what I would say to him and to others is that this party, this government, is taking a pragmatic approach to these issues. We are using existing oil and gas fields for their lifetime, including with tiebacks, welcomed by industry. But what we're not going to do is fly in the face of the evidence. The answer to a fossil fuels crisis is not to double down on fossil fuels. The answer is to double down on clean, homegrown power we control. They used to believe that, Mr. Speaker, before they jumped on another bandwagon.
Mr. Speaker, it is extraordinary, mad. Even no other country on earth would deprive itself of the vast natural resource we are lucky enough to have at our disposal underneath the North Sea. The Jackdaw field alone could provide 250 million barrels of oil equivalent in natural gas to the UK, and it could be up and running by Christmas. But because the Secretary of State, it is stuck in limbo. It is utter insanity. His inaction is an act of national economic self-harm. When will he make a decision and act in the national interest?
Well, look, before he self-combusts, Mr. Speaker, as a result of the court decision, those projects are proceeding at risk. But I'll tell you the way we'll make a decision. I'm not going to comment on a live planning issue, but I will say in general, we will make a decision that is legally watertight. The last government made a series of decisions which were found, oh, no, they say, well, they don't care about the rule of law. And we saw that, Mr. Speaker, when they said we should rush headlong into a war with no regard for the impacts on our constituents.
Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 10.
Minister.
We are taking a strategic approach to planning grid capacity and having transmission build times through reforms to consenting, regulation and supply chains. And we're working with the National Energy System Operator and Ofgem to deliver on radical connections reform, prioritising those projects that are ready to connect, strategically aligned, and to speed up access to the grid nationwide.
Sarah Gibson.
I thank the Minister for his answer, but Mr. Speaker, the grid connections reform process was intended to improve investor confidence by removing the zombie projects and those that were shovel-ready projects, putting them into priority. Yet repeated delays from NESO mean that many developers are still waiting for their Gate 2 connection offers, even projects, Mr. Speaker, that are due to connect in 2026 and 2027. This is extremely damaging for investor confidence. Given the importance of the connection reform to the government's Clean Power 2030 ambitions, will the Minister tell us how the government is ensuring that NESO and the network companies are working at pace to issue those Gate 2 connections as soon as possible?
Minister.
Well, the Honourable Lady asks an incredibly important question, and I share the frustration, and I've reflected that frustration to all of those involved in this process. It's worth just remembering we had more than 600 gigawatts in a queue. This process has cleared out 300 gigawatts. That is incredibly complex to do, and it's the first time any country in the world has sought to do this. It's the first time we've done it. Clearly, we have learned a lot of lessons from that. It does now need to proceed much faster than it has to date. There is a clear timeline to that happening. The first Gate 2 offers are going out now. I will continue to be very closely involved in ensuring that that happens. It's a partnership now between NESO and the transmission owners to get those offers out the door, and I'll be doing everything I can to make sure that happens.
Glendon.
Number 11, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, after a lot of hullabaloo about the oil and gas industry, we now get to turn to the areas where we are doubling down on our vast natural resource in clean energy industries and offshore wind, where we've managed to attract £90 billion worth of private sector investment in 2024 in collaboration with the sector councils. And of course, whilst the Conservative government was happy for the jobs associated with that to be in Denmark and the Netherlands, we're reindustrialising Blythe, the Tyne and the Tees.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. AR7 was a resounding vote of confidence from developers, and our supply chains will welcome that. At a round table I hosted last year, the Secretary of State set out the innovative principles behind the clean industry bonus. However, competing against lower cost regions such as the Middle East remains a pressing concern for fabricators going into the future. Will the Minister ensure that the CIB is as robust and creative as possible so that developers buy from British yards?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My honourable friend is quite right. Allocation round was incredibly successful, and of course the opposition wanted to cancel it with their opposition to clean industry jobs across the UK. In the North East, where my honourable friend is from, we're forecasting 20,000 increase in jobs, and I know the Smalders Yard in her constituency will seek to benefit that because, as the Chancellor of the Exchequer said, it matters to this government where things are made. And we do want to see these supply chain jobs here in the UK, supply chain jobs that the Reform Party would take away from constituents like hers and mine with their anti-net zero ideology.
Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister will be aware that major hydrogen projects in the Humber area, including those led by National Gas, are ready to go. They're vital to our region, which has £18 billion of value add and employs 360,000 jobs. But without certainty from government, investors cannot commit. So when will the government open the allocation rounds for the hydrogen transport and hydrogen storage business models so this investment can actually move forward?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I do appreciate his concerns, having spoken to the hydrogen industry myself, and I also appreciate the representation that he's made both to myself and the Energy Minister on this issue, and I can assure him that the hydrogen strategy will be out soon.
Angus MacDonald.
Number 12, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Just allow me a moment to find the right page. We understand that many households, particularly in rural and off-gas grid areas, rely on heating oil as a primary source of heat, and that's why my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has announced £53 million of support for those who heat their homes with heating oil. 4.6 million will be delivered by the Scottish Government. We obviously continue to monitor the situation closely and will keep measures under review.
Angus MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Would the Minister acknowledge that in the remote Highlands and Islands, where mains gas is not available, where we have the highest level of fuel poverty in Britain, where local households and business rely on heating oil and electricity, and where much of Britain's renewable energy is generated to minimal local benefit, would the Minister accept the unfairness that the Highlander is paying a multiple of those in cities for their energy?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The honourable gentleman makes a very important point. I've visited the Western Isles last week to speak directly to people who are being affected by the energy crisis and heard some of the pressures that are on people. It's why we have instructed, why we've welcomed the CMA's investigation into heating oil. And the point that he raises around people benefiting from local infrastructure, today we've announced a trial for free wind power for people who live near to those pieces of infrastructure. We launched that this morning, and he'll be able to find details about that in the vote office.
Mr Speaker, I welcome the UK Government's support for heating oil customers in my constituency and the follow-up support from the Scottish Government. But I'm slightly baffled that the Scottish Government has chosen to centralise support through Advice Direct Scotland instead of entrusting local authorities. Will the Minister urge the Scottish Government to use local expertise, like Tehun Yushigal, who we met last week, like Point and Sandwich Power, who have that local knowledge to find hard-to-reach customers, because we know in rural areas that people are very reluctant to come forward for support.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was pleased to join my honourable friend in Stornoway to meet those organisations last week, and it is absolutely crucial, whether it is through the local government schemes that we're running in England or through the centralised scheme that the Scottish Government is running, that they take advantage of local knowledge to make sure that this reaches the people that it needs to reach.
Mr Speaker, in Aviemore tomorrow it's going to be snowing. In fact, in quite a lot of North Scotland it's going to be snowing to pretty low level. People in those areas are suffering hugely from massive energy prices, both electricity and heating oil, and also LPG tank gas. The example I've got in Aviemore is a 2,500 litre tank that was filled in November for £1,400 is now costing £3,400 to fill. That is the differential that people are having to pay. Does the Minister agree that the £35 a household is, frankly, a drop in the ocean?
Yeah, a drop in the ocean. Totally, Minister. I think the honourable member should be careful to not sow fear among his constituents on these issues, which is precisely what that does. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has provided £4.6 million to the Scottish Government. The Scottish Government have increased that to a £10 million fund. It's absolutely imperative that the Scottish Government tell honourable members in this House and also constituents how they are going to access this. The Scottish Government is delivering that scheme, that £10 million scheme, and they have told us it will be available from the 1st of April. It's for them to set out how that will get to people.
You want to stand back?
Mr Speaker, around 30% of households in the Braes villages use alternative heating sources such as heating oil, far above the district, my constituency, or Scottish nationwide average. The Scottish Government's decision to deliver this scheme nationally instead of locally is creating anxiety that these communities may be forgotten by Holyrood. What assurances have ministers received from their Holyrood counterparts that the Scottish heating oil support will be proportionately available to communities such as the Braes villages?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome my honourable friend's advocacy for his constituents. It is essential that the Scottish Government scheme, which is running to support people with heating oil costs, finds its way to those people who need it. I am disappointed that they have not looked to work alongside local government and they have chosen to centralise that funding, but it is for them to set out how they will ensure that everyone is reached.
Greg Smith, Shadow Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I should declare an interest that my own home is off the gas grid and my boiler fuelled by domestic heating oil. I've listened to the answers that the Minister has given very carefully, and there are some significant gaps. There is no mention of LPG in the Minister's answers. He also, whilst it is always right to support the most vulnerable in our society, I'm not sure the Minister has fully understood that there are many households on modest incomes across rural communities not in receipt of benefits who simply don't have £500, £600, £700 lying around to meet a bill they had not budgeted for. But perhaps he could answer a specific question on certainty. Whilst the CMA investigation goes on, there is continuing to be the practice where customers are placing an order without knowing the price they will be charged when that oil is delivered. He could move an interim measure before a wider set of changes to stop that practice. Will he?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think I need to start by correcting some of what the honourable gentleman said. That in the statement that I gave last week, I confirmed that LPG was part of the support. Perhaps he didn't hear that. Our priority all the way through this crisis has been to ensure that funding reached people at speed. That's why we've delivered this within 2 weeks, not 200 days. And on his point around means testing, the funding is discretionary, so local authorities can decide how they provide that to people. On his final point, I think the honourable gentleman in the front bench also called for a CMA investigation. We are going to look and study the results of that to see what needs to happen with regulation in this industry. But it's clear that as an industry, as I said a number of times from this dispatch box last week, it's clear that the market is not functioning properly.
We go to Topicals, Dr Ross Savage.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question number 1.
Mr Speaker, since conflict broke out in the Middle East, we've acted to prevent price gouging, help those reliant on heating oil and ensure businesses get a fair deal on their bills. The energy price cap will fall by £117 next week, with savings locked in until the end of June. We've also sped up work to take control of Britain's energy, accelerating our next renewables auction and our warm homes plan. We'll do whatever it takes to fight people's corner and learn the right lessons of the crisis.
Dr Ross Savage.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Going back to the issue of heating oil, my constituency, the South Cotswolds, 20% of households rely on heating oil, which is 4 times the national average, and many face high upfront costs. Would the Secretary of State consider supporting more flexible payment or credit schemes and support potentially pooled purchasing models, for example, enabling villages to combine orders, secure bulk discounts and spread costs over time?
I believe the Honourable Lady raises a really important issue, and I'm sure many members in the House will empathise with the issue she raised, and indeed with constituents facing difficult times. My honourable friend the Minister tells me that the CMA is looking at all of those issues, and I do want to say to her and all members in the House that if they have issues on heating or indeed on other practices that are going on, please do bring them to the attention of my honourable friend, because we want to work as speedily as possible with the CMA to stamp them out.
Joyce Fenton-Glynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Manufacturers have been grappling with energy costs long before the current Iran conflict, hitting Calder Valley firms like Siddle and Hilton, who make fences, who see costs 4 times higher than European competitors, and finishing company HC Whitehead, who've seen their energy bills double to £22,000 a month. So will the Minister please meet with me to discuss how we can support smaller firms and make sure that government support schemes help energy-intensive firms?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. He's right to point out the importance of the finishing companies, and I know that some of the spinning and weaving businesses are included in the supercharger, but finishing often isn't, even though it's in the same factory. And clearly, whether it's waterproofing for sou'westers or fireproofing for mattresses, these are important businesses. So I'd be very happy to meet with him, and perhaps we could discuss this upcoming supercharger review and what options there may be for those businesses.
So, Secretary of State, Coutinho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Secretary of State be honest and tell the country why he is ideologically obsessed with shutting down the North Sea? Is it because he doesn't think we need the £25 billion of tax revenue it would generate? Is it because he prefers to import gas with higher emissions? Or is it because he has never bothered to speak to the thousands of workers who are losing their jobs right now because of his policies?
I'm not, as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker. We're using the North Sea for existing oil and gas fields in the North Sea for its lifetime, and we've introduced tiebacks to existing fields. But I do have to say to her, she comes here month after month with proposals that will do nothing to cut energy bills for people. It is this side that is actually taking action to reduce bills, reducing the energy price cap next week, making plug-in solar available to all families, having a warm homes plan to drive down bills, and crucially, a renewable power auction helping to 12 million homes, which she said we should cancel.
Mr. Speaker, Renewables UK, the unions, Tony Blair, his own hand-picked chair of Great British Energy, the biggest advocates for an energy transition, have said that he has got this wrong. Is his ideology so rigid he is incapable of admitting when he's got things wrong that he'll put us on a pathway to higher emissions and fewer British jobs? So let's try this again. Can you be clear with the House? He knows we will need gas for decades to come. Why does he prefer to import dirtier gas from abroad than use the gas that we have in the North Sea?
I don't, and we continue to use the North Sea, and ours is a pragmatic position. But I do think there's a wider lesson here, Mr. Speaker, which the House has to focus on. Is the lesson of this crisis a fossil fuels crisis to double down on fossil fuels, or is it to drive forward with clean energy? We believe clean, homegrown power that we control is the answer.
Michael Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I welcome the upcoming drop in the energy price cap from next week and know that it will help my constituents in Worsley and Eccles. With the government's focus on the cost of living, we are all concerned that events in the Middle East will trigger a price shock in the market, making this work more difficult. Can the Minister outline what further steps the government is taking to reduce my constituents' energy bills?
I thank the honourable member for his important question. There's 3 additional measures that we are taking. We are expanding and extending the warm home discount to 2031. We have supported heating oil customers with £53 million worth of support that was announced last week. And our warm homes plan, our £15 billion warm homes plan, is the biggest home upgrade plan in British history. And all of this is wrapped up in our clean energy mission, Clean Power by 2030, which will ultimately give us control of our energy.
Stuart Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over half of South Shropshire residents rely on heating oil or other solutions like LPG to heat their homes. The recent government support does very little for a majority of my constituents, and the best price today for heating oil is over double of what it was for 5 weeks ago. There is blatant profiteering. What is the government going to do to seriously address this issue?
Mr. Speaker, we moved swiftly to introduce funding for support for people, that £53 million worth of support which is being dispersed through the Crisis and Resilience Fund in England and Wales will provide support for people through this immediate period. We will keep other measures under review, but it is important that if honourable members have examples of unfair practices to do with price, that they report that to the CMA so that they can consider it as part of their review.
Callum Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently visited the Gorkop Fields Community Solar Project, which is a local solar farm which uses the income from the clean energy it produces to invest in energy saving and environmental projects. And it's anticipated it will invest £2.8 million over 25 years. Can the Minister update the House on how it will be using the local power plan to ensure that even more of my communities, particularly rural and low-income ones, can take control of their own energy?
Well, I congratulate all those in my honourable friend's constituency for what sounds like a fantastic project, and it's an example of what we want to see all across the country. The local power plan unlocks £1 billion of investment with the ambition that communities right across the UK should be able to own and operate their own energy infrastructure, and the profits from that should flow into local communities.
Mr. Speaker, the energy bills crisis is a crisis right now. You might not know that from the response from the government benches today. Now, the Scottish Government's actions have helped deliver clean, renewable energy as a net exporter, bailing out the UK Government in terms of heating oil as well. Will they work together and will they respond positively to the First Minister's call for a four-nation summit?
Well, we do work very well together, actually. Contrary to what it might appear from his contributions, the Scottish Government works well with the UK Government. But I would say just this. He suggests, quite wrongly, twice now, that Scotland is generating all this electricity all by itself. Of course, those projects are funded by bill payers right across the UK, investing in that infrastructure. His plan, it seems to be, is to take a third off energy bills with independence, with absolutely no credibility whatsoever.
Mark Siemens.
Mr. Speaker, small firms are being hounded by unregulated third-party energy brokers. So I welcome the Department's commitment to appoint Ofgem as the statutory regulator for TPIs. When will the Minister introduce this legislation, and how will the Department work with Ofgem to end cold calling and misrepresentation in the non-domestic market?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We heard from the responses to our 2024 consultation the concerns around the continued risk to consumers arising, as he says, from some of these TPIs. The Government plans to bring in new regulation of TPIs and will appoint Ofgem as the regulator who will be empowered to put in place rules to protect SMEs and other TPI customers.
Helen Morgan.
Speaker, in North Shropshire, around 15,000 households, including my own, are reliant on fuels like heating oil or LPG to heat them. These people have also hit hardest by rises at the petrol pumps because they don't have alternative forms of transport. Now, while everybody connected to mains electricity and gas benefits from the price cap, those of us who are off-grid have only been offered means testing support. So will the Government consider introducing a mechanism that will instigate a price cap on alternative fuels to ensure that rural and off-grid homes get the support that they deserve?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The support on offer is not means tested. It is the discretion of local authorities to decide the criteria for those applications. That's the first point. The second point is the CMA is investigating this in detail, and as my honourable friend the Secretary of State said earlier, if there are any examples, please bring them to my attention, please bring them to the CMA's attention so that they can be considered as part of that review.
Martin Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Terminally ill people often have to have additional energy needs and energy costs. What steps is the Department taking to support and help those people, the terminally ill, with increased energy costs?
Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome my honourable friend's advocacy for those people, and absolutely no one with a terminal illness should have to face concerns around their energy bills. I'll soon be meeting with the Minister for Health Innovation to discuss how government can better share data in order to target support at vulnerable people and those with health conditions.
Cooper.
Mr. Speaker, Nith Inshore Lifeboat in my Dumfries and Galloway constituency has lost a sponsor who provided them with free fuel because of soaring costs. So will the Minister, the Secretary of State, go to the Chancellor and point out that VAT and fuel costs here indeed costs on fuel are a matter of life and death in remote and rural Scotland?
Well, the Chancellor will have heard his statements because she's actually in the room. But the thing that my right honourable friend is doing is providing support for people, but on a platform of fiscal stability, which that party would do well to understand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, the Minister knows that Stafford residents are passionate about solar power and they would like to see the government go further with a commitment to solar panels on all new car parks and industrial buildings like they see in Europe and in France particularly. Would the Minister agree with me that this policy would help reduce energy bills for homeowners as well as protect our rural land, and would he agree to meet with me to discuss my campaign?
Minister.
Well, I'm always very happy to meet with the Honourable Lady, so I will do that. But she's right to say this. We want to cover as many rooftops in the country as we possibly can with solar panels. And just today, we've announced that plug-in solar will be available in the UK in the summer, allowing renters and others across the world to go into a supermarket, buy some solar panels, plug them in and save money. That's part of what we want to see to bring down bills across the country.
Mr. Speaker, the green firms that innovate the most, young firms, have been shown to be particularly credit constrained. Will the Minister meet with me to discuss what measures the government is taking to increase credit supply, raise research and development and increase economic growth?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Of course, we do now have record public sector investment in this technology development, £86 billion to 2030. As a techno-optimist myself, I agree with the IEA that we can now solve 75% of these problems using technology. And of course, I'd be happy to meet with him to discuss it further.
Ahmed Yassin.
The UK depends on oil and gas. Global conflicts will continue to drive price hikes for my constituents in Bedford and Kempston, who face soaring bills when the price cap ends in June. Does the Secretary of State agree that lower bills should come before company profits and levy a windfall tax against fossil fuel companies making billions from this crisis?
Well, as a result of the decisions that my right honourable friend the Chancellor made, we are raising significant sums from the windfall tax. We don't agree with the parties opposite that now's the time to abolish the windfall tax. We think it's really important revenue which can help many of our constituents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We keep hearing an argument that it will take years, 5 to 10 years, for new oil and gas to flow, and therefore there's no point starting new drilling. But the operators themselves of Jackdaw and Rosebank say both could be producing by the end of the year. It only needs the Secretary of State to approve them. Why is he denying the UK this supply of domestic fuel?
Well, first of all, let me say those projects are continuing at the developer's own risk at the moment. They're subject to a process which her party would understand because it ended up in the courts under the previous government. We're dealing with that process. But ultimately, none of those projects would take a penny off bills, and that's the argument we're making here. They've got no plan for bringing down bills. We have.
Mr. Osborne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Medway Maritime Hospital in my constituency is benefiting from £25.9 million investment to introduce heat pumps and other measures. Does he agree with me that we can invest in public sector provision to reduce bills in schools, hospitals and other buildings across the country?
I congratulate his local hospital, and I think what my honourable friend rightly shows is the way in which cheap, clean, renewable power can not just cut bills for families, but cut bills for our public services, which GB Energy is doing, and we can transfer money into frontline patient care.
Gregory Campbell.
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State will be aware of the very high dependence in Northern Ireland of home heating oil, and while there has been some help offered in the past 10 days from the government, has consideration been given to beyond the summer period if the crisis in the Middle East continues over the next few months?
Minister.
Thank the honourable member for that question. We've supplied £17 million to the Northern Ireland Executive, and a constructive conversation last week with Minister Archibald around how that's deployed. We'll keep other measures under review as the situation develops.
Final question, Jen Kirkham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to firstly thank the Minister for his focus on securing UK private investment in critical minerals, which is fantastic to see. And I know the Secretary of State agrees that Cornwall is vital for future UK energy security.
Yes, it is.
We have had one test and demo model in the Celtic Sea come forward in AR7. I want to ask the Secretary of State about AR8, the timing of AR8, and whether he will look again at test and demo models in the Celtic Sea so we can really use that energy base going forward in the UK.
Well, we all love Cornwall, Mr. Speaker, and also the incredible clean energy potential it has. I can confirm to my honourable friend that we'll be opening the new renewables auction in July. We see an incredibly bright future for floating wind, and we see Cornwall as absolutely at the centre of it.
Let the front benches change over. Just before I call the Chancellor to make the statement, can I just say to the House as it's an opposition day. We don't normally do that, but it's so important. But I won't be running it long, so please help each other when we get to the back benches. And now come Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for granting me permission to make this statement to the House today about the government's continued response to the war in the Middle East. Let me start by paying tribute to our armed forces, and my thoughts and those of the whole House remain with them and those whose lives have been disrupted by this conflict. Since I last addressed this House, the costs of oil and gas have remained high. And last week, the Bank of England estimated that inflation could be between 3 and 3.5% in the next few quarters. The full economic impact of the war remains uncertain, but it makes our economic plan even more important. To build prosperity that is secure and resilient, and to bear down on the cost of living and protect the public finances. Delivered through our ironclad fiscal rules, and today I will set out further action that I am taking. First, on global collaboration. Last week, the Prime Minister authorised the US to use UK military bases to defend the Strait of Hormuz. It remains the case that the best way to protect families and businesses is rapid de-escalation of this conflict. And to strengthen our collective security, I have announced that we will explore a new defence financing and procurement mechanism with the Netherlands, Finland and other EU and NATO partners. I welcome the IEA decision to authorise a coordinated release of our collective oil reserves to alleviate the immediate pressure on supply. And the UK has now begun the release of our share of 13.5 million barrels of oil. Second, on our energy security. The last government's failure to invest in energy was a failure to protect our country. But through determined action, this government is taking control of our own energy supply. Investing in renewables, lifting the ban on onshore wind and streamlining grid connections. Running the biggest offshore wind auction in European history last year and bringing the next renewable auction forward to this July. And driving forward negotiation on the UK's participation in the EU internal electricity market. We must guarantee our domestic oil and gas industry can also play a role in our energy system for decades to come. And so I can confirm that we are encouraging investment in tiebacks to make the most of our existing production facilities. We're rewriting the story on nuclear too. Construction on Sizewell C, agreeing an extension to Sizewell B, and we're due to sign the contracts on the UK's first small modular reactors in Anglesey, in partnership with Rolls-Royce. I will not tolerate red tape and vested interests holding back our energy security. So our new planning rules will unblock the pipeline of critical infrastructure projects. I can announce today that we will legislate to implement the Finkelton Review in the next parliamentary session. And I recently wrote to industry and regulators to get them to set out their plans to fast-track that implementation in full. To the parties opposite, who like to talk big about energy security, but then vote against the very infrastructure to build it, let me say this: it is time to put our country first. And I can confirm today that we are developing options to back critical energy projects with indemnities if their planning consent is challenged, so that we don't waste a single moment in protecting our energy security, because energy security is national security. Third, on households and businesses. I know that when prices rise and incomes are squeezed, people look to the government and ask, what are you doing to help? That's why, since the election, we have delivered and funded 30 hours of free childcare to working parents, wages rising faster than prices for every month that I have been Chancellor, and free breakfast clubs being rolled out at our primary schools. From next week, The 2-child limit gone. Day 1 sick pay in. And another rise in the national living wage. Prescription charges frozen, train fares frozen, the fuel duty frozen, and the state pension increasing next week by £575. And for businesses, £4.3 billion in business rate support. The Regulation Action Plan cutting admin costs for businesses. And the supercharger discount, followed next year by the British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme to take money off business energy bills. But I know that there is more to do. On trade, I can confirm to the House that we are aiming to conclude negotiations with the EU this year on the sanitary and phytosanitary agreement, which will directly impact food prices in our shops. And I have asked officials to look at where there are targeted reductions to agri-food tariffs, which can help bring down food prices too, balancing this with implications on domestic producers and food security. And later this week, I am holding meetings with supermarkets and with banks to discuss how they can further support their customers. We have a world-class competition and consumer protection regime. And since my last statement, the Competition and Markets Authority have stepped up their statutory monitoring of fuel prices, and I will update on fuel pricing within the next month. They are working with government to monitor the cost of household essentials for both price rises and disruption, and they've launched a market study into heating oil. Today, I can announce that we are going further to make sure that the Competition and Markets Authority have the powers that they need that were denied to them by the previous government to detect and to crack down on price gouging, bringing in a new anti-profiteering framework and considering time-limited, targeted powers for the CMA and other regulators. This week, the Business Secretary and I will convene the Regulators' Council to discuss their work to protect consumers. Because let me say again, this government will not tolerate any company exploiting this crisis at consumers' expense. Finally, I want to update the House on how I am preparing for this conflict as it goes on. I know that families and businesses are worried about the impact of rising prices. I have said that we will be responsive to a changing world and responsible in the national interest. And today I want to set out in more detail what that means. First, responsive. We don't yet know what the full impact of this conflict will be. So we must be agile in responding appropriately at each moment. We extended the 5p fuel duty cut, and we have pushed out the cheaper fuel finder, empowering people to avoid rip-off prices and chasing down the last few filling stations to reach 100% compliance. And when wholesale kerosene prices more than doubled overnight, we stepped in with £53 million of support to those who needed it most within a matter of days. And from next week, households will benefit from £150 off of their energy bills, thanks to the action that I took in my budget, with a price cap giving households certainty on their bills until July, ahead of the winter months when people use 78% of their gas. Second, we will be responsible. The spring forecast showed that the government has the right economic plan, restoring stability to our country's finances and family finances. I will not put that stability at risk. As we respond to this crisis, we must learn the mistakes of the past. The previous government pushed up borrowing, interest rates, inflation and mortgage costs with an unfunded, untargeted package of support under Liz Truss. That gave the support to the most wealthiest of households. Between 2022 and 2024, under the last government, households in the top income decile received an average of £1,350 of direct energy bill support. That left us with high levels of national debt. A cheque written then for a bill that is still being paid today. I can confirm to the House that contingency planning is taking place for every eventuality, so that we can keep costs down for everyone and provide support for those who need it most, acting within our ironclad fiscal rules to keep inflation and interest rates as low as possible. Mr. Speaker, this is not a war that we started, nor is it a war that we joined, unlike the advice of the parties opposite. But it is a war that will have an impact on our country. The challenges may be significant, but I promise to do what is right and fair, being responsive in a changing world and responsible in the national interest. And I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Chancellor Melstride.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Right Honourable Lady for advance sight of her statement. Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Lady comes to this House with an economy in tatters. She would have us believe that she has delivered the stability and resilience that can weather the storm ahead, but she has done nothing of the kind. When she came into office, she ramped up borrowing and spending and hiked taxes to record levels. She was warned at the time by the OBR and others that her policies would mean higher inflation, higher borrowing costs, higher interest rates, and that she would destroy jobs. All of that, Mr. Speaker, has come to pass. Her mismanagement and foolish choices have given us the highest inflation in the G7, the highest borrowing costs of any major advanced economy, with gilt yields higher than Greece and Morocco, fragile fiscal headroom, the highest unemployment since the pandemic and rising, and GDP per capita falling. Under this government, Mr. Speaker, we are getting poorer, and our economy is increasingly fragile and far from secure and resilient. And despite what the Right Honourable Lady has just said about tiebacks, nothing exemplifies this government's economic folly more than its approach to oil and gas. The utterly misguided net zero obsessions of the Energy Secretary have led to the absurdity of reduced extraction, whilst we see jobs destroyed, tax revenues foregone, and energy security smashed. And the greatest tragedy of all, Mr. Speaker, that in Jackdaw and Rosebank we have fields ready to go. In just months, they could be pumping vital relief to millions. Jackdaw alone has enough gas to supply over 1.5 million homes. Yet the Right Honourable Lady has nothing to say on that matter. And less oil and gas extraction means greater dependency and less security. This road leads to ruin. On energy, on the cost of living, on jobs, on growth, on public finances, on every measure that matters, this Chancellor has left us weak. And in the face of this energy shock, there are millions who are about to suffer as a result. So, with respect to her statement today, could I ask her, how many fuel retailers have yet to engage with the new Fuel Finder service? And can she comment on the widespread reports of technical glitches and out-of-date price information? She mentions a small modular reactor planned for Wilfer. But given the need, can she explain why she has chosen not to go ahead with the large-scale nuclear site that was signed off by the last Conservative government? And specifically on energy cost support, can I ask her what fiscal capacity does the Right Honourable Lady believe she has to support those in need? What is her plan to ensure that any targeted approach truly reaches all those who are in need? And on the matter of targeting, in her statement, Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor criticised the last Conservative government support package for not being targeted. But what she failed to mention is that the now Prime Minister was then urging for support to be universal. Indeed, he said at that time that Labour's approach would ensure, and I quote, that no household would pay a penny more on their bills. No consistency from the Right Honourable Lady. How is she going to ensure that support for those depending on heating oil reaches those who need it most? This support, Mr. Speaker, will of course, under this government, be funded through the taxes of hard-working people. Indeed, the reduction to energy bills this April is simply being taken from bills and being dumped onto the shoulders of hard-pressed taxpayers. But it does not need to be this way. For is not the critical question this? Where is the control of public spending? Where is the renewed resolve to grasp the welfare bill, to get people off benefits and into work? I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, it is nowhere, because the Right Honourable Lady is a captive of her own backbenchers, and she has brought our economy one step from its knees. She knows it. The country knows it, and now we must all brace ourselves for what is to come. Not from a position of strength, as the Right Honourable Lady is so desperate to have us believe, but from a position of weakness, of her own making.
Chancellor of the Exchequer.
I think that statement only revealed that the Shadow Chancellor is utterly out of his depth. Mr. Speaker, in the last 20 months, we've had 6 cuts in interest rates. We have more than doubled the fiscal headroom compared with the headroom that I inherited from the party opposite. For the first time in 6 years, our deficit is less than 5% of GDP, and wages have increased by more than inflation for every single month that I have been Chancellor of the Exchequer, compared to the record of the previous Conservative government, which is the only parliament on record where people were poorer at the end of it than they were at the beginning. So I prefer my record to their record any day of the week. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Shadow Chancellor says that we should act. Well, we have acted. But what the Shadow Chancellor fails to mention is that his party supported us being involved in this conflict. Whilst we have called for de-escalation, the Leader of the Opposition said that we should be a participant in this conflict. The damage that that would have done to our economy would have been immense, and yet they make no apology for that. The Leader of the Opposition said yesterday about the Prime Minister that if he is creating a support package that is going to be done with taxpayers' money, then she thinks that we should be doing things that aren't going to cost the taxpayers' money. So on the one hand, you've got the Shadow Chancellor saying that we should do more and put in more money, and then you've got the Leader of the Opposition saying we shouldn't do anything. So where do the party opposite now sit on the £53 million support that we gave on heating oil? Because that was using taxpayers' money to support those who needed it most. It was the right thing to do, but now the Leader of the Opposition seems to suggest that that was the wrong thing to do. Now, the Shadow Chancellor asked a few specific questions. On the cheaper fuel finder that we have introduced, more than 90% of retailers have now signed up to it, and of that 90%, all of them are updating their prices regularly, and we, along with the Competition and Markets Authority, are chasing down the final few that haven't submitted their prices. on small modular reactors, the party opposite say they supported it. They had 14 years and they put not a single penny of money into it. And the same is true of Sizewell C. You can't, on the one hand, say that you think that we should spend less money and then at the same time say that we should be supporting Sizewell C and small modular reactors, because everything has to be paid for. In terms of fiscal capacity, we have more than doubled the headroom compared to what I inherited from the Conservatives. It was less than £10 billion when I became Chancellor of the Exchequer. It is now nearly £24 billion because of the actions that I have taken. The Shadow Chancellor says that we haven't built contingency, where the exact opposite is the case. Now, the Shadow Chancellor says, what about Rosebank and Jackdaw? Well, it was because of the failure to do the work properly that it was challenged in the courts. And 1 month after the previous government left office because they were kicked out, the courts came back and said that we had to reconsider Scope 3 emissions. The energy companies, Shell and Equinor, resubmitted their plans at the end of last year. The regulators...
Oh, sorry. Between both of you, you can both go and have that discussion outside if you can't be quiet in here. Chancellor next.
This is important because the energy companies came back, thank you Mr Speaker, came back at the end of last year with their revised plans. The regulators are now considering those, and my right honourable friend, the Energy Secretary, will make a decision ahead of the autumn to decide whether it is legal to go ahead with those. But we made a commitment in our manifesto to honour existing licences. It's only because of the failure of the previous government to consult that we are in this position in the first place. And the honourable gentleman, the right honourable gentleman, says that if we cut the welfare bill, we will be able to help people. Well, I'm afraid they had 14 years, and he was the welfare secretary when the bills ballooned. So, frankly, we'll take no lessons from the party opposite. It is only Labour that can be responsive to the immediate challenges, because we have been responsible with the public finances, committed to our long-term energy security and committed to make the right decisions in the national interest.
Dave McHillier, Chair of the Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, as the Prime Minister said yesterday, we have no idea how long this conflict will be, and he is not assuming it will be over quickly. So we live in troubled times, and it's quite right that the Chancellor of the Exchequer is making serious contingency plans as we move through spring, summer and into autumn and winter. But one of the challenges of targeting support, as she well knows, is the data that's available. So what is she doing to make sure that the data is available to target support to those who need it most, not just across Whitehall, but in local government and in the energy companies themselves?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and that is a really important point, because the previous government hadn't done the contingency planning, and so when the energy price shock came along, they said we're not going to do anything to support, we're not going to do anything to support, and so they in the end had a choice about doing nothing or providing blanket support. And it was that blanket support that cost £78 billion. What we have been doing is working with the Department for Work and Pensions, with local government and others, to ensure that we will be able to target support at those who need it most. But that is in addition to what we have already done in taking £150 off of everyone's energy bills. We are doing the work. The prices come down in April for the following 3 months, and we are long way off of the winter when 78% of gas is used by households.
Daisy Cooper, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Chancellor for advance sight of her statement, and our thoughts are also with our brave armed forces at this time. I agree that the last government's failure to invest in energy was a failure to protect our country. Today we face the stark reality where we cannot guarantee our national security, our energy security or our food security. When Liberal Democrats were in government, we launched the auction for onshore wind and we established the Green Investment Bank, helping drive down costs and quadruple renewable energy. The Conservatives' decision to scrap the Green Investment Bank has left our energy system more exposed and should be worn as a badge of shame. To shore up our energy security and to tackle the energy crisis, we Liberal Democrats have consistently argued for a three-pronged approach. First, to reduce energy demand by incentivising households and businesses to invest in energy efficiency without the tax penalties built into the business rate system or prohibitive upfront costs. Second, to fix the broken energy market that is unfairly inflating prices, especially for small businesses on our high streets. And third, to provide targeted support for the most vulnerable and for those with the highest energy needs. So I urge the Chancellor to consider our proposals. To create an energy security bank to offer low-interest loans for energy-saving improvements for households and small businesses, to reverse the cuts to home insulation programmes and to exempt business investment in energy efficiency from business rates calculations. Whilst action from the Competition and Markets Authority is welcome, it is not enough. Small businesses have been blocked from the best energy deals for years, well before Donald Trump started bombing Iran. Yet there has still been no CMA investigation into suppliers blocking access to these fair deals. So I ask the Chancellor again, will she please instruct the CMA to do this investigation without delay? On targeted support, families are fearful. Will the Chancellor consider zero-rating VAT on heating oil and LPG? Will she consider introducing a price cap mechanism for off-grid fuels? Will she commit to halving energy bills over the next decade by reforming pricing structures? And if bills rise to more than £400 a year, as some are warning, will the Chancellor commit to coming back to this House and outlining a broader support package so that all struggling households, or many struggling households, don't face a crippling hit of that scale?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her questions. Nick Clegg once said it will take 10 years to get nuclear power up and running, so there wasn't any point in doing it. It would only come in the 2020s. Well, imagine if that Deputy Prime Minister hadn't blocked investment in nuclear energy then, and we would be able to get the benefits of it today. But you had a chance when you were in government and you did absolutely nothing. And the party opposite opposed onshore wind, which is also helping to bring down bills. In terms of supporting investment in renewables and energy security, we have created the National Wealth Fund, which is prioritising investment in defence and also in energy security, including in things like critical minerals in Cornwall, carbon capture and storage, and the rollout of chargers for electric vehicles. And we've also put £14 billion into the Warm Homes Plan to help subsidise and support people to make energy improvements in their home to reduce their energy consumption and therefore reduce their bills, alongside the Warm Homes discount, and where we have doubled the number of people who are eligible for it. On businesses, we are, through the business rates consultation, looking at improvement relief to ensure that if people do make improvements, including on energy efficiency, that they won't then be whacked with higher business rates. And on heating oil, the Honourable Lady said we should cut VAT on it. Well, when they were in government, they increased VAT on everything. So it's a bit rich to say that they want to cut it now. But we have asked the Competition and Markets Authority to do a review into heating oil, which I set out today, as well as the £53 million of support that we've put in. But there seems to be a sort of slight contradiction in what the Honourable Lady is saying between whether she wants targeted support or blanket support. And I would argue that the progressive universal approach that we're taking is the right one. £150 off everyone's energy bills, but then targeted support for those who need it most, because we cannot repeat what happened when Liz Truss was Prime Minister, because a cheque was written then and we are now paying the price with higher interest rates, inflation and taxes than we would otherwise have to have.
John Trickett.
Mr Speaker, and I welcome the Chancellor coming to the House as soon as possible to make a statement. But on profiting in the fuel sector, the last time there was a problem with oil prices was after the war had begun in the East. And the government then, following its laissez-faire market policies, allowed prices to rip to an extraordinary extent. And the consequence, as we saw, was outrageous profiteering within the energy sector. So, can the Chancellor indicate that we're not going to follow the failed laissez-faire ideology of the party opposite and intervene directly in the market to prevent outrageous profiteering occurring in this occasion?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and that's why we have the energy profits levy and the electricity generators levy, so that we can claw back any excess profits. And it's also why on this side of the House we believe in an active and strategic state, including empowering our regulators like the Competition and Markets Authority to ensure that the price gouging that we've seen in the past is not able to happen after the conflict in the Middle East.
Sir Edward Lee, the father of the House.
In an attempt to try and get some consensus here, may I commend one part of her statement, and I'm quoting, "We must guarantee our domestic oil and gas industry can play a role in our energy system for decades to come." Is there not a sort of sensible, middle-of-the-way approach here, that by all means we proceed with green energy, such as our offshore wind, where we lead the world in the North Sea off the Lincolnshire coast, but that we also have an open mind about extraction, new extraction from the North Sea? So will she confirm today, and I was listening very carefully to what she said in response to the Shadow Chancellor, that the Energy Secretary, when he considers these licences, will have an open mind so we can guarantee our resilience in the future?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his approach and his question. The oil and gas industry play an important role and will do for decades to come in our energy system. We very much welcome the jobs that they create, the tax revenue that they provide, but most importantly, the energy security that they offer. At my budget last year, I set out the new North Sea oil and gas strategy, which includes allowing the use of tiebacks or infills on existing sites. Now, for the reasons that I explained, we now have a quasi-judicial decision that the Secretary of State for Energy and Net Zero has to take on Rosebank and Jackdaw. But of course he will approach that with an open mind, because this government does recognise the importance of our oil and gas sector.
Ready?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that the essential truth is that the government has introduced a package of measures to make the poorest families in Glasgow and across the United Kingdom better off, whereas the party opposite proposes to plunge these families back into extreme poverty? They left us with ridiculous levels of debt and the weakest defence since the 1930s, and their record is absolutely shameful.
Well, my honourable friend is right, but I would say it's worse than that, because it's the legacy of two awful governments in Scotland. One who made people poorer, and then the SNP government that fails to back our nuclear sector, which could deliver cheaper bills for people in Scotland.
Sir Jeremy Hunt.
Could I gently ask the Chancellor to be less partisan at a time of crisis? If she brings before the House, difficult measures that are right for the country, she will have the support of the whole House. But if she is partisan, she won't. And I actually rise to support her basic instinct, which is for targeted rather than universal support. 4 years ago, energy bills were heading to £4,000. We are nothing like that. We don't know what the oil price will be next week, let alone this winter. But most of all, although last time we gave support to households and families with her support by increasing borrowing, we cannot react to every single economic shock by further increasing our national debt. So will she confirm that when she comes to the House in her budget with targeted support, it will be fully funded and not funded by increasing, yet again, our national debt?
I thank the right honourable gentleman for that question. When the right honourable gentleman became Chancellor, it was on the back of lots of promises that there would be no support on energy bills. But the honourable gentleman and others recognised that that position was not sustainable. But work hadn't been done on how to introduce a targeted system. So the choice was a binary choice between blanket support or no support. And the Right Honourable Gentleman took the right approach then in ensuring that people's energy bills didn't go through the roof. But a target approach would be more appropriate, because the top third of families under the previous approach got more than a third of the benefit. That's not right, it's not sensible, and all it does is drive up inflation, interest rates and taxes in the future. So it's not the fault of the former Chancellor that approach was taken, but we are using this period when energy prices are actually falling because of the approach I took in the budget to ensure that we are in a position in the autumn to have a targeted approach.
Luke Murphy. Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Chancellor for her statement, particularly in setting out the long list of interventions this government has taken on the cost of living, which stands in stark contrast to the party opposite, who left the worst legacy on living standards in a generation. Can the Chancellor confirm that in the weeks and months to come, as she takes decisions encouraging regulators to take action and in contingency planning, that she will have that same thing in mind, protecting our constituents' living standards while also ensuring economic stability?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. And you know, it's why what we did in the budget last year was so important, because in other countries, domestic energy bills are going up now. But because of the measures that I took in my budget last November, energy bills will fall from the 1st of April, despite everything that is happening in the Middle East. But I can tell you what would have the biggest impact on bills is if this conflict escalates, as the party opposite at the beginning wanted it to do.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Shetland is home to one of the largest onshore wind farms in the country, the operators of which are paid millions not to generate electricity because of grid constraints. So the announcement this morning of a trial in relation to discounted energy rates for communities such as ours will be one that will be met with some excitement, possibly. When are we going to hear the details of how that will work and what it will mean in terms of reductions to the bills of my constituents?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. On the issue of national grid infrastructure, which is why we end up paying for energy that can't be used, we've got to speed up those connections. And that's why today I said about consulting on indemnities for building out infrastructure, even in the case of judicial review, because we've got to act in the national interest and get this infrastructure built. But at the same time, the Secretary of State for Energy and Net Zero will set out more detail on the specific ways in which we can bring down prices for communities, including his.
Melinda Ward.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituents are appalled by supermarkets and other petrol retailers that are price gouging and profiteering out of global instability and a Middle East war that was backed by both the Tories and Reform. And let's make no mistake that if they were in government, our country would be right in the middle of it. Can the Chancellor set out the action she's taking to clamp down on price gouging? And can I thank her for the £9 million announced yesterday to help my constituents in Cowdenbeath and elsewhere affected by changes at Mossmoran?
I thank the honourable lady for my honourable friend for those questions, and thank you for the campaigning work that she's done on Mossmoran to ensure that we can properly support her community, as we are also doing with the Growth Mission Fund. But we have introduced the cheaper fuel finder to ensure that price gouging doesn't happen by giving greater transparency to the prices offered by different fuel retailers. This is something that the previous government could have done in the last 14 years in a way that in France there is already a cheaper fuel finder available on all apps when you're travelling. We are introducing it because we want to ensure that our constituents have the lowest price possible when they fill up their tank.
Renewable.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Given the current crisis, does the Chancellor regret in her first budget increasing by £150 billion over this Parliament the unfunded borrowing that the Office for Budget Responsibility said at the time was one of the largest fiscal loosenings of any fiscal event in recent decades?
Yeah. The party opposite once believed in fiscal discipline, but that has gradually eroded over time. It is because of the fiscal rules that I introduced that we've been able to invest in Sizewell C and in small modular reactors. That was not possible under the fiscal rules of the last government. But I would also say that borrowing fell in the last year. That didn't happen under the last few years of the previous Conservative government.
Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Chancellor for her statement, and I'm sure she'll agree with me that the biggest concern is the intersection between poverty and food and energy price hikes for our constituents. Will she look, as she prepares ahead, to a warm homes prescription so we can protect people's health by keeping their homes warm, which also saves money, and also ensuring sufficiency in the Crisis and Resilience Fund so local authorities can really invest in those in the greatest need?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. And of course, from next month, families with children will benefit from the abolition of the two-child cap within the universal credit system. We've also doubled the number of people who can get the warm homes discount and put £14 billion into upgrading people's homes through the warm homes plan. But of course, as we look at targeted support, we will look at vulnerabilities within that.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor has mentioned several times about households benefiting from £150 off, but I have a constituent on the phone this morning who's been told that his energy bills are still rising and they are not seeing the savings that the Chancellor is talking about. What conversations is she having with energy companies to make sure that they do actually benefit from that fall in bills that she is very keen to talk about?
Well, I'd be very happy to see the particular details of that constituent because energy companies are both through fixed and variable tariffs passing on the £150 reduction that I brought in the budget by getting rid of the eco levy entirely and moving other levies from bills onto general taxation. So happy to look at the particular circumstances, but on average people should be getting £117 cut in their energy bills from April the 1st.
Jim Dix.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Chancellor for her statement. We have indeed, as she says, made good progress on stabilising our fiscal and economic situation since the election in 2024, most notably increasing the headroom available in our public finances, but as a result of the last government failing to invest in sustainable energy and nuclear, we are much more exposed to price shocks than we could be. Would she agree with me that it's vital that we do all we can to protect the most vulnerable in our community, such as constituents of mine in Dartford, from the price hikes in energy that will result from this Middle East war?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and for his constituents in Dartford and around the country. There have been 6 cuts in interest rates since the general election, and more than doubling of the headroom means that we have a bit more room for manoeuvre in the face of shocks. But I would also say, because of the actions of this government, gas is setting the price for energy a third less than it was just 4 years ago because of the investment in renewables that this government are making.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the targeted nature of the measures announced, but 3 weeks ago it looked like inflation was going to return to the level that the Right Honourable Lady inherited when she took office in July 2024. That no longer is going to happen. But also, we see now the cost of borrowing, and given we're spending well over £100 billion a year on debt interest, what assessment has the Chancellor made of the implications of higher inflation and higher borrowing costs for the public finances?
I thank the right honourable gentleman for that question, and it is because of those concerns and not wanting to put any upward pressure on borrowing costs or inflation that we are looking at what targeted support can be offered rather than the blanket support the previous time that energy bills went up. The Bank of England offered their assessment on potential impacts on inflation, but as the Governor of the Bank of England has also said, the upward pressure on inflation because of the conflict in the Middle East is tempered somewhat by the action that I took in my budget last year, which reduces inflation between 0.4 and 0.5 percentage points, taking some of that upward pressure on inflation off.
Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Chancellor for her statement. Can I ask her to do something for a specific group of people, and that is people in the private rented market who have to rent their home, and especially in more deprived communities like mine. Their energy bills are going to go up, but still their biggest outgoing each month will be their rent, and it is too often exploitative in areas like mine. We had rent controls in this country from the First World War up until the dying days of Margaret Thatcher. What can she do, thinking outside the box, to tackle this issue?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and I recognise that in his constituency, like mine and many others, more people are in private rented accommodation than own their own home. One of the reasons why we introduced the Renters' Rights Act, opposed by the party opposite, is to give people greater certainty and to be able to challenge increases in their rents, as well as greater rights over eviction to exactly help constituents of his and all of ours.
Dougal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just 3 weeks ago at the spring statement, I cautioned the Chancellor that significant fiscal intervention would be required to protect businesses and households in the face of this war in the Middle East. And she said at that time that thanks to her actions, the finances of the UK were in robust condition. Now she prevaricates in order to protect those self-same public finances. The two things can't be true at the same time. 13% of constituents in Angus and Perthshire Glens are on oil, 5% in Scotland, 2% in England and 0% in Leeds West and Pudsey. Perhaps that's why she's provided 53 million to support oil users, where that won't even touch the sites.
It took 200 days for the previous government to act on heating oil. It took us under 2 weeks, with £53 million, and that money allocated based on the usage of heating oil in different parts of the country. So there will be no help for my constituents in Leeds West and Pudsey from the £53 million of heating oil, because we don't use it. But there will be support for Scottish constituencies, Northern Irish constituencies and many others as well, because it is the right thing to do.
Mr. Speaker, it is expected that food inflation will hit 4%. Now, that means that a typical family's annual grocery bill will increase by approximately £240. And in Scotland, there are approximately 1 million people that have experienced food insecurity in the last year. Food insecurity is closely linked to access and consumption of fruit and vegetables. And the Chancellor said that she is going to meet with supermarkets. Can I ask, what will the asks and demands be so that people can get improved access to nutritious and affordable food?
Well, from April the 1st, from next week, the two-child limit within universal credit will go, and food banks have said that will reduce the reliance of families with children on food banks, and that, of course, is a very good thing. There is also more that government could do to try and bring down food inflation, including getting a sanitary and phytosanitary deal with the EU, and we're committed to achieve that this year. That will bring down prices in the shops. It's opposed by the Conservatives and Reform because of their ideological dislike of the European Union, but it's the right thing to do to reduce food inflation for all of our constituents.
Thank you
very much, Mr. Speaker. The sad truth is this. The Chancellor weakened the UK economy with her tax-busting budgets and her jobs tax, and this Middle East crisis has exposed that. Further, the Energy Secretary's actions are making it worse, and he's just refused to maximise drilling in the North Sea and issue new licences, which would give much needed energy security and affordability in the UK. So will she now see sense and overrule those decisions of his?
Since I became Chancellor, we've had 6 cuts in interest rates, and for every month that I've been Chancellor, wages have risen faster than prices compared to the previous Parliament, when people were worse off at the end than they were at the beginning. And if the Right Honourable Lady believed in energy security so much, why was she part of a government that refused to fund small modular reactors or Sizewell C and opposed onshore wind, the cheapest form of energy? If she believes in energy security, she should back it.
Andrew Cooper.
Speaker, my constituents are being exploited by unscrupulous petrol retailers who are not letting a crisis go to waste. A BP in Winsford, unleaded is 10 pence more per litre than the cheapest in the area. At Shell in Middlewich, it's 15 pence more per litre. Does the Competition and Markets Authority have the power it needs to clamp down on this unscrupulous behaviour?
So we've introduced the cheaper fuel finder to ensure that you have information like this, and most crucially, your constituents have information like this. Already in France, you can see on any map, on an app on your phone or your sat-nav, the different prices of petrol at different filling stations. And that is where we will be in just a few weeks' time, once we have got that technology to work with those companies. The previous government had 14 years to do something like that. Other countries have, but we were without that facility. Being able to do that means that all of our constituents can make sure that we fill up at the cheapest cost.
Obviously, you didn't mean me, I know that. Don't worry, Gavin Robertson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. May I thank the Chancellor for recognising the disproportionate reliance on home heating oil in Northern Ireland, but recognise that the £17 million made available for 500,000 homes reliant on oil equates to £34 per household, and there's no data to target that support. The £81 million available from the renewables obligation for electricity, we were told by the Prime Minister and the Northern Ireland Secretary of State that that could be targeted, and yet Treasury officials are blocking that. I would ask her to look at that again. She's made the commitment not to reinstore the 5 pence of duty on fuel. Could I ask her to look at red diesel? Could I ask her to look at taking a look at the rebate for red diesel to help support construction and transport and haulage and energy regeneration in our country, to stimulate those parts of our economy that have a disproportionate reliance and have lost the support they so gravely needed?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. On heating oil, thank you for what he said, and obviously a disproportionate amount of that support has gone to Northern Ireland, given the greater reliance, and we encourage local authorities to use that money to target it at those who need it the most, and at the same time to ensure that everybody is supported. The Competition and Markets Authority are doing an urgent review to make sure that there is not price gouging going on. But we acted in a matter of days on heating oil, and that was the right thing to do. On red diesel, when we froze the fuel duty, we also took action on red diesel, but of course happy to ensure that the relevant minister meets with the honourable gentleman to talk further about what needs to be done.
Well, let's speed it up. Harpreet Tupple.
Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor will be aware that we have a strong manufacturing sector in Huddersfield and in Yorkshire, including in defence and SMEs, but they are feeling the pressure of rising costs, and the Middle East war has seen input prices go up and disrupted supply chains. So can I ask how she's particularly supporting manufacturers?
My honourable friend is right about the importance of manufacturing in Huddersfield and more widely across Yorkshire. From the beginning of April, we are introducing the supercharger, which will take £420 million off the energy bills of the most energy-intensive industries, and the British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme comes in next year, which will help, I think, over 5,000 businesses.
I'll tell the chance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fuel price shock that we're seeing caused by Trump's reckless war, highlights just how risky it is for the UK to be locked into these global fossil fuel markets. And of course, the CCC just recently pointed out that the cost of achieving net zero by 2050 is less than the cost of a single fossil fuel price spike, reinforcing the point we need to invest in the clean green technologies and get ourselves off being hooked on fossil fuels. Now, we've got a key problem in the UK because gas is coupled to electricity prices. Decoupling those prices is crucial. Will the Chancellor look at the report last week from Commonwealth that points out that decoupling could be achieved right now and would save households at least £200 each? Yes.
Thank the honourable lady for that question, and I agree that de-escalation is the best way to reduce bills for families and businesses. I would just gently say to the honourable lady, we want investment in renewables, and that's why we introduced the Planning and Infrastructure Act to make it easier to build them. But her party voted against that, which is keeping people's bills higher than they need to. We have had a third reduction in gas imports, and gas is setting the price of our energy something like a third less than it was just 4 years ago. And the electricity generators levy and the energy profits levy is ensuring that excess profits are taxed, and we can use that money to support the public finances and public services.
Justin Matters.
Mr. Speaker, the consumer-focused, pragmatic approach by this government is such a contrast to the rhetoric of some on the benches opposite who would only see military action escalate and be in no doubt that it would be our constituents who would pay the price for that. So in respect of the CMA, I welcome the report this morning about what action they're taking to tackle rip-off debt fees, but that report took several years. So in respect of the new powers that the Chancellor's announced today from the CMA to tackle price gouging, can she confirm that the CMA will be able to act swiftly, nimbly, in real time to tackle companies who seek to exploit this particular crisis?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and it's absolutely right. The gung-ho approach of the party opposite would have made this crisis worse, not better, and our approach diplomatically has been to de-escalate this crisis at every stage, in part because we don't want that cost of living impact on families. In terms of the Competition and Markets Authority, as my honourable friend knows, we met them a couple of weeks ago to talk through what more can be done with cheaper fuel finder to roll that out, to investigate the impact on heating oil, and within the next few weeks the CMA will be coming back after that investigation and looking more widely about how to keep prices down for all of our constituents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The £474,000 awarded to Dorset Council last week as part of the Chancellor's announcement is welcome, but I must tell her it really won't touch the sides, and more is going to need to be done to support rural communities. Unwillingly and unwittingly, the government is going to be profiteering from this by having a massive hike in VAT and duty take. Could I urge the Chancellor, because this would not add to government borrowing, to ring-fence either in whole or great part those excess receipts that she will be receiving, to ring-fence to support rural communities across the country as they face into this cost of living crisis?
Good question.
Thank you for what the honourable gentleman said about heating oil, and as well as the direct support for his local authority and many others, the CMA work is also crucial to stop businesses exploiting this crisis to increase profits. And as I said in the answer to the previous question, the CMA will be reporting on that shortly. What I would just say about ring-fencing certain tax revenues, it's clearly the case that a prolonged conflict is going to reduce other tax revenues and push up borrowing costs. So it's not possible to ring-fence a particular tax for a particular use because other tax revenues are going to be coming down. But the whole reason we have the energy profits levy and the electricity generators levy is to have some sort of stabilisation in the system to bring in money to support the government and our constituents when it's most needed. And of course we'll be using it to do that.
Lupex.
Speaker, can I thank my right honourable friend for the serious approach he's taken to this conflict, unlike the hokey-cokey approach we've seen from the party opposite. Peterborough is willing to play its part developing our energy infrastructure, and we've already had £1 billion worth of private investment to upgrade the gas networks based out of Peterborough. But my constituents will know the price hike is not just about what's happening now in the Middle East. It's about a decade where we have not built the energy infrastructure this country needs. Will she reassure me that her plans today will speed up new nuclear, speed up investment in renewables and get this country building the energy infrastructure we need if we're to tackle this for the long term?
Thank my honourable friend for that question. And it's great to see that investment coming into Peterborough, supported by my honourable friend in the gas networks. And that's in stark contrast to the party opposite, who got rid of our gas storage facilities, stalled on nuclear, stalled on renewables, and as a result has left us more vulnerable to an energy price shock.
Question, Ben Lake.
Mr. Speaker, what contingency planning is taking place to support non-domestic energy bills, especially in rural areas such as mine, where a great number of small businesses, community organisations rely on heating oil and LPG?
The best thing we can do to support households and businesses, and I'm sure he will agree, is to de-escalate this crisis and bring it to an end as quickly as possible. But as I've set out in my statement today, I will not tolerate businesses price gouging and earning excessive profits because of the conflict of the Middle East. That's why we've got the CMA with new powers to ensure that that doesn't happen, and why we are targeting support at those who most need it.
Can I? Point of order, Sir David Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After the financial crash in 2009, a banker called Tom Hayes was wrongly sent to prison. Last July, the Supreme Court overturned his conviction, and in January they instructed the government to pay him just shy of £300,000. He has still not been paid, not because the government is disputing the sum, but because they can't agree amongst themselves which department should make the payment. So he cannot get an answer as to what's going to happen with him. I cannot get an answer. I don't even know which minister to approach because of the dispute, the wrangle going on inside the government. I've written to Lord Chancellor. His department tells me I'm not going to get an answer at least until the middle of next month. So can you tell me, Madam Deputy Speaker, how I can establish the responsible department so that this House can get a proper answer to how this injustice is going to be resolved?
Can I thank the right honourable member for his point of order? In the first instance, he may wish to consult the clerks in the table office for advice as to how he can best elicit a response, but he might also like to raise this with the Leader of the House at Business Questions, who will then be able to ensure that the question is directed to the correct government department. Point of order, Sir John Hayes.
Very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise as the chairman of the all-party group on acquired brain injury, concerned about the news that 287 patients from a hospital in Northampton are to be reallocated across the country. NHS England have told local health bosses the hospital isn't fit for purpose, and so they must reallocate these people. Many are brain injured. The member from Northampton South is very concerned about this because many are his constituents. Given that you probably haven't had notice of a statement from the government about this, how can I draw it to the House's attention beyond this? And how can ministers be asked to come here to explain what they're going to do about this woeful situation?
Can I thank the right honourable member for his point of order? He is quite right. I certainly have not had any notice of a statement on this, but of course he can raise this at health questions. Again, the advice, he can raise this with the Leader of the House, but he has certainly done an excellent job of highlighting the issue. I believe also in debates which I have listened to, and I'm sure the Treasury bench has heard him this afternoon. Point of order, Bel Ribeiro Addy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Tomorrow, the 25th of March, is the UN's International Day of Remembrance of the victims of slavery in the transatlantic slave trade. The Ghanaian government's resolution declaring the transatlantic slave trade as a crime against humanity, backed by the African Union, CARICOM and a growing global coalition, will be debated. Given our nation's central role in the trafficking and enslavement of African peoples, a vote against would be a betrayal of every life it consumed. This House has never debated this. How can we be certain that our UN vote reflects the will of this Parliament and, more importantly, the will of this country? Madam Deputy Speaker, how can we ensure decisions of this magnitude taken in our name receive the democratic consideration they deserve before a vote is cast?
Can I thank the Honourable Lady for her point of order? As she will know, the Government conducts diplomatic relations in the United Nations under Crown prerogative. Nevertheless, she has placed her concerns on the record and the front bench will have heard them. Of course, as this House has not debated the issue, she might do well to apply for a backbench business debate, or alternatively to raise it in Westminster Hall, or indeed with the Leader of the House at business questions. Which brings us to the 10-minute rule motion. Kirstine Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to require that personal protective equipment procured and provided by public sector and associated bodies must comply with standard BS 30417/2025 or an equivalent specified standard and for connected purposes. I bring this bill to the House today as a proud member of the GMB Union. We all know the importance of personal protective equipment. It is the final defence against unavoidable risks in the workplace. But what's not always appreciated is that employees across the UK are routinely working without fit-to-form PPE, compromising safety and hindering productivity. BS 30417, developed by the British Standards Institution, is guidance that puts fit-to-form PPE as a consideration at every stage of purchasing, supply and use. Madam Deputy Speaker, our workforce is not homogeneous. Employees are not all male, 5'9" and 85 kilos, and even then, PPE is often designed for a taller man. Whether preparing food, handling chemicals, building houses, healing patients or fighting fires, too many are given inadequate PPE. Boots too big, they become trip hazards. Gloves too large, they can't grip properly, or high-vis jackets so cumbersome they restrict movement. While some employers offer inclusive PPE, it's time for us to put our money where our mouth is. Enshrining the BSI's new PPE standard or the industry equivalent in public procurement sends a very clear message to employers and manufacturers that the future of work and PPE is inclusive. Over the past year and a half, I have met with women across industries, health services, firefighters, police, armed services, engineering. They are exasperated at poor fit PPE and often the ridicule that comes with it. Take something as simple as sizing. The smallest glove size available on the market is still too large for 86% of female hands. That's not just inconvenient and cumbersome, it's unsafe. Many women doing training drills on ladders, handling hoses and ropes, find them impossible as the gloves are simply too big to allow for a secure grip. Running into a burning building is something few of us would ever want to face, but our firefighters do this daily. Amidst an attack, running towards danger is something few of us would do, but our police officers do this daily. Handling soiled linen and cleaning up bodily waste is something most of us avoid where possible, but our carers, nurses and medical professionals do this daily. Madam Deputy Speaker, one Scottish firefighter came to me with her experience of running into burning buildings, but the service didn't have any female-fit fire boots. This is intolerable, a dangerous trip hazard in a perilous situation. In basic frontline protection, we are failing women who are putting their lives on the line. And the horror stories go on. Stab vests, predominantly designed to fit men, they're simply inadequate to fit the body shape of female police officers. Ordinarily, they're too big and too loose. When running, the stab vest slides up and down, hitting against their neck and chin, an encumbrance slowing them down in moments of danger. In one case, a knife slipped under a police officer's garment and she was hospitalised with severe stab wounds. Alternatively, officers are forced to tie them so tight it impairs their breathing. Madam Deputy Speaker, others spoke of needing to alter their PPE just to make it fit. This completely compromises their safety and makes the worker legally liable for accidents on site due to wearing PPE incorrectly. And that's before we even talk about the lack of well-fitting protective clothing for people with disabilities, religious and cultural requirements, and men who don't fit the average size. Women in war zones have reported their oversized body armour cutting their thighs when sat in vehicles traversing rocky terrain, or helmets falling over their eyes. We should not expect our service personnel to enter combat zones if we cannot deliver the body armour and fitted head protection that can save lives. Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst these examples are not limited to public services, the purchasing power of the state represents a sizable portion of the market. The purchase of PPE for our council, care workers, firefighters, armed services and police. This bill will put people at the forefront of PPE procurement, ensuring true fit-to-form protection from sparks and burns, waste and disease, machinery and chemicals. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to give special thanks to the people who put so much work into the new BSI standard and helped me learn all things PPE, a subject that was not my forte but has soon become a passion project. Firstly, the BSI drafting panel, superbly led by Sarah Gibbs and Natalie Wilson, and I'm grateful for the inspiration of Roshi Hussain for challenging PPE straight from graduation into various construction sites. Robbie McGregor for all his help, and the GMB team, Mel and Lindsay, for bringing their campaign for inclusive PPE to employers and to the workplace. I must also place on record my thanks to my parliamentary assistant, Angus Walker-Stewart, who very diligently followed me down this rabbit hole. I will also take this opportunity to wish the British Standards Institution a very happy birthday, and it's a big one, 125 years of standardising our rail gauges, plug sockets and now PPE. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to conclude my proposal of this bill by bringing it back to where I live and where I come from politically. International Workers' Memorial Day falls on the 28th of April every year. In Bathgate, where I live, we gather in Balbardy Park. It is most beautiful in the springtime, with the cherry blossoms welcoming visitors to the park. Now designated a Park of Peace, this old colliery site saw at least 23 fatalities during its operation. International Workers' Memorial Day's motto is Remember the Dead, Fight for the Living, and this new inclusive PPE standard allows us to do just that and help ensure that those who go to work return home once again. With an ambitious plan to upgrade infrastructure and build 1.5 million new homes, this Labour government can lead by example and enshrine BS 30417 or equivalent at the heart of public sector procurement.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Patricia Ferguson, Mike Reader, Susan Murray, Chris Kane, Douglas McAllister, Joanna Baxter, Tracy Gilbert, Elaine Stewart, Lillian Jones and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Kirstine Sullivan.
Personal Protective Equipment Inclusive Standards Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, 17th of April.
Friday, the 17th of April. We now come to the Opposition Day motion on oil and gas. I inform the House that the Speaker has selected the amendment tabled in the name of the Prime Minister. I call the Opposition spokesperson to move the motion.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the motion as on the order paper. What do Renewables UK, Scottish Renewables, Greg Jackson from Octopus, the Chair of Great British Energy, the unions and the Tony Blair Institute all have in common? They all think the Labour Party has got this wrong.
Yeah, all of them.
They all think that we should make the most of our oil and gas in the North Sea. Yep. These are some of the most powerful advocates for clean energy in this country. These are the great and the good of the Labour left. Yeah. They all get that shutting down the North Sea is an act of economic self-harm, an unforgivable own goal when it comes to Britain's energy security. The question is, why doesn't the Labour Party? Let's go through their arguments one by one. First, the Secretary of State has argued that the North Sea does not help our energy security because all of the oil and gas gets sold abroad. This is rubbish. We use all of the gas that we drill in the North Sea. It makes up about half of our supply. If we do not use our own North Sea gas, by 2035, we'll be 3 times more reliant on foreign imports of LNG. That's much dirtier foreign gas. Why would we use that when we could use our own? The idea that it does not affect our energy security is pure misinformation from the Secretary of State, and MPs in the House today would be unwise to repeat it. Even the Climate Change Committee acknowledges that we will still need oil and gas for decades to come. If we are going to need it, then we should get as much as possible from Britain. Absolutely. That's just common sense. Second, they say maximising our own resources in the North Sea makes us more reliant on fossil fuels. This is total rubbish. Yes. Producing our own oil and gas has no connection with our consumption of oil and gas. The biggest barrier to electrification is not our oil and gas industry, it's the party opposite, making electricity more and more expensive by piling levies and taxes onto people's bills. Using electricity to heat our homes or drive our cars can help us make us resilient during a price spike, but the problem is our electricity is too expensive. And what the Secretary of State is doing, piling cost after cost onto people's electricity bills, is making the problem worse. I will give way on that point.
I'm most grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. Would she agree with me that the simple thing to do in order to bring down the bills is to scrap net stupid zero, so you can scrap all the carbon taxes, scrap all the green levies, and all our consumers and households are better off?
And please, your donors.
Well, I thank the gentleman for his question. I do think we need to take some of the green taxes and levies off electricity bills, because the problem that you've got is if the party opposite keep making electricity more expensive, no one will want to use it. Yep. That's why our policy is the opposite of theirs. We believe we should make electricity cheap by taking off green taxes and levies. And that has nothing to do with the North Sea. Drilling in the North Sea doesn't stop anyone buying an electric car. It doesn't stop us building nuclear, of which I am a strong advocate, or wind or solar for that matter. They say that drilling in the North Sea leaves us tied to fossil fuels. But why? They only need to look at Norway to see this isn't true, a country which makes the most of its own oil and gas resources, but where lots of people drive EVs. So let's hear none of that argument today. Third, they say it won't help reduce costs for ordinary people. This is economically illiterate rubbish. We are paying tens of billions of pounds to import oil and gas from Norway from the exact same basin we could be drilling ourselves. What does destroying our oil and gas industry mean for public finances over the next decade? £25 billion in lost tax revenue. They say they are taxing the wealthy. Are they in the real world? They are taxing anybody with a pulse. Pensioners, middle earners, small businesses, farmers, drivers. If they breathe, they are taxing them. They are taxing them and people are suffering. But they could instead be getting that tax revenue from thriving industry instead. I'll happily give way on that point.
The North Sea oil industry halved in the last decade when her party was in government.
The Honourable Lady might like to know that oil and gas jobs have been stable for the last 6 years, but we are losing 1,000 jobs a month because of their policies. The reason I know that is because I have been to Aberdeen. Maybe she would like to do the same. We also saw yesterday that the markets are charging us 5% for our borrowing. That's because they think we borrow too much and earn too little. But there's an easy way for the country to earn some more money. We can make the most of our own resources and back the North Sea, and this would drive down costs for everyone. It's unfashionable at the moment to talk about balance of payments, but if you keep sending billions of pounds abroad and rack up your credit card bill, that causes costs for everybody. Fourth, climate. Labour will say drilling our own oil and gas in the North Sea is climate vandalism. I'm quoting the Secretary of State. This is patent rubbish. Every drop of gas we don't drill ourselves, we import from abroad instead. The LNG that we import has 4 times the emission of gas that we could get from the North Sea. LNG, for those who don't know, is gas that has to be frozen to minus 150 degrees, shipped in diesel-chugging tankers, then heated up here. That's why it has much higher emissions overall. Now, the Labour Party, who say they care about this and that climate change is the biggest threat to our national security, their words, not mine, they have a choice today. We could be 3 times more reliant on that dirtier LNG shipped across the Atlantic, shipped in from the Middle East, or we could use our own gas with 4 times fewer the emissions. Which would they prefer? Virtue signalling higher emissions under the Secretary of State, or more jobs and lower emissions under our plans to back the North Sea? I'll happily give way in that point.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. And does she not, like me, feel not only sorry for all the consumers up and down the country who see billions of taxes that could be paid if we just produce more oil and gas here, could be used to lower the taxes when they fill up their cars and travel to work, but does she also not feel sorry for the 2 members opposite, because they are captured by an ideological Secretary of State? Neither of the 2 ministers on the front bench are idiots, neither of them, and yet they are captured by an ideological Secretary of State who's literally having to make them swear that black is white.
I thank my right honourable friend, and these are 2 Scottish MPs. They have been to industry. They know what people in those areas are saying. They know the jobs that are being lost. And the question is, when the answer is so blindingly obvious, when we could use things that we make in this country rather than using dirtier imports from abroad, the question they need to ask themselves is, why can't their Secretary of State see the truth? Fifth, they say new fields will take too long to get up and running. This is dangerous, short-termist rubbish. Jack Daw and Rosebank could be up and running by Christmas. They have been sat on the Secretary of State's desk gathering dust. This hiding behind the process, I was part of the process. It is in the Secretary of State's gift. It is up to him to make the assessment. We are in an energy crisis. He could speed this up if he chose to do so. Jack Daw alone could produce enough gas to heat over 1.5 million homes. As their own Chancellor commends Norway and Canada for drilling more. That's what she said last week. She commended them for drilling more. She said every country must do its part by generating more oil and gas. They should ask themselves why their party position seems to be support the oil and gas industry anywhere but Britain.
Right, I'd just like to clarify whether the Honourable Lady agrees with herself when she was Shadow Energy Minister that nobody's saying that net zero was a mistake. Net zero in the round was the eminently sensible thing to do. We need to decarbonise and we need to have an ambitious target to aim for.
Well, I would thank the Honourable Lady, but I don't think it takes much effort to read out a whip's question. The question she needs to answer is why she's supporting a policy which is going to increase British emissions. She's supporting a policy which means that we're importing goods with higher emissions. That is what she's supporting today. 5 bad arguments which have been thoroughly disproved by people outside of this chamber, by people that they supposedly respect. 5 bad arguments spun by the Secretary of State which should be consigned to history. What the North Sea can actually give us is what it's been doing all along: stronger energy security, a stronger environment, a stronger economy. Are these not things that we want the next generation to have? And the question they need to answer is this: what reason does Renewable UK or their very own chair of Great British Energy have to back the North Sea if it doesn't give us these very things? Yeah. Maybe, just maybe, it's time for them to admit that their Secretary of State has approached his role with a dangerous, blinkered ideology rather than being interested in the national interest. Absolutely. Maybe even they realise that they are once more being marched up the hill on the wrong side of history, on the wrong side of public opinion, when we all know there will be an inevitable U-turn from the Prime Minister and the Chancellor in a few weeks' time. It is mad at the best of times to not want to make the most of our own resources. This idea that you would ban industry if you think they can't change prices in this country. Let's be clear, that is an argument to shut down all business in this country. There is a benefit to making things in Britain. It's called jobs and tax revenue and self-reliance. The Labour Party used to understand that, and I will happily give way on that point.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend giving way. And on that point about security and growing it at home, I'm sure my right honourable friend shares my concern that in the push for renewables, we are entirely reliant on the processing being done in China, on the other side of the world. So when the party opposite talk about not being reliant on petrochemical dictators, they seem perfectly happy to be reliant on renewable dictators.
My honourable friend makes an excellent point. In the trade wars that we saw last year, China limited the export of several rare minerals, which would be critical components in the renewable supply chain. Having an energy system which is dominated by renewables is having a system which is completely reliant on China. And that is why we think that is the wrong approach. It is mad at the best of times to not want to make the most of our own resources. In the middle of a supply crisis, it is completely unforgivable. And yet that's exactly what Labour MPs will vote for today. They are on the wrong side of history on this one. They should put their disastrous Secretary of State zealotry to one side, fast-track Rosebank and Jackdaw, reverse their disastrous bans and taxes, and put our energy resilience over their narrow political interests by backing the North Sea. And I will give way on that final point.
Thank you, Honourable Lady, for giving way. Can I first of all thank the Shadow Minister and the Conservative Party again for bringing this forward. My constituents tell me very clearly, if we have oil, let's dig it and let's drill it and let's make sure that we get the opportunity of it. Now, is it not ludicrous for the Labour Party to let Norway get all the assets from the drilling and us to get nothing when it's the same bed that we have? Really, for the Labour Party to have any other sort of policy is ludicrous. It's against the will of the people, it's against the will of this Parliament, of us on this side, and I think the Minister should take a review of his decision.
Well, I thank the honourable member. I think these are the strongest words that I've heard from him in my entire time in Parliament, and the party opposite would be wise to heed them. At the moment, we are in a situation where we share the same basin with Norway, and last year they drilled 46 new wells and they made 21 new discoveries, and we drilled 0 wells for the first time since 1964. This is exactly the same basin. There is not a geology difference. It is a political line drawn down the middle. It is quite clear that it's the Labour Party's approach and the Secretary of State's approach which is driving this industry into the ground. I will happily give way on that point.
I thank the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. And one of the reasons why Norway, of course, is so successful is because of the certainty that is applied to the tax regime in respect of oil and gas drilling. Now, within the Conservative Party motion, as I read it, they seek to remove the energy profits levy. As a point of clarity, can she be clear with the House as to whether she would want that to be replaced by the oil and gas petroleum mechanism, as suggested by so many in the industry in Aberdeen?
thank the honourable gentleman. I know his party has a checkered past in backing the North Sea, but what I will say is that I'd be happy to work with anyone to look how we can support the industry. My position is clear. At the moment, we are taxing companies at a marginal rate of 100%. We are banning new licences, the only country in the world to do so. We are making ourselves more reliant on dirtier gas from abroad when we could be using our own resources and taking in £25 billion of tax receipts. And that's why I urge the party opposite, the party who used to be the party of workers, they used to be the party of industry, they used to be the party that understood aspiration in this country, to put themselves on the right side of history and vote for the motion today.
The question is, as on the order paper, I call the Minister to move the amendment. Martin McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move the amendment standing in my name and the name of the Prime Minister and other honourable members. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've said before many times in this House, the North Sea oil and gas sector is one of our great industrial success stories. We are proud of the role that the North Sea's workers and communities have played in helping to power our country and the world for decades, and we recognise the role that let me make some progress. And we recognise the role that oil and gas will play in our energy mix for decades to come, as well as the vast skills and experience of our offshore workforce. But as a government, we also have a duty to be honest about the challenges that we face. And the reality is that more domestic oil and gas production won't make us more energy secure and won't take a penny off bills. There is a lot of debate on this issue, so it's important to focus on the facts. And on that point, on the point of facts...
For giving way, because earlier today the Secretary of State refused to answer my question about why it is that the price of gas in the United States is between a third and a quarter of the price of gas here in the UK. Perhaps the Minister could help us all and help the British people, because this goes to the heart of it, about the price of gas and the size and cost of our bills.
As the honourable member will know and will have heard me say earlier in this speech, the price of gas and oil is set on an international market, and extracting more from the North Sea would not make a penny's difference in terms of price in this country. The North Sea is a super mature basin that accounts for around 0.7% of global oil and gas production. Production has been naturally falling for more than 20 years, which means our North Sea no longer has the reserves available to support domestic energy demand. And crucially, any new licences now would not make any difference to people's energy bills, because regardless of where it comes from, oil and gas is sold in international markets where we are price takers, not price makers, and I'll give way.
If we were to accept that argument, notwithstanding the fact that there are global markets and supply and demand leads to much lower prices in some places than elsewhere, but let's accept, for the purposes of this, let's accept that it makes no difference to the international price. It's billions of pounds in foregone taxes, which could be used to reduce prices, to reduce VAT, to reduce all sorts of impositions on the British people, saving not pennies but many pounds from ordinary people's bills. That's true, isn't it, Minister?
Madam Deputy Speaker, what the party opposite wants to do is they want to remove a tax that is contributing £12 billion to the Exchequer, that is funding our public services, that is allowing us to invest in our schools, in our hospitals and other public services. And if they oppose that, they need to come forward with their own proposals. Allow me to make some progress. The only route to energy security and lower bills is to get off our dependence on fossil fuel markets, which we have no control over, and onto clean, homegrown power that we do. I'll give way.
The Minister for giving way. There seems to be some sort of complete failure to understand how the gas market works. Because the gas market works on piped gas, it works on local markets, and it works on an integrated supply and consumption system. And yet he's addressing it as though it's shipped oil. It's not the same market, and yet he's dealing with it as though it is. Could he please begin to address the fact that this is a very different market?
We have been importers since 2004 of gas. And the party opposite will know, because they presided over the period of this decline. They will know that it's been declining for some time. Allow me to make some progress. Recent events in the Middle East are yet another reminder of the need to speed up that transition and protect British people from these price shocks. Thanks to our mission to make the UK a clean energy superpower, we have already seen £90 billion of investment announced for clean British energy, but now we are determined to go even further and faster in pursuit of national energy security. And I'll give way.
Minister, for giving way, and I accept his point about having more homegrown renewables can be good for insulating ourselves from the economic output. But he will know there are great swathes of our industrial base that are gas dependent, not least the ceramics industry. So what message did he send to them? Because currently the price per therm is twice what it was 3 weeks ago. They're renewing their contracts. This is going to kill industry in certain parts of our foundational sector that we need to meet our mission. So what's the government's message to those industries?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know my honourable friend is a real advocate for the industries in his constituency, and the Minister for Industry is looking in detail at this and is coming forward with proposals for industry to take us through this moment where we are dealing with this situation in the Middle East. We are bringing forward the next renewables auction months after our most successful auction ever secured enough power for the equivalent of 16 million homes. And just today, we set out plans to make plug-in solar available in supermarkets so more people can put a panel on their balcony or outdoor space and begin saving energy. And we're ensuring heat pumps and solar panels will be standard in new build homes. Madam Deputy Speaker, one moment. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want to talk about the Energy Profits Levy, which has been mentioned by a number of honourable members across the House. Since its introduction in 2022, the Energy Profits Levy has raised around £12 billion. This revenue supports, as I said earlier, vital public services. And as the Chancellor noted at the recent spring forecast, the Energy Profits Levy will be replaced by the new oil and gas price mechanism in 2030, or sooner if average oil and gas prices over 6 months fall below the thresholds of the Energy Security Investment Mechanism. The Chancellor recognises industry's calls for the EPL to be replaced by the mechanism and wants to work with industry to provide certainty on the future fiscal regime whilst taxing windfall profits of energy companies. And I'll give way.
For giving way. On the Energy Profits Levy, the OBR's own forecast last year downgraded the income that they're expecting from oil and gas by 40% between March and November, and then another 20% between November and March this year. By 2020-30, we're now only expecting £100 million from a sector that used to bring home billions. That's because of the EPL, and that's because of the ban on licences, and that's the impact that Labour are having on the oil and gas sector.
The honourable lady will know that this is a windfall tax on windfall profits. If there are not windfall profits, there will not be a windfall tax. The motion, allow me to make progress. The motion also calls for an end to the ban on oil and gas licensing. The government has been clear that will support the management of existing fields for their lifespan. That's why we've committed to introducing transitional energy certificates that will enable some offshore oil and gas production in areas adjacent to already licensed fields, linked via a tieback, or in areas that are already part of an existing field. But new licences to explore new fields would make no material difference to overall production and would run contrary to the science on tackling the climate crisis.
Why does he think the strategy of this government is so different to that of Norway? Nobody is doubting the commitment that Norway has to the environment and to net zero. And yet they're pumping more oil and gas than they have done for a very long time, notwithstanding their commitment in the longer term to net zero.
Speaker, Norway has managed their fields in a very different way to this country has over a course of 40 or 50 years, and every country will take its own decisions on how best to secure its own energy supply, and many other countries are taking a similar approach to the United Kingdom. Let me turn now to Jackdaw and Rosebank, which is addressed in the motion from the opposition. At the outset, I should say that it would be inappropriate for me to comment on the merits of individual cases, because doing so could prejudice the decision-making process. As with planning decisions which are comparable in nature, offshore oil and gas projects are subject to a robust and legally grounded regulatory framework under which information submitted by developers must be carefully assessed. In both the Jackdaw and Rosebank cases, the Secretary of State will make a decision on whether to agree to these being consented in due course. It's imperative that all relevant material is properly considered so that decisions are sound, defensible and robust. When reaching a view, the Secretary of State will assess the overall balance between any potential significant environmental effects and the wider benefits to the interests of the country. And as members would expect, that assessment will involve considering a range of factors which may include energy security alongside environmental considerations. Some have asked why these decisions are taking time. The answer is straightforward. These are planning-type decisions that must be taken in full knowledge of the facts. The guidance on the assessment of Scope 3 emissions published last year in response to the Supreme Court's judgment is the first of its kind, and it is therefore crucial that we take the time to apply it properly. It serves no one's interest for decisions to be rushed, and certainly doesn't serve the benefits of industry or the honourable gentleman who is chuntering from a sedentary position's constituents, only to be overturned later by the courts, which was the mess that the previous government got into. Of course.
I thank you for giving way. He mentioned their energy security, and of course this is fundamentally the most important issue facing us as a country at the moment, not only because of the conflict in the Middle East, but wider conflicts, including that in Ukraine. Is it not the case that we must stop taking short-term decisions and instead look for the long-term future of our energy so that we can get nationally controlled energy security, which is good for our national security too?
My honourable friend makes a really important point that I think gets to the heart of this debate. We aren't going to learn the wrong lessons from the situation that we're currently facing in the Middle East. We will not make ourselves more reliant on fossil fuels at a time when we can see playing out day after day after day in all of our constituents at rising prices the effect of being overly reliant and overly exposed to gas and fossil fuels. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are incredibly fortunate to have the North Sea on our doorstep. For almost half a century, the oil and gas buried there has fuelled development and charged our economy. But for too long now, governments have ignored the transition that is happening before their eyes. We owe it to the North Sea's workers and the communities who have done so much for our country to set out a proper plan for their future and seize the immense potential in clean energy. And I'll give way.
Thank him for giving way. The workers who he's referring to have a very different take on his government's approach to the North Sea than he does. Indeed, I think they would be incredulous at the arguments that he's making today and his government have made over many months, because it is costing them their jobs. He knows that moving from the energy profits levy to the OGPM as quickly as possible will give those workers some hope and will help assist with the energy security. Is he or his department currently in discussions with the Treasury about making that happen?
The Chancellor has had discussions with industry and will continue to have those discussions with industry. And that's right, an appropriate way to conduct these decisions. And, I was pleased to be myself in Aberdeen a couple of weeks ago talking to the same workers that he mentions. And, of course, we need to do as much as possible, to ensure that oil and gas workers are properly protected through this transition, but that we also don't lose sight of the great potential, for example, in floating offshore wind, which will also provide a significant future for his constituents and for people across Scotland. As I was saying, the transition that is underway is the only way to get off the roller coaster of fossil fuels and build a more secure energy system. Following a consultation with businesses and communities last autumn, we set out the steps we're taking to unleash the North Sea's clean energy future. That plan recognises that our world-class energy workers and supply chains and the importance of supporting them through that transition. And I'll give way.
Well, the Minister has been most generous. He'll know that Harbour Energy was the largest single producer in the North Sea. They're leaving. He will know that it's been devastating for so many workers in the industry. And he also know that by all projections, in 2050, this country will still be dependent on oil and gas. Dependent on oil and gas in 2050, in all scenarios. Dependent. And yet, by not doing new licences, we will, by definition, be more dependent on foreign supply, much of it having to come through the Straits of Hormuz. How can that make any sense? I don't think the Minister thinks it does, but I suppose he's forced to stand on his feet and repeat the nonsense that comes out of the mouth of his Secretary of State. I ask him.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm more than capable of forming my own conclusions, and what's in this speech are my own conclusions. And I would encourage the honourable gentleman to listen to what I've had to say throughout this. Harbour Energy is continuing to operate. He talks about dependence. The dependence that we are seeing at the moment is dependence on fossil fuels, is dependence on oil and gas, which has left every single one of our constituents across this House exposed to volatile oil and gas prices, exposed to higher prices. As in my response to my honourable friend earlier, the only way off of this is off the rollercoaster of fossil fuels, on to homegrown energy that we control where we can control the price. That is a responsible action from a government that's focused on the long term and not the short term, of course.
Offshore Energy UK doesn't agree with him, because it said that at the current rate, with the government crashing the North Sea industry, we're going to be 3 times more reliant by 2035 for gas as we are at the moment. Is he right, or is Offshore Energy UK right?
Minister.
I'll say to the honourable gentleman what I said to his front bench last week, which is we need to stop, or the party opposite needs to stop talking down the North Sea. 1.1 million barrels a day being extracted. That is not an industry that is being shut down. That is an industry that is continuing to produce. Let me conclude. Just last week, the Minister for Energy met with our North Sea Futures Board in Aberdeen with representatives from industry, unions and local groups to discuss how we can drive a fair, orderly and prosperous transition. Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, net zero is the economic opportunity of the century, despite what honourable gentlemen on the backbench might say. This government will make sure that our oil and gas workers can take advantage of that opportunity while driving for energy sovereignty and abundance with clean, homegrown power.
The original question was as on the order paper, since when Amendment A has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the original words stand part of the question. Before I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, just to alert members, there will be an immediate 4-minute time limit, which of course does not apply to the front benches. Pippa Halings.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I think we do need to be clear that this energy crisis is in effect an oil and gas crisis, and shows us yet again just how dangerous our over-dependence on fossil fuels really is. Just as with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the Middle East conflict shows how a single geopolitical escalation can send energy prices soaring, leaving households and businesses here in the UK exposed to shocks beyond their control. And history is now in danger of repeating itself. Families struggling with higher gas, petrol and food prices, while energy companies' profits surge. If the conflict continues, forecasts from Cornwall Insight suggest that energy bills could rise by £332 this July, a £332 Trump war tax on our energy bills. And yet what do we see is the Conservative Party's response? More drilling, more dependence, more of the roller coaster of volatile fossil fuel prices. And along with reform, those here today misleading the public on the need to drill, baby, drill, are the same ones that were gung-ho urging the Prime Minister to join Trump in this illegal war that caused this very crisis. And I will give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. Can she explain why the production of oil and gas makes us more reliant on the consumption of oil and gas? Would she look at the example of somewhere like Norway, which exports oil and gas and gets tax revenue from it, that actually has a high penetration of EV? Could she explain why she's conflating the issue?
Pippa Halings.
Very good question.
Thank you very much. And I do believe that the Minister answered her question, which is that Norway has a very, very different system and made different decisions about consumption. Consumption based on a higher level and a faster level of adoption of techniques and heat pumps, which dither and delay under the previous Conservative government, which we didn't move forward on to take us off that consumption. The truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that expanding oil and gas production in the North Sea, a mature basin from which we've already extracted 93%, will do nothing to cut people's energy bills. Any oil and gas extracted is sold on international markets to the highest bidder. Nor will it influence global prices, given that the UK can only contribute a tiny fraction of the global supply, even if new licences were given. So, it won't cut bills, nor will they increase security of supply. Research by Uplift shows that fields licensed by the previous Conservative government over 14 years have produced just over a month's worth of gas to date. And energy security is national security. As long as we rely on fossil fuels, we rely on foreign dictators and petrostates. Trump's national security report was clear. He will use his gas to project power, turning it on and off at his will. And the Conservatives' reform have shown that when Trump says jump, they ask, how high? That is not energy security, that is energy surrender.
Very honourable lady for giving way. Just to confirm, is the Liberal Democrats' position that they do not want new licences in the North Sea?
Pippa Halings.
I can confirm that the Liberal Democrat position is not to support new fields for exploration in the North Sea. Rather, we should accelerate our own homegrown clean energy whose prices we control. Otherwise, our constituents will forever be at the mercy of a deteriorating world order. And let me turn to jobs, because this matters deeply. Those working in the North Sea are skilled workers. They've kept our lights on and must be at the heart of any transition. A just transition that recognises that whilst we will need oil and gas for decades to come, the North Sea is a mature basin and oil and gas workers and supply chains need support to transition. And under the Conservatives, despite supporting new North Sea drilling, jobs in the oil and gas industry did fall by 70,000. 70,000 jobs without this outcry, without support. Madam Deputy Speaker, I grew up in Hull, a city that knew the devastation of unmanaged transition. I saw through my father's work as a GP the human cost of industries collapsing without a plan. Dockers, trawlermen, entire communities left behind, lost pride, and we can't repeat those mistakes. Yet, in Hull today, we also see what success can look like. Investment in offshore wind, companies like Siemens creating skilled, well-paid jobs for the future, building wind turbine blades. Jobs and pride. And now I'll turn to climate change, because whilst fossil fuels are driving skyrocketing costs, they also drive the costs of unabated climate change, already hitting our farmers and our communities with crippling flooding and droughts. Approving the Rosebank alone would add nearly 250 million tonnes of emissions, pushing us beyond our climate targets, further out of line with the Paris Agreement, which aims to protect us all. Opening new fields will worsen the climate crisis without cutting bills or improving energy security. It will exacerbate climate breakdown, and climate breakdown is a national security threat, driving instability, displacement and economic shocks.
I'm most grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. So, in criticising us for trying to extract oil and gas, is she criticising Norway and its successful, excellent programme last year of drilling 49 new wells when we drilled none?
Pippa Halings.
So we have been taking out more gas for decades, less gas now for decades, and those were decisions that have been taken by successive governments. We know that now in Norway we've seen the security of gas supply assessment. Norway's geological situation shows that they have more left there. Our basin is less and dwindling. So expanding North Sea drilling is not pragmatic. It's reckless and incompatible with the UK's climate commitments. However, there is another path, and the Liberal Democrats have been clear. We must break our over-dependence on fossil fuels, decouple gas and electricity prices so households benefit from cheap, clean power. The more we expand renewable clean energy through contracts for difference introduced by the Liberal Democrats, the less gas sets the price and families and businesses have fixed renewable energy prices. We would go further in taking off the policy costs from energy bills so that households feel in their pockets that the wind and the sun are cheaper than gas. We also need to make homes cheaper to heat in the winter, cool in the summer, with a more ambitious Warm Homes Plan, a 10-year emergency home upgrade programme, and also building on the Liberal Democrats' success in getting the government to commit today to putting rooftop solar on all new builds. Rejoining the EU's internal energy market would also reduce wholesale costs, trade energy more efficiently, and also avoid these higher costs. More drilling means more volatility, more insecurity and higher bills. The Liberal Democrats offer a different path, decouple gas and electricity prices and lower the bills that families and businesses deserve. Thank you.
Mike Reader.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I found this debate quite fascinating. The nonsense that has come from the opposition benches today. Watching a party rip themselves up as they worry about more defections to reform, parroting their lines from the opposition front bench. And look, we know coverage from the media now that they're promoting people to the front bench based on their social media clout. So I'm looking forward to many more one-liners and AI-generated speeches as they all try and get down to the front. But look, we have seen arguments today that sound less like a plan for Britain and much more like they're straight from the reform playbook, talking down our country and creating more uncertainty and worry for families across the UK. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be very clear, I fiercely oppose further oil and gas exploration in the North Sea. Expanding new drilling does not address the pressures that families are facing right now. And it does not give our country long-term energy security and energy sovereignty. In fact, it exacerbates the problem. There is a claim that we can just simply turn this drilling on, that there is billions of pounds available right now without any government subsidy, and all of a sudden we'll get more oil. The fact is, it is a fairy tale. It is nonsense. Drilling and expansion is expensive. The best supplies are already tapped out. Profiteering drillers and exploiters are very honest about this. They know there are other places around the world they would much prefer to drill for much bigger profits for their stakeholders. This is not a magical solution that will benefit you British families, even if North Sea fields are opened today, as is proposed by the motion. By 2050, the UK is still expected to be dependent around 94% on imported gas, compared to 97% without it. It makes almost zero impact to our long-term energy security. And looking at those two individual projects that are in the motion today, Jackdaw would reduce import dependence by roughly 2%, with the UK continuing to be heavily reliant on international supplies. And Rosebank would reduce by around 1% for oil, with all that oil destined for exports, not for the pumps, of course.
Is he aware that there is about a decade's worth, 10 years worth, of wonderful shale gas in the great county of Lincolnshire that can power this great nation?
Mike Reader.
Wow. Perhaps a discussion on fracking is a discussion for another day, but perhaps not for today. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have heard claims that there are billions of pounds invested, but we know in reality, when we come to development, that it's the public that pays the price. In some cases, taxpayers foot around 80% of the bill of that development cost. And if we look at modelling for Rosebank would end up, and ending energy profit levies could mean a net loss to the Treasury of about £250 million, while operators receive around £1.5 billion in profits. So that should give us pause for thought. Who are we here to represent? Our neighbours who are facing high prices at the pumps and high prices for their fuel bills, or multi-millionaire shareholders. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is also a fundamental question about whether this government keeps its promise to future generations on the climate crisis. International bodies, including the IEA, have set out that new exploration licences are not compatible with limiting warming to 1.5 degrees. Last year was the first time in history that global temperatures exceeded 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. We do have a legal obligation, but more importantly, we have a duty to act in the best interests of our country and our people in the long term. If we expand fossil fuel extraction in full knowledge of the consequences, we are choosing to delay that responsibility. And we will feel the effects. We're feeling the effects in food prices. The #1 issue our farmers are facing is climate change. We'll feel it on health, or from impact from extreme heat and air quality, and we'll see it in global instability, where that global instability feeds straight back into the costs here at home. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a task ahead of us to make sure we stick with the plan. We focus on doubling down on renewables, saying no to oil and gas, and ultimately make sure we deliver a clean future for our country.
Harriet Cross.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm almost a little shocked to have to follow that, but I will do my best, and I think it actually explains exactly why I do not understand Labour's oil and gas policy. The unions don't understand their policy, the Tony Blair Institute don't understand their policy, the industry doesn't understand their policy, the renewables industry doesn't understand their policy. That's not because we can't understand something, it's because their policy is absolutely crazy. We've just heard that we'll be using oil and gas for decades. We've just heard that that oil and gas has to come from overseas, but much less of it can come from overseas if we open up drilling in the North Sea, if we get rid of the EPL, if we make the North Sea a basin that companies want to invest in, can invest in, which they can drill from. Jackdaw and Rosebank, prime examples, can be producing by the end of the year. Jackdaw can be powering 1.6 million homes. But the government don't want it to. They prefer to import from abroad, because then they can say that they are a country progressing towards net zero. They can say that their renewables ambition is kicking ahead. Doesn't matter the jobs it's kicking in the meantime, doesn't matter the tax that's being lost in the meantime, it doesn't matter the £50 billion of investment that will be lost, or the £165 billion of economic activity that will be lost. But the government and the Secretary of State will have his headline. He will go down as the Secretary of State who managed to shut down the North Sea, who got us off oil and gas. But it's a fantasy. It's never going to happen. It cannot happen. 70% of the UK's energy, not electricity, energy comes from oil and gas, and it will for many, many years. So no matter how much the government wish we were not reliant on oil and gas, no matter how much the member wishes we don't need our own oil and gas, we do. We need our own oil and gas. We need oil and gas from abroad, and we will for a long time yet. And I care about the workers in the oil and gas sector, because those workers are my constituents. They're my friends, they're my neighbours, they're the people who hold our communities together. But it's not just in North East Scotland. Every single member in this House has constituents working in the oil and gas sector. Every single member in this House has constituents listening to the debate today, worrying about their jobs, wondering why this government is so determined to sacrifice their livelihoods in order to import more from abroad. And when we meet workers in North East Scotland, Madam Deputy Speaker, they don't talk about their jobs for the future, they talk about their job now. They worry about how their job now is going to be protected, and they worry why this government do not want to protect their jobs. The apparent Labour government, the government that's meant to protect jobs, does not value oil and gas jobs, and I will give way.
I'm most grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. This is a critical question. Who is more dangerous to the British economy? Is it the Secretary of State for Energy or the Chancellor of the Exchequer?
I mean, I don't want to pick between two, but as a double act, they are dreadful for the UK economy. But what we will see from now into the years ahead is Aberdeen becoming less and less of an area where the transition, which the government are so dedicated to moving away, because the supply chain, which they know is so important to the transition, is at the moment sustained by the oil and gas sector. Production from the North Sea decreased 40% last year. That's not because of the geology, that's because of the energy profits levy. That's because of the ban on licences. Yes.
Thank you to the honourable member for giving way. Does she agree with me that the UK and the production in the North Sea can never support a position like Norway, because Margaret Thatcher gave away our oil industry to the private country, and we have no sovereign fund?
We shouldn't have a wind development.
We need more imports than we produce. So why would we not produce to the full extent that we can from the North Sea? And as a Scottish Member of Parliament, I'm sure that she appreciates just how important the industry is to our constituents. And the Scottish Labour Member of Parliament as well. I do wonder if they're sitting there wondering just what this government are doing to their constituents. I would love to hear him justify it. Scott Arthur.
I do thank her for giving way, and as ever she speaks with great passion on this issue. But she must recognise, she started off by talking about Jackdaw, that her party made a complete mess of that, and that's why it's completely shrouded in uncertainty just now. She blames the government and suggests that we're to blame, but it was her party, was it not? And is this not a quasi-judicial decision rather than a decision for the minister?
The government removed their, moved their support for Jackdaw and Rosebank, and that's why it is now held up. And if the government wanted Jackdaw and Rosebank, Cambo down the line, Tornado, there are many, many others in the pipeline as well. If they wanted these, they could approve these. Yes. It's in their gift. They are the government who wanted, apparently, to be in power for that long because they wanted to be able to make these decisions. But the only decisions they're making at the moment for North East Scotland is the decision to close down the North Sea, no matter what they say otherwise, to see redundancies going up, to see investment going abroad, to see tax intake reducing. The skilled workforce of North East Scotland should be something that the whole of the UK treasures. Yeah. It is a vital asset, as is the North Sea. It's a vital asset. Any other country in the world would give anything to have the workers, the skills and the geology that we have off our east coast. But this government are not interested. They would much prefer to hit their renewables targets, their clean power targets, than support one of our most crucial industries. And that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is why I'm delighted the opposition have brought this debate today. Delighted, but we'll be voting to support our oil and gas sector, its workers, our industry. And I really hope that members across the House will support us today.
Dame Annalise Dodds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start my speech by thanking the North Sea oil workers now and in the past. I recently read the book Black Eden by Richard T. Kelly. Maybe some others have read that book. On just about every single page, I was reminded of people that I know or people who I knew in my childhood in Aberdeenshire. The incredible innovators, the divers who risked their lives every single time that they entered the water, the workers on the rigs with weeks away from their families. They do deserve our thanks. They deserve recognition. And what they do not deserve is histrionics, is slogans rather than a plan, and is to not be taken seriously, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, they have not been taken seriously by the opposition motion today. I believe that the opposition motion misrepresents the industry the North Sea oil workers are in. It fails to set out a path towards sustainable employment for them and for their kids and grandkids. And by the way, they do care about their children's employment in Aberdeen. It also ignores the need, of course, to get energy bills down, let alone to tackle the climate emergency. First, the claims that are made in this motion that it will somehow boost employment and reduce bills are farcical. Yes, very happy to.
I'd like to ask the Right Honourable Lady, since I went to Aberdeen recently to talk to workers, to talk to grandparents and their children, when was the last time that she spoke to workers in Aberdeen?
Dame Annalise Dodds.
Well, I can answer that very quickly because I've got many of them actually in my family, amongst my friends, personal friends. She said before that she'd visited Aberdeen, and what I found extraordinary was when she was informed about the fact that jobs in oil and gas extraction had fallen by a third between 2014 and 2023. She wouldn't even acknowledge it. When the Liberal Democrat spokesperson mentioned those job losses, she looked stunned. Well, I can tell her that for workers in that area, those job losses were painful. Every bust has been painful, and she should acknowledge that rather than somehow pretending it didn't even happen. People who are working in that industry deserve a proper strategy for their future, not magical thinking and empty sloganeering. I'll make some progress and I'd be happy to take his intervention. The long-term trend, very clearly, is for the growth of low-carbon offshore industries. That has not been the case for North Sea oil and gas. Research at Robert Gordon University, just to let her know, that's based in Aberdeen, the city that she visited, it's shown that 9 in 10 of the UK workforce in oil and gas have medium to high skills transferability and are well positioned to work in the adjacent energy sector. Hydrogen, carbon capture, wind, other renewables are critical to sustaining high-skilled jobs in both engineering and manufacturing. We urgently need to be boosting those technologies with an active labour market strategy, and that's what's going to secure the future of those high-technology, safety-critical jobs. Happy to take his intervention.
Grateful to the right honourable lady who's being very generous, but she's kind of nearly making the right point, which is that the people who work in oil and gas need the transition. This government is pulling the rug from under them. And hydrogen, carbon capture, floating offshore wind, other developing technologies, even tidal, they aren't growing quickly enough and fast enough to give those people jobs. That's the point. You're destroying the very engineering capability we need for the transition and putting up emissions while you're doing it by having imports instead of domestic production. It's mad.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I couldn't disagree more with him. I have a lot of respect for the right honourable gentleman. Surely he will have seen the figures that look at the relative growth of the renewables industry in the UK compared to other industries. They see that there's now a long-term plan for that industry coming from the government that has been elected. That was not the case before. There wasn't that certainty there before. Now, I want to see renewed, deepened engagement, particularly with the workforce, with trade unions representing them, towards that active labour market strategy that we need. But to suggest that we're not on the right trajectory now, after so many years of neglect, Madam Deputy Speaker, is frankly absolutely laughable. And I want to end on this point, that even setting aside the lengthy lead-in time for new drilling, expanding it wouldn't shield our country from oil and gas price shocks, because the price is set internationally. And the Secretary of State didn't even acknowledge this. She spoke about imports. She didn't talk, Madam Deputy Speaker, about prices because she knows the reality. We need to stop distant conflicts from impacting household bills in the UK. We need to get bills down, not keep them artificially high. We need cheap green tech and scaled up clean power. We don't need the kind of cheap political posturing represented by the opposition motion.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, this is a socialist dream, isn't it, net zero, because it epitomises centralised control, government interference in daily life, and redistribution as well. And when an idea becomes immune to scrutiny, it is precisely then that more scrutiny is needed. And this definitely applies in the case of Britain's rush to net zero, because in our haste, we risk undermining our economy, our energy security, and ultimately the resilience that we all need to face the future. Caring for the environment is necessary, reducing pollution is noble, innovation in energy is essential, but pursuing an inflexible target at any cost without regard for consequences is madness. So firstly, take the economic reality. The UK is attempting one of the most rapid energy transitions ever undertaken by an advanced economy. Entire industries are being reshaped or phased out, and energy systems built over decades are being dismantled in a matter of years. And who bears the cost? It's not an abstract. It's households that face rising energy bills, businesses struggling with higher operating costs, manufacturers deciding whether to stay in Britain or to relocate to countries with cheaper, more reliable energy. I will give way.
Thank my friend for giving way. The G&B Scotland Secretary recently described Labour's policies as industrial calamity. Does he agree with that?
Thomas.
I think any of us have to only go out across our constituencies and speak to businesses, and they will tell us the reality, the economic calamity of decisions taken by this government and the costs bearing down on them. The reality is that choices made by this government are continuing to hollow out our industrial base, not because we lack skill or ambition, Madam Deputy Speaker, but because energy, which is the lifeblood of industry, has become prohibitively costly. Energy security is not a theoretical concept. It is the difference between stability and vulnerability. It's the ability to heat our homes, power hospitals, keep the economy running, no matter what is happening anywhere else in the world. Yet at this moment, when we should be strengthening our domestic energy supply, we are choosing to restrict it, which brings us perfectly to the North Sea. Because the North Sea is one of the UK's greatest strategic assets. Beneath the waters lie opportunity, reserves of natural gas that could provide reliable domestic energy for years to come. Yet the government is choosing to turn away from it. And the argument often given is that extracting more gas contradicts our climate commitments and that it locks us into the past. But it overlooks a crucial fact that the UK will continue to be dependent on fossil fuels for decades to come. And that's where the comparison with Norway becomes so instructive. Because Norway is often held up as a leader in environmental responsibility, and they've chosen not to turn their back on North Sea resources. They've done the opposite. They've increased gas extraction, recognised both the economic value and the strategic importance of domestic supply. And Norway understands something that we would do well to remember, that energy independence is not at odds with environmental ambition. It underpins it. So the UK risks increasing dependence on imports, even as domestic resources remain available. We can produce gas... I will give way.
I'm grateful. I do agree with the Honourable Member about the need for energy security. And certainly we don't want to have a supply chain that depends on the People's Republic of China, because that could lead in the future to economic coercion. Does he not share my view that the deduction is that we need homegrown manufacturing for renewable energy infrastructure?
Well, we are increasingly dependent on China because of decisions, again, taken by this government. You know, this pursuit of a renewables-based future energy infrastructure is increasingly dependent on countries that are adversarial to us and which pose a risk to our long-term energy security. So he's right on that point. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not just about energy, it's also about jobs. It's about public finances, something that the government knows only too well following their economic choices. The North Sea has long been a vital source of revenue for the Treasury, billions of pounds that supports public services, infrastructure, and analysis by Offshore Energy UK says that there is £165 billion of estimated economic value in the North Sea should the government muster the political will to seize it. I won't give way any further. To accelerate the decline of that sector without a fully viable replacement is not just economically risky, it is fiscally short-sighted. And at the same time, we must consider the livelihoods tied to the industry. This point has been stressed by colleagues across the House. Tens of thousands of skilled workers depend directly or indirectly on oil and gas. They're not abstract numbers. They're engineers, they're technicians, supply chain workers, families, and more importantly, whole communities. And if we move too quickly without a realistic transition plan, we don't simply phase out an industry, we create unemployment. We lose expertise, we weaken entire regions. And that is happening right now. This is not just a theoretical concern, it is raised by those who are closest to the issue. Trade union leaders have been clear. The General Secretary of the GMB has described the government's stance on oil and gas as madness. Unite the Union has warned plainly that policies will put jobs at risk. Even Jürgen Mayer said that extracting more gas and oil from the North Sea would boost jobs and tax revenues. And so these are not voices that the government usually say are opposed to progress. These are voices that represent working people, so why on earth are the government choosing to ignore them? And we've just got to consider, Madam Deputy Speaker, the global context. The UK accounts for a relatively small share of global emissions. Even if we were to reach net zero tomorrow, the impact on global temperatures would be limited. And meanwhile, major economies that compete with us continue to rely heavily on fossil fuels as they balance growth, development and transition. That's why we have to get the balance right. True leadership from the government lies not in symbolic gestures, but in practical solutions that can be adopted globally. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, is why the pursuit of net zero, as is currently framed, risks becoming an exercise in self-imposed constraint, one that weakens our economy, compromises our energy security, it threatens jobs, it will reduce vital tax revenues, and it will lower living standards for all while delivering limited benefit.
Graham Morris.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I do welcome today's debate that, as we've heard, oil and gas are likely to remain part of our energy mix for years to come. However, recent global instability underscores a fundamental point. True energy security comes from reliable, domestic and renewable sources, not from continued exposure to volatile international fossil fuel markets. Even if production were to increase, it would not shield the UK from global price fluctuations. Oil and gas extracted from the North Sea are sold on international markets at global prices. While this may increase profits for fossil fuel companies, no doubt welcomed by the opposition, it does little to reduce bills for our constituents. Moreover, new licences do not translate into immediate supply. It can take many years, often well over a decade, from licensing to production. The reality is that UK oil and gas production represents only a small share of the global market. Even a significant increase in output would not meaningfully influence global prices or reduce domestic energy bills. It's also worth noting that private companies operating in the North Sea are under no obligation to prioritise UK customers. It's interesting, the Norwegian example. So I do return to the central question: how will additional North Sea production reduce bills today? The only way that could plausibly happen would be through significant market interventions, such as restricting exports or imposing below market price caps on domestically produced energy. Now, some of us on this side of the House may agree with that. I'm not sure if the opposition would. Such measures would represent a profound shift in policy. If that is what the opposition is proposing, they should be clear about it. If not, they should be honest with the public. Expanding North Sea oil extraction is unlikely to have a meaningful impact on energy bills in the short, medium or even the long term. There is, however, an alternative, one that is not tied to global fossil fuel markets: renewable energy. And I want to take a moment or two to talk about solar power as an example. Geothermal is another great potential. I recognise the criticism raised, including in the debate earlier by the opposition frontbench spokesman, about the use of critical minerals and concerns about reliance on the supply chain based in China, and about labour standards in these global supply chains. These are legitimate issues, but there is also a significant opportunity: domestic innovation and manufacturing. In my constituency, Madam Deputy Speaker, Powerol is pioneering the next generation of solar technology. Its lightweight, flexible solar films use micro-groove structures. It does not rely on rare earth minerals, with the potential for low-cost, scalable production here in the United Kingdom. The government has already engaged with this technology, but now it's time to go further, to support commercialisation, scale up production and invest in the infrastructure needed to bring British-made solar to the market at scale. By diversifying our energy mix and reducing the reliance on volatile international fossil fuel markets, we can strengthen energy security and reduce exposure to external shocks. So I say to the government, this is the time to back British business, back innovation, back domestic manufacturing, because that is how we can deliver energy security, economic growth, jobs.
Graham Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start my contribution with some facts. Energy security is national security. Global instability is rife, and our closest ally is now, at best, hugely unpredictable, and it is questionable about whether they are reliable. When the UK Government should be protecting energy supply, it is instead sacrificing North Sea jobs and communities on the altar of ideology. Job losses continue month on month, and skills loss is rife. Just transition are mere words for the communities that are affected by this. To me, this is a repeat of what Thatcher did to Scotland's mining communities and to the steel industry in Motherwell in the 80s, destroying an industry without proper future planning and transition arrangements. Scottish Labour MPs, and indeed all Labour MPs, should be ashamed of their government's actions in this regard. It is utterly shameful. Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and my thanks go to the honourable gentleman for giving way. Very generous of him. I have been very critical of my own government in relation to the Grangewaith refinery closure. I'm going to give you the opportunity of being critical of your government's inaction on the issue.
Graham Ledbetter.
I think I'm here to scrutinise what your government is doing. That's the job of MPs in the House of Commons. So yeah. And I would say in this that the Conservative benches are no better in this. The government benches, have an ideology of driving towards net zero and clean power, but with no regard for the North Sea, it appears. And the Conservative side here have an ideology of protecting the oil and gas in the North Sea, but whilst getting rid of the climate change targets. The industry doesn't like either of these positions, not the oil and gas sector and not the renewable sector. Everybody in this room knows that. They need each other to survive. They need the skills to transition from one to the other. If we lose the skills in the oil and gas sector, we will not develop the renewable sector as quickly as we need to. That is the fact of the situation. If those skills, if those jobs are lost, or if they disappear off into other places around the world, like the Caspian or the Gulf of Mexico, then they're not going to be brought back easily. That will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. He talks about the North Sea industry and ideology. What were his views when his government was in coalition with the Green Party, who was willfully wanting to destroy those jobs immediately overnight because of ideology? Did he support that government coalition?
Graham Ledbetter.
I supported that coalition at the time because there was plenty of other benefits that we were gaining from it. I wasn't 100%. I will concede that I wasn't 100% supportive of their position in oil and gas, but I would suggest that under the current leadership of the SNP, that there is a very balanced view about the North Sea, a very pragmatic approach to protecting jobs in the North Sea oil and gas sector, while still driving towards the renewable jobs and the reindustrialisation of Scotland by diversification into renewables that we need, but whilst recognising that oil and gas will be needed for decades to come.
With the honourable gentleman.
Yes.
I thank the honourable gentleman. Thank you. I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Could you clarify for the House, because there is some confusion about current SNP policy when it comes to oil and gas. Is it still, or is it not, current Scottish National Party policy to be against new oil and gas in the North Sea?
Graham Ledbetter.
The current SNP policy in oil and gas is that there should be a proper assessment of each individual application. That's normal licensing process. I would think that most members in this House would recognise that if you put a process in place, that you should have a process, apply it rigorously and consistently, and do that through the... No, I'm not going to give away any further. The time is going down now. There are many reasons why we need to support oil and gas, not least of which is protecting the workforce and not losing the skills. But I want to turn to other areas that the government are not making decisions quick enough on, and there are numerous of them. So, to New Year's charges, there is a government policy coming through, but it is taken now, 18-20 months now. It'll be several more months before we get that in place. It'll be after the start of AR8, and because they're accelerating AR8, and there are many companies in the North Sea who are basically saying that they're going to hold on and wait for AR9 before they make an investment decision because they want certainty. That lack of certainty, that lack of pace, that lack of pragmatism is what is preventing those jobs from being created and preventing a just transition. I can apply the same point to Ardersier, which is our own constituency. and the proposal by Chinese company Mingyang, who want to invest there. Now, I understand that the government has reasons and things that they really need to consider in this, but again, it's been on their desk for 18 months. A decision is needed to either allow things to move on to other investors or to decide that there is a risk and you can mitigate the risk and let them get on with it and create the jobs, create the supply chain jobs, and actually have serious, high-skill, high-paid jobs that will provide a just transition and serious opportunity for North Sea workers. That decision needs to be made sooner rather than later. And the excessive delay that we experienced in the run-up to CCUS decisions, that took forever to get there, and that is time that has been lost and jobs that have been lost because of that lost time. I'm going to turn very quickly to consumer pricing. The government has been waxing lyrical about price gouging by energy companies at the moment. The government and the previous governments have been responsible for state-sponsored price gouging in the energy market with the highest prices for electricity in Scotland. With that, I would urge members to...
Whilst I'm on my feet, there was a particularly unedifying exchange between members where the use of you and your was very liberal indeed, addressed directly to me, I assume. Can we please all try to do a little better? And whilst I'm on my feet, after the next speaker, the time limit is going to have to be reduced to 3 minutes in order to get you all in. Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, we know we will be using North Sea oil and gas for some time to come, and I really welcome the Chancellor's announcements today about short to medium-term measures that she's taking to address the current crisis in the Middle East and the inevitable impact on our energy costs, and of course her quick action on heating oil. But the opposition motion today is not just about the immediate crisis in front of us. It's about a long-term strategic approach to energy security. The motion and the Conservative and the Reform position on increasing our reliance on oil and gas is based on false assumptions and not on the facts of the situation that we find ourselves in. Now, this could be an ideological discussion. They are clearly trying to turn it into one nonsense culture war discussion again. But it doesn't need to be, because it's very easy to overturn what the opposition is saying based on evidence and a number of different facts. Number one, gas and oil prices are inherently volatile and are often under the control of malign international actors. Oil and gas prices are set internationally, and gas and oil from the North Sea is traded internationally. So unless they are suggesting we are nationalising the North Sea and seizing its products, their suggestion that it will somehow help pricing is absolute nonsense. The more we rely on gas and oil, the longer gas sets the price of electricity, and oil, of course, sets the price of all sorts of things, from transport to food and energy. Gas setting the price of electricity is bad because it makes electricity cost more. And conversely, the higher the levels of wind, solar, nuclear and storage we have, the less amount of time gas sets the price of electricity. And therefore, the cheaper electricity can become. The more we move away from gas and oil-reliant technology, whether that's at home, in transport or in industry, the less we are subject to the geopolitical storms such as the invasion of Ukraine or the current crisis in the Middle East. Now, the opposite, I'll happily give way.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. Does she agree that the central claim of this motion simply does not withstand the scrutiny? Because even if new fields are approved, the oil and gas will still be sold at an international price and will do nothing to shield the British consumers from future shocks, while the economic case is already clear that renewables are cheaper to generate.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her intervention, and she is absolutely correct. The central premise of today's motion simply doesn't stand up to any scrutiny. Next, they want to talk about levies to pay about the cost for new clean energy infrastructure, but they conveniently forget that all energy infrastructure needs to be renewed and needs to be replaced. And actually, wind, solar, nuclear is cheaper than new gas and oil infrastructure. And we also need to improve our grid. That has to be paid for somehow. So whichever way you cut it, you need to build that infrastructure and you need to pay for it. And yet the Conservatives and Reform simply just don't have an answer for how they would do it. And also, just to be really clear, to build on the point my honourable friend made, the skills of North Sea gas and oil workers are absolutely vital to building that new infrastructure and operating that new infrastructure. They have fantastic skills that they need to be part of the clean energy transition. Madam Deputy Speaker, last week I met a Ukrainian delegation as part of the Energy Security and Net Zero Select Committee. And they described, in very brutal and frank terms, how Putin had used energy as a weapon of war and the severe impact it has had on the people of Ukraine. And their previous reliance on gas had left them exposed to Putin using this in this way. And their message was clear. The only way to get energy security, the only way to keep the lights on domestically, is with homegrown clean energy, with distributed generation and distributed storage, providing protection against Putin's attacks, and of course the wider geopolitical instability that we have seen. Now, the economic case for clean energy has been very clearly made, and the arguments made by the opposition in favour of continuing our reliance on oil and gas are just absolute nonsense. But let's not forget, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to finish. Finally, climate change in and of itself is a huge threat to our economic security, our physical health, the entirety of our well-being, the ability to feed ourselves. And they say, oh, well, if we transition to clean energy, it won't make much of an impact. Well, actually it will, because we are being global leaders. And every half a degree we prevent in heating will save hundreds of thousands of lives every year. We must do something. We cannot sit on our hands, as they would like us to do, and do nothing. And this government is meeting the challenge of climate change, not with hair-shirtness, not with trying to do without, but by building a better world. We are improving our quality of life, cleaner air, not killing tens of thousands of people with dirty air every year, warmer homes and good, clean energy jobs. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to take part in this debate. And it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady, who follows in a tradition of backbenchers opposite, standing up and trying to make the case for the utterly insane, the truly crazy, and the utterly groundless. And I feel sorry for the Honourable Lady, more sorry for her than I do even for the ministers on the front bench, because we know that this impossible position cannot be maintained. There is going to be another, I don't know whether Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't know whether they're at U-turn 13, 14, 15, 16, who can count? But what I can guarantee you, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is impossible to maintain this current position. It rests on a number of fallacies. Not the Honourable Lady did it as passionately as any of them, didn't she? Oh, it's outrageous. The Conservatives suggesting that our producing more oil and gas in the North Sea is going to change the global price. Well, I went back to the motion put forward by the Conservatives today, Madam Deputy Speaker, and nowhere does it say that. So the whole case of the, and I inverted commas, crazies opposite, and I include the Honourable Lady for the Liberal Democrats in this. I don't know whether that's parliamentary or not, but this is lunacy made flesh, and I don't know whether that's possible too. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Right. Sir Alex Sheldon.
Very honourable to my right honourable friend giving way. And just on that subject of the Liberal Democrat front bench speaking, it was a shame she didn't take my intervention, because she may have been able to answer this question. But she was very keen to talk about what happened under the Conservative government and how we need to move renewables. But does my right honourable friend find it incredulous that not at any moment did she mention that it was Nick Clegg who cancelled all the nuclear power stations, saying he wasn't going to invest in something which shouldn't come along till 2022?
My right honourable friend is right, and I was incredulous listening to her at the incredible things that she said, because it was part of this, I'd say, go back, this big, passionate attack. It's not going to change the global oil price. What it is going to do is help employ 200,000 people in this country with all the engineering expertise, the supply chain, the deep supply chain we have in this country, in oil and gas. It is going to provide gas, nearly all of which, practically 100% of the gas produced in the North Sea, comes into the UK grid. Nearly all of it is consumed here. Some goes through interconnectors in either direction, the other way. But the idea that it doesn't directly contribute to our energy security is for the birds. But going back to the price point, because colleagues opposite put so much effort into this thing, how dare they suggest that it's going to change the price? We do know there are localised prices. So it's also not true to say that oil and gas have a global price and that's the price you have to take regardless, because as the honourable member from the Reform Party interjected earlier, it's between a third and a quarter of the price in the United States. If you get supply and demand in the right balance, it does make a difference. If you have to rely on LNG, you have to liquefy it, gasify it, ship it with specialist ships, bring it over to specialist infrastructure in order to bring it into the UK gas grid. That all costs money. And not only does it cost money, but even more ironic, given the attitudes given by the party opposite, it comes with 4 times, according to the North Sea Transition Authority, 4 times the embedded emissions in that gas. So it's environmentally insane as well as economically insane. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Does he acknowledge the comments made by Greg Jackson, the founder of Octopus Energy, who himself said that importing LNG has a greater carbon footprint than extraction from the North Sea? And does he also acknowledge that parties opposite themselves are not acknowledging that the renewables market is not competitive itself?
Well, for the purposes of today, I will leave aside the renewables market, but I noticed that Renewables UK, alongside the Chief Executive of Octopus Energy, all agree that it is crazy, along with the head of the unions responsible, all agree that this is crazy. There's going to be a U-turn, and the poor minister on the front bench, we're going to have the comic sight. We're going to have the comic sight of that very likeable and very competent minister on the front bench coming to this House explaining why the exact opposite of what he's arguing today is now the truth. That is going to happen, and it has to happen, because if we don't do it, we lose jobs, we lose revenue, tax revenue, and we lose energy security, which I notice are the 3 qualities which are in the Conservative motion today, because they are the vital things which we're missing by not drilling for oil and gas in the North Sea, while we nonetheless import it. So we're importing more, Madam Deputy Speaker, with higher emissions than if we did it here. And the net result of not producing here, we don't consume or burn a single drop of oil and gas less as a result. The party opposite's position is untenable.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure that might be a bit preemptive in what I need to say on the matter. Can I just start, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the things that we all agree on? I think across the House we'd all acknowledge that the international energy prices that we face in this country are too high, that there is a roller coaster effect, as the Minister is on record of saying, when it comes to the price of gas. Only today it is at 149 pence per therm. It was 120 pence per therm in February 2025, and it was 38 pence per therm in February 2021. I think we have to acknowledge the fact that oil and particularly gas prices around the world are going up, and the impact can be felt not just in the jobs that the Honourable Lady from Gorton and Buchan rightly points out, but also the jobs of those industries that are gas dependent. And the thing that I find slightly difficult to sit here and stomach is we talk about energy in the round as if there is only one type of energy and everything will eventually run off one type of energy. But energy is a diverse group of ways of powering things. It can be electrical, it can be nuclear. In most of our foundational industries, it is gas. And we acknowledge that gas is going to be here for a very long time. We are going to have to use gas to power the kilns that make the bricks to build the houses that we want to make. We are going to need to have gas to power the furnaces to make the metal and the steel in the foundries that we want to make for our own defence development, but also our own manufacturing. If we want to make paper in this country, you need gas. If you want to make glass in this country, you need gas. If you want to make cement in this country, you need gas. If you want to make lime in this country, you need gas. There are so many parts of our economic powerhouse that is the United Kingdom that are dependent on gas, and whilst we should absolutely, and I agree with my colleagues on this side of the House, we should move at pace to transition to electricity where it is possible. There are simply sectors in this country where that transition is not possible. It doesn't. I will give way.
I thank him for giving way, and he's making an outstanding case. Does he agree as well that gas is an important feedstock in a number of critical industries, such as for the production of ammonia, which is essential in the agricultural sector?
Absolutely. If we want to make fertiliser, if we want to make other industrial gases in this country, we need natural gas to power those processes. There is no other way. The chemistry simply does not exist to create the gases that we need without using natural gas. So whilst I absolutely support the argument that if we can move towards net zero and transition towards electricity, that's fine. But we also have to recognise that great swathes of what we are trying to do simply won't do that. And if they can do that, they don't have the capital to make the R&D investments necessary. You cannot fire a kiln with hydrogen yet in this country. You cannot get a stable supply of electricity to kilns in this country, not least because in the places like Stoke-on-Trent where these factories are, the grid capacity simply does not exist and will not exist for generations to come to do the hookup. So whilst we're talking about the move towards a transition towards net zero and more electrical generation, what are we going to say to those places that can't do it? What is the message to the workers in Stoke-on-Trent today and in Denbigh in Derbyshire today who are looking at a sector that simply cannot transition away from gas when we say it's going to be all done through renewable energies? I want there to be more renewable energies. I want the technology to exist, but it's not there yet. And every time we forget that, we talk about jobs and we talk about livelihoods in places that need them most being written off. Very briefly.
The honourable gentleman, would he agree with me that we need to see the hydrogen storage and transport model issued by the government as quickly as possible as well?
Hydrogen has to be part of the future mix. There are some very interesting tests being done in Germany where hydrogen is being mixed in with gas to power some of the kilns that we need and some of the high energy intensive processes. Technology is very expensive though, and most of the companies in the UK outside a handful can't afford that. So yes, we do need that investment strategy. Very, very briefly.
Thank you. I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and he's making some really good points there. And does he not agree? Because there are certain industries that do need that gas, that we need to shepherd that limited resource carefully, and actually the transition in other areas of energy will support keeping that gas and oil where we cannot replace it.
Shepherding that is, but one of the things the government has got to get to grips with is how much we pay for the imports of the gas, and that is where we are dependent upon on international markets. We do it in the country for electricity generation. The government enters into very lucrative for suppliers contracts for differences. Now, why are we not looking at those for gas productions? Why are we not saying that at a point where we expect there to be a transition away from gas, therefore demand will fall away, therefore the price will fall away for the production, that there's not some sort of government-backed contract for difference for those suppliers so that those energy-intensive industries that require gas can get a stable price point for generations to come so we can protect the jobs. And I'm sure when the Minister responds, he will pull to the tab in his file where he'll talk about the British Industrial Competitive Scheme and he'll talk about the supercharger. I just want to reiterate, because it seems that no one in government is listening, those do not apply to gas-intensive industries. Those are for electro-intensive industries. The Chancellor said it today, the ministers have said it before from the dispatch box. If we're going to look at how we support energy-intensive industry in this country, it can't just be through those schemes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is simply no case for opening new oil and gas wells in the North Sea. There is no case for approving Rosebank and Jackdaw, and there is no case for removing the windfall tax on oil and gas companies. And it is inaccurate, irresponsible and immoral for the Shadow Secretary of State to suggest otherwise in her motion today. Expanding North Sea drilling will do nothing to support UK energy security nor jobs, as the Lib Dem spokesperson and the Right Honourable Member for Oxford East laid out very clearly in their speeches earlier today and answered the challenges from the shadow front bench. So I will move on, given the limit on time. Given that these measures will not secure our energy supply, protect jobs or bring down bills, what will drilling more oil and gas from the North Sea do? Well, it will undo so much of the progress we've made in cutting greenhouse gas emissions. We are proud, indeed the Shadow Front Bench was proud, I've thought, to end polluting coal power in the UK. However, allowing Rosebank would be the equivalent to running 56 coal-fired power stations for a year, undoing all that good work. And it will make some people a lot of money, including those on the Reform and Conservative benches who take dirty money from fossil fuel donors. No, I will not. Thank you. I will carry on. I'll give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. Could she explain why the biggest advocates for climate transition in this country, Renewables UK, Greg Jackson from Octopus, the chair of Great British Energy, say that she is wrong?
Are they taking money too?
Say that she is wrong about what, beg your pardon?
Position on the North?
Well, that her position on the North Sea is wrong and that we should keep drilling in the North Sea.
Head of Renewables UK.
My reliance is on the evidence which shows that 93% of recoverable oil and gas in the British parts of the North Sea has already been extracted. Whatever does remain will be sold on the international market to the highest bidder, as many honourable members have already made out. The proposals in the Shadow Secretary of State's motion would do nothing on energy security, nothing on jobs. No, I will not. I will continue for now. Thank you. What the Shadow Secretary of State's motion would achieve is to raise a lot of money. When war inflates oil and gas prices, fossil fuel bosses cash in. Just 5 companies made nearly $500 billion in the years after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Of course, those obscene profits should be taxed through the Energy Profits Levy, because nobody should be cashing in on conflict. And again, I draw Madam Deputy Speaker's attention and those who may be watching from home to the proportion of donations that go to certain politicians in this chamber from fossil fuel donors. The Chancellor said earlier today that she will crack down on price gouging and profiteering, so I hope this work will maintain the principles of the windfall tax in whatever shape it comes. Now, the government has done good work in driving forward clean energy and banning new oil and gas licences. I desperately urge them not to backtrack on this by approving Rosebank. I understand they won't be able to comment on that today. And I am deeply concerned that despite officially banning new oil and gas licences, the government is creating a whopping loophole by introducing the transitional energy certificates, aka tiebacks. This is allowing new drilling at a new site on a technicality. Because you're drilling a new well, but because you're not installing a new rig over the top of it, you're attaching it with a very long hose, effectively, it's technically not new. Opening up new oil and gas wells now is indefensible when we know that every drop of oil and gas burn puts our future further at risk. So I cannot support the government amendment that welcomes these tiebacks. And I ask the ministers to assure me that at the very least, Scope 3 emissions will be considered when deciding whether to grant these transitional energy certificates. Committing to renewable energy means change, and change can be unsettling, but if done right, the government can make sure it pays off for everyone. I've been campaigning for an energy jobs guarantee to support workers who are currently employed in the oil and gas sector to move into jobs in the green sectors, and this could be done by ending the £2.7 billion a year in subsidies that the Chancellor hands to the fossil fuel industry in tax breaks and using that valuable public money to back workers rather than propping up an industry in terminal decline. Our dependence on oil and gas is making us poorer, that much is clear, and it's making oil companies richer. There is no future in fossil fuels, and so I hope the ministers will give no ground to the reckless statements put forward here today. Thank you.
Sir Strathern.
Speaker, I think some of the broad themes of the topics under discussion today are really important ones. How do we drive down bills at a time when all of our constituents will be worried about the cost of living? How do we provide energy security for our country at a time when volatile oil and gas around the world is driving up real concerns, not just for our communities, but also for some of the big businesses and our industrial bases that we've relied on for generations? And crucially too, how do we make sure that when we go back to our constituencies, and we look not just the current generations, but future ones in the eye, we make sure we've done everything we can to finally take the existential threat of climate change seriously, and we've done far too little over the last decade to ensure that we're on the right track when it comes to living up to our environmental commitments. It's against that backdrop that I think the fact that we've focused on such a distracting topic today is really disappointing. There are big questions about how we drive forward the energy transition in the best and most just way possible. But I'm afraid to say focusing on immaterial, frankly, discussions about very small, fractional differences in the amount of oil and gas we end up extracting from the North Sea is really quite a wrong-headed and at best a distracting way to lead this debate. It's a distraction that I can understand why it's of attraction to the opposition, of course.
honourable member think that this is a minuscule, distracting issue for the tens of thousands of workers who've lost their jobs because of the policies of this government on this very subject?
Not at all. Not at all. And I think that's why the last government's shameful failure to invest in the transition, to do much, in fact, to create a better offer for the 50% of North Oil and Sea gas workers who lost their jobs over the last decade is so shocking. It's why we've got to do better. It's why investing in reshoring of manufacturing around green energy supply chains is so important. It's about thinking creatively about how we can have a more activist state in shaping the job opportunities of the future. And yes, it's about ensuring support packages are in place at the right times. But if we're talking about a just transition for North Sea oil and gas, I don't think his government's record is anything we should be looking to learn from. I can see, though, I'm going to make some progress. I can see why distractions, though, are so attractive to the party opposite, because fronting up to reality would mean living up to the failure to deliver more on renewables, which we know reduced prices by about a third last year. It would mean failing up, of course.
Does he realise, he may not, because I know some of the stuff he's fed by the front bench may not help him, that only 6.5% of electricity, 6.5% of electricity came from renewables in 2010, and it was over 50% when we left power. So you can criticise the Conservative government all you like, but suggesting that one of the greatest transformations and moves to renewables of any country in the history of the world was some kind of non-event is to mislead the House. And I know the honourable gentleman, who's an honourable man, would never seek to do that.
The honourable member is very experienced. If we inadvertently mislead the House, we don't accuse colleagues of misleading the House. Would you like to correct the record?
I apologise, Madam Deputy Speaker, and if I said anything, I withdraw it.
I thank him for that intervention, his confirmation that his party used to believe in the future once. But when it comes to clean energy, I think the fact that we've been able to make so much further progress so quickly shows that there clearly were things that last party could have done that didn't. Whether it's a failure to crack forward on new nuclear at speed and remove those regulatory barriers, whether it's a failure to consider levy reforms that we've already introduced to deliver tangible reductions in people's bills this April, or whether it's a failure to think about creative ways we can drive down energy demand for households across the UK through a proper warm home plan rather than exploitative rip-offs delivered by merchants under their eco schemes, I think we've got far better answers that we can be prouder of. And it's a disappointment, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we haven't had a more sincere debate on this issue today, because I do think there are really important questions that could determine a worthy of challenge about how we deliver this transition in a way that truly delivers both for our climate commitments, our energy commitments, and all of those who are paying bills at the moment. The Fingleton Review points to some really important principles about how we can do far better when it comes to big energy projects. And I'd welcome further scrutiny of the opposition on that and how we can deliver that at pace to make really impactful changes in a nuclear landscape that was left under stalled and stasis in action under their policies. As we look to drive forward the green transition, it's right that we remove the role of gas in setting power over time. And there's regulatory reforms we could be making now to try and improve that. There's some really interesting analysis from Stonehaven about how bringing gas power plants into the regulated asset base could do a far better job at stabilising prices and would be better for consumers and, crucially, businesses and industrial users as a result. And there's more work to be done too to continue the Secretary of State's leadership on auction innovation. In the last auction, innovations that we brought forward after years of lack of reform of auction meant that we were able to lean in at a time of opportune moment to expand the amount of power we were able to purchase when prices were lower than market expectations. Now, I know that the Shadow Secretary of State thinks that that insurance policy wasn't a valid one, which I think is a particularly challenging position to take at a time when we're seeing the very cost of inaction shooting up under oil and gas. But I would welcome further challenge from her about how we could innovate further. I know that their last government's record didn't do a very good job of bringing out the best value when it came to auction design, but this is exactly the type of area where cross-party challenge should be welcome to ensure we can continue to do better. Instead, we're focusing on distractions that will do nothing for our constituents and sadly don't prompt the very important questions like those offered by my right honourable friend, the member for Stoke-on-Trent, about how we can better ensure that where we do need to continue to rely on gas power into the future, we can direct that towards the energies that the sectors that this country has long relied upon. It's a sad truth, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this debate has not lived up to the importance of the topic that we now discuss today. The party opposite used to believe in the future. It's sad that they don't, and it's sad that they're chasing the stakeholders.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Time and time again we hear this Labour government's rhetoric about being pro-growth, pro-jobs, pro-economy, yet
Despite these claims, they've continued to do the very opposite, as been reiterated by members on this side of the House, which is why I absolutely support the motion before us in the name of the official opposition. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, it would be amiss of me to come to this debate on oil and gas and not speak about the impact the war in the Middle East is having on our business community, our manufacturers, our engineers, who are all experiencing the rise in energy costs which are soaring, including our farmers and those within our rural communities. The price of red diesel is going up exponentially, and there is a huge amount of nervousness right now around supply and even further costs increasing. Just to put this in context, the cost of red diesel last month in February was 67 pence a litre and has risen this month to about 135 pence a litre, impacting many of our farming community. And I spoke to many of those farmers just yesterday who made the point to me that we simply cannot talk about food security without talking about energy security. The two rely on each other and go hand in hand and need to be treated together, not as separate entities.
Give way.
I will give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Yesterday, my son and I on Sunday, my son and I watched as the first fertiliser of the season started to be spread on the fields. And it just reminded me of the importance of the orders that are being placed now in the farming industry, the uncertainty that is being created from fertiliser to diesel, etc., and the impact that that could have on the profitability of those businesses going forward.
Absolutely right, Madam Deputy Speaker, and my honourable friend makes an excellent point, because it is an additional cash flow pressure on many of those that are producing food, which is why it's absolutely crucial that we have an energy strategy alongside a food security strategy under this government. Now, I want to pick up on the point around the green transition that has been made by members opposite, and specifically referencing a live example which is happening in my constituency, the Calderdale wind farm, which is going to be, Madam Deputy Speaker, the largest wind farm development in England. And what was initially proposed was 65 wind turbines to be built on Warshore Moor on my neighbouring my constituency. I will give way.
Congratulate him on having the largest wind farm in Europe in his constituency.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is something that hasn't been built yet and will come before the Secretary of State, because the Energy Secretary removed the onshore wind farm moratorium that we put in place as the Conservative government. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a development which I'm staunchly opposed to. And why? Because this is going to be built on precious peatland. Precious peatland that, if in a good year, takes a millimetre of growth a year. And yet, despite this, we see a wind farm development application coming before us with deep foundations going into protected peatland, a road infrastructure that is going to be built, wiring infrastructure that is going to be built, and flooding being impacted in neighbouring constituencies, something which I'm staunchly against, and which is why I can't for the life of me understand why this Labour government is determined to roll out these renewable energy schemes alongside the Green Party being supported when it is having a hugely detrimental impact on our environment. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this will not only have a hugely negative impact on our environment, our biodiversity, our precious peatland, but the historic landscape in which this wind farm is proposed to be built. To put this in context, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't know if you've watched Wuthering Heights yet, but this is going to be built on the Bronte country where Wuthering Heights has been proposed to be built. So I say to the Labour government, when they churn out this narrative of the green transition, it is communities, environments like those neighbouring my constituency that are going to be negatively impacted. I will give way.
I understand that the wind farm he's talking about there would generate about £250,000 houses worth of energy every year. Given that his party is currently saying a failure to approve an oil site that would deliver power for 1.5 million homes in the entirety of its lifespan is an existential risk for its country's energy security, can he not see the slight inconsistency in the argument he's advancing?
The narrative that continues to come out from the benches opposite, the government benches, is that we must have a rollout of more renewable energy without necessarily looking at the negative consequences actually on the environment, and that a development, even of the size that is being proposed on the outskirts of my constituency, will not be carbon neutral given the amount of energy that is needed to build the wind turbines and the negative impact on the carbon sequestration of the peatland that is going to be built, which is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm firmly opposed to it and 100% back the motion that is before this House today.
Good afternoon, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to bring attention to my membership of Unite the Union. Now, I agree with my right honourable friend from Oxford East. The framing of this debate is somewhat misleading because the Conservatives and Reform have no real desire to lower people's bills, nor are they interested in saving jobs and the prosperity of working class communities. Because when we look at history, let's look at the coal mines. Honourable and right honourable members from across the chamber would have been on the side of Thatcher, McGregor, Ridley, Walker and Heseltine. The debate is really about the Tories and Reform revelling in the free market. The only extraction that they really care about is that of corporate profit and shareholder dividend. Now, I'm ideologically opposed to the Conservatives and Reform, but the thing that really pains me is when I'm at odds with my own party. I've been clear that there should be no ban without a plan. There really must be a plan, because the danger is that oil and gas workers are to become the modern-day coal miners. There are thousands of workers nervous at what the future holds, and they are right to be. They've seen billionaire Jim Ratcliffe's Ineos and the Chinese state company PetroChina close the Grangemouth oil refinery, ending 100 years of Scottish industrial history. The Conservative government didn't want to know about the issue. The SNP government refused to engage with Ratcliffe, the Chinese and the trade unions that represent the workers. Even though they knew about the planned closure for 3 years, the SNP abandoned the workers in the Grangemouth community. Now, there has been £434.5 million committed for Grangemouth's industrial future from this Labour government, and I've had to fight tooth and nail for it. And the excellent news is that there has been 500 jobs saved in the chemical industry. Project Willow is starting to deliver new jobs through the Mialgie and Celtic Renewables announcements. But I say to the Minister, the government must match its ambitions with much more action. That means providing thousands of good, well-paid jobs. It means getting the new industries we need into Grangemouth and other industrial towns like it. There is still more than £190 million available in the National Wealth Fund for my constituency. Get using it. And I also say to the government that it is common sense to take at least some form of ownership in these new clean green industries. Break the cycle of reliance on private capital, on foreign ownership and on volatile fossil fuel markets. Do more of what a Labour government should.
Contribution, Gregory Stafford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's always a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman. It's like greatest hits of the 1970s. Madam Deputy Speaker, at a time when war in Ukraine continues and instability spreads across the Middle East, energy is not simply an economic question, it is a matter of national security. And yet Britain, under this Labour government, is making itself more, not less dependent. The irony is, even Labour backbenchers know this. They're in the papers every day now, telling us that offshoring emissions while importing energy from abroad does nothing for climate change and weakens our resilience. Because the reality is stark. Britain is not reducing demand for oil and gas. We are simply choosing to import it. In 2024 alone, we imported over $11 billion worth of crude from Norway. At the same time, liquefied natural gas shipped from abroad can carry up to 4 times the emissions of gas produced here at home. So this is not environmental leadership, it's carbon outsourcing with a higher bill attached. And that bill is being paid by British families and businesses who face some of the highest energy costs in Europe. Now, Labour's central argument this afternoon simply does not stand up. They claim that producing more gas in the North Sea will reduce prices because there is a so-called world price. But this misses the fundamental point that our own homegrown gas and oil produces thousands, hundreds of thousands of jobs, and if we don't use it, well, we will miss out on billions in tax revenues that could be used to reduce energy prices for the consumer. Yes, I will.
Well, he'll be aware that he's also proposing a big tax cut in the EPL for oil and gas companies today. But he'll also have seen research from Oxford University that suggests that even if every new licence was to be taxed and invested straight into energy subsidies, it could reduce bills by as little as £16 a year for households. Is that really the Tories' ambition at the moment?
the figures are £25 billion, so that's a significant, significant injection to the Treasury, however you put it. Because the truth is this. Increase domestic supply and you ease pressure on prices, reduce reliance on expensive imported LNG, and you can cut costs. And that's not ideology, it's basic economics. And the idea that it takes too long to act doesn't survive scrutiny either. Much of the North Sea's infrastructure already exists. Pipelines and platforms have spare capacity. New fields can be tied into existing systems, accelerating production and reducing cost. So what Labour presents as inevitability is, in fact, a political choice. And in the non-statement the Chancellor made earlier today, she talked about cutting red tape. Perhaps she should think about cutting red ed first of all. Because this is a choice that has consequences. The ban on new licences risks leaving 2.9 billion barrels of oil and gas in the ground and puts at risk 200,000 jobs. I will in a second. These are not abstract numbers. They are skilled, well-paid jobs that have powered communities for generations. This is not transition, it's industrial retreat.
The renewable economy is growing 3 times faster than the rest of the economy, and if we were to retract on our commitments to renewable energy and to net zero, that the confidence of investors would reduce, and that would be really bad for our UK economy and the brilliant jobs that are being created in this industry, and that's exactly what the Conservatives are proposing today.
I think, if I'm generous, I think the honourable member hasn't been listening to either my speech or read the motion in front of us. I have not mentioned anywhere that we will be cutting back on renewable energy. And if the Labour's position is misguided, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Liberal Democrats' position is outright reckless. They would pile further taxes on the North Sea through an expanded energy profits levy, despite clear evidence that such measures deter investment and ultimately reduce tax revenues. Some analysis suggests scrapping it could deliver an additional £25 billion to the Treasury over the next decade. At the same time, the Liberal Democrats would smother the sector in layers of ESG reporting and regulation, slowing down investment, increasing costs and driving production overseas. And for what? To meet accelerated net zero targets divorced from the reality of how Britain actually uses its energy. Because here is the fundamental point, Madam Deputy Speaker. Electricity accounts for only around a fifth of our total energy use. The rest still comes from oil and gas for heating, transport and industry. We are not about to replace that overnight, nor are there credible plans to do so from this government. So the choice is not between oil and gas or renewables. We need both. Yep. The real choice is whether we produce that energy here, under our own environmental standards, supporting British jobs and British revenues, or whether we import it from abroad at a higher cost and with higher carbon. The British public understand this. Around 3/4 say we should produce our own oil and gas rather than rely on imports. And they are right. Our plan recognises that. It backs domestic production, cuts unnecessary net zero taxes and delivers cheaper energy while maintaining our environmental commitments. So I say to ministers, stop outsourcing our energy, stop exporting our jobs and stop pretending that dependence is a virtue.
Shadow Minister Andrew Barron.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by paying tribute and agreeing with the words of fellow Aberdonian and the Right Honourable Member for East Oxford, and paying tribute to all of those energy workers who over decades have worked in incredibly dangerous conditions, and some of whom have given their lives to ensure that the lights stayed on and industry continued to function in this country, many of them from my constituency of West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, and indeed to pay tribute to the outstanding contribution for the member for Stoke-on-Trent, who brought to the House's attention the dependence of so many industries in this country to gas and the deindustrialisation that we are seeing across so many aspects of our industry right now. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, there we go, and now we know. With war raging in the Middle East and in Europe, Labour is a party being held captive by extremists who refuse to act in our national interest, are content to see jobs lost in their thousands, and won't take advantage of our greatest asset lying untapped and unexplored under our own waters. I'd be delighted to give way.
Thank him for giving way. He talks of a national interest. Does he agree that it was disgraceful that Gazprom was allowed to acquire an interest in the North Sea in the years after 2011 without a word of protest from his party when they're in government?
We welcomed investment from around the world, but obviously we divested ourselves of any Russian investment in the North Sea as soon as we could after Putin's actions in Ukraine, as I'm sure he would have expected us to as a responsible government. But on days like this, unlike acting in the national interest as we did as a government, you do have to wonder on whose side the party opposite are on, because it isn't on Britain's side and it isn't on the side of the British people. Now, we have witnessed for 4 years now how Putin's armies have weaponised energy to not only starve the people of Ukraine, but to weaken our continent. The Secretary of State, if he was here, would tell us that this proves why he wants to double down on his plans to ditch oil and gas. Except, under even his ridiculously ambitious and unrealistic plans, Great Britain would still need gas for around 50% of its energy demand. NESO have highlighted that gas will be the UK's energy of last resort for the next 10 to 20 years, and that we will require a diverse and resilient supply. But they, Labour MPs, the enablers of this absurdity, would rather see us reliant on others for this gas, on Qatar or Norway, rather than our own British industry at a higher cost and with higher emissions, 15 times the emissions of our own supply, and we'd be more exposed to price spikes. Let us be absolutely clear. 100% of all British North Sea gas goes directly into the British gas grid. You do wonder if members opposite understand it, so let me explain. By choosing to use less from British waters, the more we have to import, the more insecure as a country we become. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, the human tragedy at the centre of this blatant disregard for our national interest is playing out on rigs, in offices and in homes across the northeast of Scotland right now. Because, Mr Speaker, the Labour Party, enabled by the Liberal Democrats, and whilst we are talking about the Liberal Democrats, we heard from their spokeswoman today that they do not support any new oil and gas licences. I do think she might want to explain that to their candidate in Shetland in the upcoming Scottish parliamentary election, who warned of the impact if the Clare oil field was not expanded, or their candidates in the northeast of Scotland who said, we are going to need oil and gas for the foreseeable future, and it is better to support production here than to rely on imports of LNG from abroad, which are more polluting. So which is it? What is the Liberal Democrat plan? Why is the Liberal Democrats always say one thing in this place and another thing everywhere else? Once again, you cannot trust a word the Liberal Democrats say, but they are enabling the Labour Party, and they are choosing, Madam Deputy Speaker, to see 1,000 jobs lost in our North Sea every single month, of course.
For giving way, I'm a fan of his work. But I do have to ask this question. The Conservatives and Reform would have joined the American-led war of choice without any sort of questioning of the reasons. The Conservatives and Reform want to leave the UK reliant on fossil fuels and overly exposed to energy price shocks. Can he please tell me what is the difference between the Conservatives and Reform?
Yeah.
I am equally a fan of the honourable member's work, but I would like to make very clear it's not that we would have joined the war ongoing in the Middle East. It's that we wouldn't have left British bases and British assets undefended in the way that this government did, in the way that this government shamefully did, by removing assets from the region when we knew very well what was coming round the corner. But 1,000 jobs are being lost every single month, Madam Deputy Speaker, high-skilled, high-paid jobs. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is personal. I have the immense privilege of living in and representing the north east of Scotland. These jobs aren't figures on a spreadsheet, as they are to Labour MPs opposite. They are my constituents, my neighbours, my friends and my family, and the callousness and the disregard that the Labour Party are treating these people, that region with, at the minute, will not be forgotten. The Labour Party refuse to acknowledge it, but it is real, it is happening, and it is happening at frightening speed. These people are, right now, having to make a terrible choice to hang around in the northeast of Scotland, awaiting the long-promised and yet never delivered renewable jobs boom, which always seems to be just around the corner and which pays far less, or leave their homes, their communities, their families and move overseas. Many, indeed most, are choosing that. I won't because of time, I'm afraid. They are leaving the country altogether. They are taking their families and, crucially, their skills out of the United Kingdom to countries that have governments awake to the reality, that actually support their domestic oil and gas industries, to Houston, to Riyadh, to Calgary or Stavanger. In Stavanger, where they are drilling right now in the very same sea that we could be, only to sell it back to us. It is utterly perverse. Workers in Aberdeen are going to any country with an oil and gas industry in which the eco-extremism that the Secretary of State is so enthralled by is not found in government, which, by the way, is every other country in the world where there is a domestic oil and gas industry. It used to be said that in every country in the world where there is oil and gas, you would find an Aberdonian accent. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, it turns out that soon the only place you won't find an Aberdonian oil worker is, in fact, Aberdeen. There has been a steady beat of job losses ever since Labour entered government. Every single month. BP, Hunting, Harbour Energy, Chevron, Wellsafe, Petrofac, Ithaca. The party opposite talks about what we did in government. During the 2014-15 energy price shock, when jobs were sadly lost in the North East of Scotland, what did we do? We commissioned Ian Wood to produce a review into the future of the North Sea. We implemented a policy of maximum economic recovery from the North Sea. We reduced taxes on our domestic oil and gas industry, and we stabilised the workforce for the last 6 years. We made the North Sea the most investable basin in the world during our time in government. What are the Labour government doing? They are doing the exact opposite. They are seeing job losses, Madam Deputy Speaker. They are seeing investment turn away, and they're surrendering this country to the whims of dictators overseas. I could go on when it comes to the job losses. When they aren't cutting their jobs, companies are consolidating their operations. All of these companies have had operations in this country for many, many years. So I welcome the recent intervention from the member for Mid and South Pembrokeshire in calling for an end to this government's war on the North Sea. We can add his name, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the ever-growing list of people and organisations calling for this government to change course. The GMB, Unite, Tony Blair, Octopus's Greg Jackson, Great British Energy Zone, and Ed Miliband and Secretary of State's appointed Jurgen Meyer, Renewable UK. Why are all these people wrong, but only, and I mean only, the Secretary of State is right? I won't because of time. Notably, I will not because of time. Notably, however, this list doesn't include one Scottish Labour MP. Indeed, some Scottish Labour MPs are actively campaigning to stop any production at all, with 2 of their number signing a letter asking the Secretary of State to block the Rosebank oil field. Now, why don't we just for a moment entertain the idea that Clean Power 2030 isn't utterly ridiculous and utterly undeliverable? Who does the Minister think will deliver this? The people with the skills that are needed for floating offshore wind are leaving in their thousands. The assets to deploy these new technologies are moving overseas. Who does the Minister think is going to invest in this transition? The Port of Aberdeen has only recently invested in a new harbour to accommodate the long-promised boom in floating offshore wind. But there are no new turbines going out to sea today, the quayside has no blades waiting, and the port is laying off staff, because 60% of that port's revenue still comes from oil and gas, with only 1% from renewables. We could change course. I do hope members opposite that represent Scottish constituents paid close attention, and I hope they thought about whose side they are on, because Labour MPs have an opportunity today. Join us in the voting lobby and demonstrate clearly whose side they are on. Are they on the side of British workers, our industry, our security, our economic success, or on the side of an increasingly isolated Secretary of State? The government could take a decision today, vote to end the ban on new licences and unlock 2.9 billion barrels of opportunity that lie below the sea, vote to scrap the energy profits levy, vote to approve Rosebank and Jackdaw fields immediately. But it's very clear they won't. Because it's absolutely clear that, as ever, there is only one party that has a plan to get Britain drilling again, to make Britain secure, to cut bills, to deliver a stronger economy and a stronger country. That is, and always will be, the Conservative and Unionist Party.
Minister Michael Shanks.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I say, at times this has been an interesting debate, at other times it perhaps has not been, but it is a timely debate and an important one, as many of people sitting at home will be watching the situation in the Middle East, concerned about the cost of living, concerned about our energy security and the impact that our energy policies have on their lives. Let me start, as the Shadow Minister rightly did, with what I thought was an outstanding contribution by my right honourable friend, the member for Oxford East, who rightly centred this debate in the way that I think others should have as well, in the workers who have powered this country for decades, many of whom I have had the great pleasure of meeting in the 20 months I've had this job, not on one visit to Aberdeen, but on many, who have done the job that we have asked of them in extraordinarily difficult circumstances, who have risked their lives, and indeed many who have lost their lives in the pursuit of the energy that we have used for 6 decades. I will never diminish the role that the North Sea has played for 6 decades in powering the country. It has been a source of energy, a source of revenue, a source of good jobs in the north east of Scotland, but actually beyond as well, in the east and north east of England and right across the country. Workers who are sought after around the world for their skills and experiences. But my right honourable friend for Oxford East rightly made the challenge back to the debate that we have heard from the opposite side today. Slogans do not protect those jobs. Standing up here today with nothing but rhetoric and pretending that the 70,000 jobs that were lost on their watch were somehow irrelevant will not help, and it diminishes the scale of the challenge that we face. Slogans will not build the jobs for the future. The Shadow Minister stands here and talks about a lack of turbines in Aberdeen Harbour, and yet his own party would rip up the auction that delivers the contracts that would create the jobs there. And he has the absolute brass neck to say that that is a problem with our government policy. It is his policy that has caused this problem. He talks about numbers on a spreadsheet as if we don't care about the workers that are caught up in this. That is why we are building the transition and investing in the future when they ignored it. Decades ago, when we started becoming a net importer in this country, not in July 2024, as some honourable members on the opposite side would like to pretend, but in 2003, when we became a net importer, we should have been looking at the transition. Now, I'm willing to accept that my government previously should have done more on this. They should accept that for 14 years, as they saw thousands of jobs disappear from this industry, they should have been doing everything in their power to build up what came next, and they failed to do that. Now, we have heard a number of strawman arguments put forward today around closing the North Sea. The North Sea right now continues to send gas into our gas network, and it will continue to do for decades to come. But the transition is hugely important. It's a transition that's been underway for decades, and we have to now acknowledge how important it is to invest in what comes next. And events of recent weeks should concentrate minds. We should have learned the right lessons coming out of the invasion of Ukraine, and we didn't. And we must now learn the right lessons coming out of this present crisis. Doubling down on fossil fuels does not give us energy security. It makes us depend even more on the very volatility that has driven us into economic problems time after time after time again. More than half the economic shocks that have faced this country have been caused by fossil fuels, and the party opposite's answer is to double down on it and have even more of it. Well, that is not a plan for the future of this country. Now, there were a number of... I'll give way.
The only doubling down being done is by the Minister, who insists that we import more from abroad. It makes no difference to how much we consume where it's produced. It can either be produced abroad, or it can be produced here with jobs, tax and lower emissions. Why on earth would he choose it to be abroad?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. I was going to come to his contribution later. He's also very likeable, he kindly said of me, and I appreciated that. He talked about lunacy made flesh, and I think actually in his own contributions he's remarked that his own party's policy has been lunacy in the past on cancelling auctions for renewables. The truth is we need both. We need oil and gas for many, many years to come, but we also need to build what comes next. And his front bench, I'm afraid, are entirely lost on that point. He referenced the US point earlier in terms of the UK being a price taker, not a price maker. The difference is the US is responsible for a quarter of the world's gas. We are not. By all standards, we have a minuscule amount of gas in the international markets, not an amount that we shouldn't be hugely grateful for having in the seas around our country, but a minuscule amount compared to the global gas take, and therefore we will always be a price taker, not a price maker. Madam Deputy Speaker, there were a number of contributions that I won't have time to come to, but I do want to just pick up on the point from the honourable gentleman from Bromsgrove, in fact, in the back row, who I think quoted me that energy policy is not a theoretical exercise. I agree with them. And the motion that we have got today here is that we need to look at the reality of where we are as a country, how we deliver our energy security in an uncertain world. That means a mix of energy, and it means moving faster to deliver the clean homegrown power, the very thing that can protect households right now, and also that can take responsibility for the environmental impact that we have. Members opposite used to be great champions, and there was great consensus in this place and across our politics for the need to tackle what is an existential challenge to this planet, the climate crisis. They have rowed back from that in a desperate attempt to chase reform down the cul-de-sac of being anti-net zero. But in doing so, they are turning their backs on the tens of thousands of jobs that will be created in the future. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I referenced earlier the importance of us learning the right lessons from this crisis. As long as we're dependent on volatile global fossil fuels, we will always be vulnerable to the kind of price shocks that we are seeing today. And when faced with events like this, the public would rightly expect us to work out what is the pathway that reduces that exposure, that protects their household bills long into the future. What we have heard from the party opposite today is no plan for doing that whatsoever, indeed just a plan to double down on the very exposure that households are paying the price for. The alternative path, of course, is to invest in the clean energy transition, to recognise oil and gas will play an important part, but to invest as quickly as we can in renewables, in carbon capture, in hydrogen, and decommissioning of our offshore assets, which will produce many, many jobs for a long time to come. That's why we've attracted £90 billion of investment since we began this challenge. It's why we're tackling the gridlock in the national grid that has held back projects for so long. It's why we're creating thousands of jobs across the country. And every wind turbine that we switch on, every solar panel that we install, every bit of grid that we build that was neglected by the party opposite for far too long helps us reduce our dependency on fossil fuels and helps us protect bills. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is an important debate at the heart of this. I regret that the motion brought forward today by the opposition doesn't help us do this, because this ultimately comes down to a choice. Do we want to continue on the rollercoaster of fossil fuels, or do we want to take control of our energy future with secure, homegrown energy, creating jobs, cutting bills and strengthening our national resilience? And at a moment like this, this government is very clear what path we are on. It's the right choice for the British public, and I commend the amendment in the name of the Prime Minister today.
The question is that the original words stand part of the question. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Declare the lobby. Colleagues should be observing that I'm on my feet and they should be seated. Marvellous. The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes are Rebecca Hall and Gregory Stafford, and tellers for the noes are Stephen Morgan and Teo Awatami. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 108. The noes to the left, 297.
The ayes to the right, 108. The noes to the left, 297. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. The question is that the proposed words be there added. As many of their opinions say aye. Aye. I've gone to no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I declare the question is, as amended, to be agreed to. The front benches now wish to shuffle over. We now come to the Opposition Day motion on defence. I inform the House that I have not selected any amendments. I call the opposition spokesperson to move the motion. Shall I say James Cottage?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it is a pleasure to open this Opposition Day debate. And I join the Liaison Committee, the Public Accounts Committee and the Defence Committee today in asking the Government one simple question. When on earth are they going to publish the Defence Investment Plan? Now, yesterday, the Prime Minister was unable to answer that simple question. It means that at a time of war and conflict on multiple fronts, amidst the most dangerous time for our country since the Cold War, instead of delivering rapid rearmament, Labour are presiding over a procurement freeze. But perhaps it should come as no surprise, given the Prime Minister's constant habit for dither and delay. Since the 28th of February, when the US and Israel started their campaign against Iran, our position has been that had we been in government and the US had asked to use our bases, we would have granted that permission. In contrast, the Prime Minister has not only dithered and delayed over sending the Royal Navy to the Middle East, he has constantly U-turned over whether to allow the US to use our bases. Weak leadership when we need to stand strong in this dangerous world. And now we are seeing the consequences of the Prime Minister's weakness on the home front. As war rages around us, not even able to confirm if the Defence Investment Plan will be delivered this week. So I urge the Minister to tell us that in the opening of his speech. When will it be published? But before he does so, let's remind ourselves what Labour ministers said previously. On coming to office, the Defence Secretary made a choice. He chose not to implement the munitions plan that I had produced, which detailed comprehensively how we could rapidly replenish the vast amount of shells and missiles that we had given to Ukraine. Instead, he decided to launch a strategic defence review that would boil the ocean. In multiple written questions, we asked what Labour would do on specific capability, and the answer was always the same: wait for the SDR. So we waited and waited. It was promised for the spring of 2025 and delivered in the summer. But the SDR didn't have any of the specific procurement choices that our entire defence industry is waiting on. After all the hype about the SDR, those decisions were punted into yet another review, the Defence Investment Plan. Just give me 1 second. The Secretary of State promised from that dispatch box in June last year, and I quote, "The work on the Defence Investment Plan will be completed and published in the autumn." But summer turned to autumn, autumn to winter, and still no dip. Maybe the Honourable Lady knows when we're going to get it.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. And I have to say, it is a little bit of puts path from the Honourable Gentleman. There was a defence review in his government of one of many. They had more pictures than it had pages. But I agree with him. I think we should be serious-minded on this matter, that we need to be prepared for defence. But it was under his government that we saw projects delayed, aircraft carriers without aircraft, and the ongoing saga of Ajax, which still is to be resolved. So he needs to take his responsibility too, as we all, across the House, want to make sure that we're ready to defend our nation.
That's not happening, is it?
Well, there was no question in that intervention, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I'm glad that the Honourable Lady agrees that the government need to get on and deliver the defence investment. And to be fair, we've seen MPs across the House saying that, including the chair of the Defence Committee. We all know, in the national interest, we need to see the DIP published. Because after all, the Defence Investment Plan being delayed has consequences. The most serious consequences are for our military personnel, whom we all want to have the best equipment to do their job. In taking the decision to pause urgent procurement and instead boil the ocean, the Defence Secretary walked into a Treasury trap. Procurement has been on hold ever since, and the MOD forced to focus on in-year savings, £2.6 billion this year alone. It is this penny pinching which explains why, until HMS Dragon finally arrived on scene, we had no warships in the Middle East for the first time in decades. Now, one of the most critical examples of the consequences of delayed DIP is the Sea Viper Evolution procurement. With a US destroyer intercepting at least one of the missiles Iran fired at our sovereign territory on Diego Garcia, this underlines how important it is for our own Type 45s to be able to defend against the most advanced threats. For the UK, this requires the Sea Viper Evolution upgrade for our Type 45 destroyers. Now, in my own SDR submission as Shadow Defence Secretary, through numerous speeches in the House and many written questions, I have repeatedly urged the government to accelerate Sea Viper Evolution, a priority for our munitions plan. And I'm sure members of the public watching this debate, worried about Iran's attack on Diego Garcia, would expect such a capability to have been ordered as rapidly as possible. But in a written answer this January, while I was once again chasing this critical upgrade, I received the inevitable response that continued progress on Sea Viper Evolution remains, and I quote, subject to the Defence Investment Plan.
Where is it?
That is the problem in a nutshell, the impact of Labour's procurement freeze in real time. Now, the reality is that Sea Viper Evolution isn't due to reach full operating capability until late 2032. Did the honourable gentleman want to give way? Not give way.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. At questions for the MOD last week, the Secretary of State said that the delay to the Defence Investment Plan was not holding up important investment plans, which came as a surprise to me, given that right now there are UK personnel on NATO's border with Russia, which, without specific equipment which would otherwise have been procured in my own constituency. Does the honourable member agree with me? Does he share my concern that this delay is in fact having significant impacts on defence procurement?
Well, the honourable gentleman, who I believe is a gallant honourable gentleman who served, I think, in the Royal Air Force, knows exactly what he's talking about. I agree with him wholeheartedly. It is having a real impact. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not me just saying that. It's the serious consequence of this paralysis is on our brilliant defence industry, hanging on by its fingertips. This morning, I addressed a round table attended by many defence primes and SMEs in Westminster. These are the experts at the coalface, and this is what they spoke of. British defence companies going abroad or even having to close because of delays to the Defence Investment Plan. A defence industry under strain when it should be firing on all cylinders. But when it comes to consequences, Madam Deputy Speaker, on a personal basis, that which I find most disheartening of all is the impact on our ability to learn lessons from the war in Ukraine. Now, I am incredibly proud of how in government we stood by Ukraine even before Putin invaded. And by April... OK, I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. And I only came into this place in 2017, and I have to say that I was deeply disappointed by what happened in 2014 and our failure to stand by Ukraine on the invasion of Crimea. I think Michael Fallon was one of the few who said we should actually take action. What was his view, and what would he have done?
Well, he will be aware that we have actually been training Ukrainian soldiers since 2014. I think over 60,000 under Operation Flint. I think there's a very strong consensus in this House on support for Ukraine. Obviously, there were limitations on what we could do. We have done everything possible, and we're the first country in Europe to stand by Ukraine. We sent weapons before the invasion started. We didn't wait for Putin to invade so that we could comply perfectly with international law. Boris Johnson and Ben Wallace had the guts to ignore the Foreign Office and send those weapons, despite that, premeditated. And if Kyiv had fallen and they hadn't intercepted that column of tanks heading to Kyiv, we'd have been in an extremely serious situation. But I'm making the point in terms of procurement. And by April 2024, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is important, by April 2024, we were providing Ukraine with drone and counter-drone capabilities that were proving decisive on a real battlefield against the peer military threat in Europe. But they were not being produced through the old system, full of delays and overspend, but by British SMEs, produced cheaply, swiftly, and with constant feedback from the front line. We were therefore incredibly well placed to deliver the vision of the MOD's defence drone strategy, which I published in February 2024 and is meant to be current government policy, whereby we would be a leading nation in uncrewed warfare. Most importantly, that we would achieve that by providing in parallel for our armed forces the drone technology that we were giving to Ukraine. So by now, our army should have been training across the board in drone warfare. The Navy should already have been fielding the beginnings of an autonomous drone fleet, learning the lessons from Ukraine's extraordinary victory in the Black Sea. And the RAF should be maximising investment in loyal wingmen, drones that would fly alongside and enhance the lethality of our current Typhoons. But for one big problem. Well, I'll come to after the Honourable Lady.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. Does he not agree that the problem with their drone strategy was they didn't invest in the satellite, making us reliant on foreign satellites in order for a full capability to happen, and didn't invest in actually some of the radar, invest in the analysis of the radar which we have that covers all of Europe and North Africa and made us fully reliant on the US.
And talk about reliance on the US, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll just remind the Honourable Lady, it was the United States that intercepted the ballistic missile heading for our base, our sovereign territory on Diego Garcia. But I say to the point I am making, and it's incredibly important for the House to reflect on this, because it has not been talked about enough, partly for sensitivity reasons. We did tremendous things in Ukraine. As I say, she talks about the impact space. We supplied drones made by British companies which had an extraordinary impact. I'm not going to say any more than that, but that is a statement of fact. My strategy, fairly simple, was that we should, in parallel, do the same for the British Armed Forces. But we got to the summer of 2024 and we ran into a problem. It is the big problem as to why we have no defence investment plan. Money. Because as was the case when we were in government, the Treasury under this Prime Minister has agreed a funding line for Ukraine. Absolutely correct. We strongly agree. But there has been no agreement to fund parallel procurement for our own armed forces. This was a golden opportunity to transform our military, lost because the Secretary of State failed to stand up to the Treasury and demand the cash from the Chancellor. So often have I met British SMEs producing amazing battle-tested kit for Ukraine with nothing ordered by our own armed forces. It's extraordinary, and the Minister, who I know shares my passion for the uncrewed revolution, I think knows that. As ever, it boils down to hard cash. I give way to my right friend.
Grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Would he agree with me that another example would be Coventry-based NP Aerospace, which I met again this morning, which is producing body armour for Ukrainians, but because of the delay in the DIP, has no confidence that he'll be able to do the same for the British Army. It's a bit reminiscent, in my mind, to 2003, when many in this House, several in this House, went to Iraq with the most shoddy, appalling personal kit that took months to rectify.
I am very grateful to my right honourable and gallant friend who speaks with not just the experience as a former Defence Minister, he served, of course, in the Royal Navy, still does as a reservist, but he makes the point that what I worry about, I ran an SME, not a defence SME, but I ran an SME. I know the stress of running a company in tough times. And my heart goes out to companies like the one he talks about, who will be struggling right now. They're selling abroad, but getting nothing from the British military at a time when we face intense threats. That isn't good enough. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Can I just draw his attention and the attention of the House to the other fundamental structural flaw in the method the government has adopted for planning defence, which is that the aspiration after 2029 is only an aspiration. The Treasury has agreed to no spending line in their own forecasts and figures beyond 2029, and yet the defence investment plan is a 10-year plan. So how can the Treasury agree to a 10-year plan when they haven't agreed to any funding for defence after 2029? It's just an aspiration.
Well, I am extremely grateful to my honourable friend, my constituency neighbour, who ran rings around the Prime Minister yesterday so expertly. And he's absolutely right. If you look in the Red Book, Madam Deputy Speaker, it details to the penny how much this government will spend on their U-turn to abolish the two-child benefit cap by 2031. There is no line on what will be spent on defence in those years. So how on earth is the MOD meant to change? The key is they're not going to go to 3% this Parliament. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to conclude by setting out 5 steps. In fact, before I do that, I'm just going to take my honourable friend.
Very kind of my honourable friend to give way on the point of making his peroration. He mentioned the tension between the MOD and its ministers and the Treasury. And we could sympathise with the MOD ministers if they did not keep adopting a line which is self-defeating. They keep coming out with this propaganda line that they have increased defence spending by a greater amount than at any time since the end of the Cold War. And each time I boringly try and point out to them, and I'm going to do it again today, that they should not be comparing what we're spending now in a much deteriorated situation with the peace dividend years that followed the Cold War. They should compare it with what we used to spend on defence during the Cold War, which was regularly between 4.5% and 5% on defence. And if that seems a lot, just remember that when a country is involved in a full-scale war, you're talking not about 4%, but about 40%.
Well, I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, never boring in his interventions. On the contrary, one of the most knowledgeable people on defence in this House. So I'm going to conclude with 5 steps that could be taken right now to galvanise our war readiness. Suggestions, positive suggestions from this side. Madam Speaker, first, rearm immediately. As I wrote in my letter to the Defence Secretary last week, instead of waiting on the Defence Investment Plan, the Secretary of State should use the reserve funding agreed for the Middle East operations to place urgent operational requirements, in particular, ASRAAM missiles for our fighter planes, Aster air defence missiles for our Type 45s. Secondly, deliver drone tech at scale and pace right across the armed forces, as we set out in our Sovereign Defence Fund last December. Thirdly, to fund all this, we'd set apart a 3% this Parliament, not the next, including turning the National Wealth Fund into a defence and resilience bank, ring-fencing £11 billion for defence, repurposing £6 billion of R&D for drone tech and restoring the 2-child benefit cap to fund a bigger army. Fourthly, to save more money for defence and following Iran's missile strike on Diego Garcia, we would stand up for that critical sovereign territory by scrapping Labour's crazy Chagos plan. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, to immediately boost the morale of our veterans and all who serve our country, we would defend those who defended us by scrapping Labour's plans to put our former soldiers back in the dock simply for the crime of serving their country. Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, it isn't enough for ministers simply to say month after month that they are working flat out to deliver the Defence Investment Plan. In the national interest, this country needs to rapidly rearm, and that means the Prime Minister ditching the dither and delay, summoning the courage to reverse the spiralling welfare bill, and finally committing to 3% on defence this Parliament.
The question is as on the order paper, and I call the Minister, Minister Al Kent.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to say, I read this motion with a sense of disappointment. And I mean that, not anger, but disappointment. Because at a moment like this, when British armed forces are actively protecting our people and our interests in the Middle East, intercepting drones, defending our bases, and preparing for further and potential escalation, I would hope for a more well-thought-through and balanced motion to contribute to this debate. Now, let me start by paying tribute to those who are serving today, at home and overseas, in the air, on land, at sea, and 24/7 beneath the waves, often in conditions of real danger, doing exactly what the country asks of them. This debate should have been about them. Instead, what we have is a motion that reads less like a serious contribution to defence policy and more like an attempt to rewrite the record, to whitewash what happened over the past 14 years. But I'm going to reiterate, the House knows the record and the public knows it too. Importantly, the implications of 14 years do have an impact on our armed forces. They are bearing the brunt of it. You cannot rewrite it, and they cannot run from it. Madam Deputy Speaker, let us be clear about the world we are now operating in. A major land war continues in Europe. 55,000 drones and missiles have been fired by Russia into Ukraine. Over 100,000 casualties on the Russian side alone. That's more casualties than America took in the entire Second World War. Conflict is spreading across the Middle East. 10 countries struck by hundreds of ballistic missiles and thousands of drones. Authoritarian states are becoming more aggressive, and the way wars are fought is changing at pace. This is the most volatile security environment for a generation. This is not a moment for gestures or political point scoring. It's a moment for a serious decision. I will give way.
When is he going to publish the Defence Investment Plan?
Minister Ken.
We will publish the Defence Investment Plan as soon as feasibly possible. You will not find anyone who doesn't want more defence spending or at a faster rate than I. It is a moment, however, for serious decisions taken in the national interest. We need to get ourselves back on track. There have been a whole plethora of funding decisions over the last 14 years, which I lived through, and I'm sure some of your honourable and gallant members lived through as well, which in the current environment are no longer fit for purpose. I will.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I'm sure he will remember when he was serving our country that at one point the last government put in an extra £4.5 billion into defence spending, but then every witness that came in front of the Public Accounts Committee time after time told us how it was solving their funding problem and it was overspent many times. Does he not agree that we need rigour in spending that actually delivers the kit to our men and women on the ground and in the air and at sea who are serving our country?
Minister Alken.
I'd like to thank the honourable friend for her contribution. We have a large defence budget, and in the past, it has not been spent effectively. I think we can both collectively agree, on both sides of the House, that there are huge procurement mistakes being made in the past that has resulted in either the wrong equipment or the wrong way in which the money has gone. And therefore, we need to take our time to get it right. The other reason we need to take our time to get it right, as the honourable members will know from the other side of the House, is that conflict is changing, which in some cases replicates or indeed overtakes some of the capability that was ordered years ago. I will give way.
And I thoroughly enjoyed his interview in the Times radio talking about his role in defence, his previous history. He was asked about his leadership. And I won't ask him about his leadership ambition, but I would like to know, when it comes to the dip, where is it stuck? Which minister is it stuck with? Is it stuck with the Chancellor? Or is it the fact that defence themselves have a problem? I'd be grateful for him to elucidate a little bit on that.
Ken.
Defence is very clear on what it requires. We're working collectively across government to come to a joint decision on where that spending portfolio will fall. Now, there are points of this motion that are obvious. The world is more dangerous. We are investing more in defence, but recognising that is the easy part. The real question is whether you're prepared to make the decisions required to deal with it. Because defence is not a shopping list, and it mustn't be treated as such. It's not about picking a number of troops, as mentioned in the motion. It's not about shifting money around on paper. It's about building a force that works, one that is properly equipped, with the correct equipment, properly supported and able to operate alongside our allies. Madam Deputy Speaker, in my time in uniform and since coming into this role, I spent time in multiple different operational theatres. And it's not about the number, it's not about the size of the armed forces. It's about the plan, it's about the purpose, it's about the equipment, it's about how they're going to be integrated. Simply stating 2,000 extra members into the army with no clear, concise understanding of how they're going to be used is not the way to go about business.
The gentleman, and he's making obviously a powerful case as a man with his record and history, and also coming to this place is to be congratulated for that. And I'm even enthused to see him in his seat that he is today, as we all are, I think. But we've talked about the Defence Investment Plan's non-appearance. But there is another plan, there is another review that has also not appeared, which has even more impact. And that is the review on China and its threat that it poses to us. Now, this was promised again by the government. And the reason why I raise this, because through Conservative and Labour governments, I have constantly gone on about the growing threat, and we have not faced up to it. And China is critical to that. You just watch their tankers going in the Straits of Hormuz and out again without any problems, and you begin to realize the incredible links with Iran and with Russia and with North Korea. So I simply say to him, is the Defence Department demanding that that view is handed to them and then published, or have they forgotten about it?
Minister Al-Cairns.
I'd like to thank the Right Honourable Member for, as always, a very balanced contribution. On the specific issue, I will come back to you. I'll write to you with where we are and how it's moving forward.
Order, Minister. I don't require any correspondence from you, although always welcome, always welcome. Minister.
Getting back to the point of 2,000 troops. The motion calls for more troops, but it says nothing about how they'd be recruited, trained, housed, or indeed equipped. It does not even begin to answer the most basic questions of what those troops would actually be used for. It proposes funding defence through unrelated policy changes, as if national security can be managed like a spreadsheet. And it pulls together issues that do not form a coherent strategy. That's not a defence plan, it's a list. Madam Deputy Speaker, what is most revealing is the position of the party opposite. And I want to be clear. 1 week, the leader of the opposition is saying we should send jets to the source. 1 week, the leader of the opposition says we should send jets to the source in Iran and that we are in this war whether we like it or not. The following week, she says, I never said we should join. And then the Shadow Defence Secretary is asked for a clear position and says there are no easy answers. Those are their words. And they tell you everything. I'll give way in 2 seconds. And the armchair generals rushing to judgment 1 week, retreating from it the next, rushing towards escalation, then stepping back from it the next. That's not leadership. That's not judgment. And it's certainly not how you make decisions about putting British service personnel in harm's way. Those decisions demand seriousness, not commentary or hyperbole from the sidelines. I'll give way.
Gentlemen, I share my right honourable friend for Chingford's respect for him and his experience, but the two statements he read out from the Leader of the Opposition are not incompatible. The fact is, we would not have joined in the military action that the Americans and the Israelis initiated, but it is undeniable that the war has now come to us. What does he think is happening in London? Did you not hear the Deputy Chief of the Metropolitan Police on the radio this morning talking about the rising Iranian threat that is now domestic in our own capital? This war has come to us. You may not be interested in war, Madam Deputy Speaker, but war is interested in you, as said Leon Trotsky.
Minister Kent.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope war is not interested in you personally. It's not lost on me, the Iranian threat. Hezbollah, Hamas, lethal aid in Iraq, Afghanistan, supporting terrorist organisations around the world. It's not lost on me at all. But I'll be really, really clear. Now, I've served in every staff college in the career structure in the British military, and I've always been taught three key things. One is a legal mandate. The second is you've got to have a plan, and the third one is you've got to think to the end. So if the opposition thinks we should be involved in the conflict, then by all means say so. But if you don't, then be balanced. What I would say, I will give way in 2 seconds, what I would say is that a vision with a plan without a plan is a dream. And I'm concerned that if we'd followed your direction, the opposition's direction, we would have ended up in a nightmare.
James Cartledge.
It's given way to me. I'm very, very grateful. Just to be clear, the Prime Minister and we now have the same position. He would grant the US use of our bases. They've been taking off their bombers, the US bombers, from our bases. That was our position. The difference is we've maintained that position 100% consistently from the beginning, whereas the Prime Minister has U-turned repeatedly. We're the ones who've been consistent. They've been blowing all over the place.
The opposition would have dragged us quicker into this conflict than we could all possibly imagine. We have made the difficult decision, the correct decision, to remain in a defensive posture, and it is the right decision. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me deal directly with the record that we inherited. The honourable member himself admitted that defence spending reduced every year because, in his words, people thought we had peace. That assumption has left this country exposed. Ground-based air defence investment, now protecting our forces in the Middle East with our allies and partners, was cut by around 70% in their final year. Frigates and destroyers were reduced by a quarter. Mine hunters were cut by more than a half. Now, it's interesting because I was the Chief of Staff of our Carrier Strike Force that validates our mine hunting capability that goes to the Middle East. Interestingly, in the integrated review in 2021, the out-of-service date of mine hunters was brought forward. What date was it brought forward to? 2026. Good decision. And troop numbers were left at their lowest level in modern history. Now, that's the reality, that's the legacy, and that's what we're trying to fix. And we are fixing it. I will continue and I will give way in a minute. We've taken more action in the last 20 months than you managed in the last 4 years. More than 1,200 major defence contracts, 86% of those awarded to British-based businesses, and they argue for 2.5% by 2030. We're delivering it by 2027. I will give way.
Before Sir, Duncan Smith comes to his feet, I will ask the Minister, no more use. Sir Duncan Smith.
I'm grateful for him giving way. I just do sense that this little fracas is a bit sort of like a tautological tap dance going on here over it. We are at war. And I don't think Iran cares whether we made the strike on them or not, because they still see us as targets. We accept that. That's the danger our troops are in. Yeah. But it's not on that I ask. The question I asked yesterday to the Defence Secretary, I ask again, is it not a reality that we are at war? Iran is an enemy. They've been an enemy of ours for some considerable time, and they have been carrying out operations here. They've been stirring up Islamic extremism, the targeting anti-Semitism. It's all part of their plan and their hate marches. Isn't it now time that this government finally said enough is enough, and we prescribe the IRGC and arrest the hell out of these people who are causing mayhem on our streets? Isn't it now time for the government to do that?
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the comment. I will raise that with the Security Minister and push exceptionally hard. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, on Ukraine, because the motion suggests we're failing to learn lessons, let me be absolutely clear. The two are two separate issues. This government is leading. We're committed to £4.5 billion in military support last year, building on £3 billion annually. We've co-led the Ukraine Defence Contact Group, which has helped secure over £45 billion worth of investment. And in February alone, a further £35 billion was raised. We've not just provided funding, we've also adapted. Now, I want to recall my own history. I left the military in 2024. The reason I left the military was because the military collectively was not learning the lessons from Ukraine. It's the very reason why I left to come into this place. Now, this side of the House was not in government at the time, and we were already years into the conflict. And the opposite side of the House will recognise this is one of my key hobby horses while being in defence. A tenfold increase in drone delivery, with a target of 100,000 this year. A new cyber and electromagnetic force built on lessons from the battlefield in Ukraine, and £4 billion committed to autonomous systems over time. Project Asgard, a hybrid navy, a defence uncrewed centre of excellence coming within the SDR, a cultural change within the Army, Navy and Air Force around uncrewed systems, an increase in uncrewed systems training and cultural development in Phase 1 and Phase 2 training. So I'm really confused as to how there are no lessons being learned. We must go faster, and we're pushing as hard as we can. But I want to be really clear, and I'll bring you back to the first point. The reason I left the military was because your government was the opposite side of the House's government, not learning the lessons effectively from Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to Northern Ireland. Let me turn to Northern Ireland and morale. I do not recognise the argument made in this motion. I will give way one more time. The Honourable.
Give way. He gave a very extensive list of some of the spending commitments, but could he set out what the exact spending commitments are and the 1.5% that's required by NATO that isn't in the defence spending? He had a great big list for the defence spending. I haven't heard the other side. I'd be grateful if he has those categories. It's not about.
There are clear NATO defence spending targets. It's written down and it will be produced in due course. I will give way.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and he's making an excellent speech. The point about the 1.5%, of course, is about security-related initiatives, and it's important that we get to those soon. But on the wider defence investment plan, I would just say a word of caution that we must get it absolutely right. I've been trying to work with colleagues from both sides of the House since the Ajax project was started in 2016 to try and find a resolution to some of these problems. We must take absolute care and be very clear-eyed about the strategy we follow in terms of procurement.
Minister Kent.
I completely agree with the honourable friend. We've got to get this defence investment plan correct, and we've got to ensure that it balances all of the different problems that we're facing, whether that be air defence in the Middle East and the lessons identified, or indeed the lessons identified within Ukraine. I will give way.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way. I think one thing that we need to get right, and we got wrong in the past, is this. When I was first elected in 2017, there were not Russian spy ships off the coast of my constituency. Now there are, in a submarine before Christmas. I raised this with the Leader of the House last week, and have been granted a ministerial meeting. Does he agree with me that this is a Russian threat on our doorstep to vital strategic resources, pipelines, interconnectors, our offshore wind and our oil and gas? And look what happened in the Baltic.
Minister Alkens.
So I'd like to thank the honourable member. We often talk about not having a front line, Madam Deputy Speaker, with Russia. The reality is we do. It's in the North Atlantic and in the maritime, where we're facing off against Russian capability on a daily basis. We've seen a 30% increase in surface and subsurface capability, which again talks to the complexity of the Defence Investment Plan and the requirement to balance our assets both in crisis in the Middle East and, of course, a continual and persistent threat from the Russians in the north. I would like to return... I will give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to take the gallant Minister back to his comments around when and why Britain should go to war. It's clear that the opposition have forgotten that when the Leader of the Opposition made her comments, it was during the offensive action, not the defensive action, and therefore is the Minister not concerned that we have a Leader of an opposition and a Leader of a Reform Party who, when Donald Trump says jump, they say how high?
Okay.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for her contribution. 3 capabilities, 3 levels of understanding before ever putting someone in harm's way: a legal mandate, a plan, and think through to the finish. I'm going to make a bit of ground, and then we'll come back in due course. I would like to return to morale. Morale is built on leadership, clarity, and trust, and the facts matter. Recruitment is up 13%. Outflow is down by 8%, Madam Deputy Speaker. For the first time in over a decade, more people are joining than leaving. That is the reality. And let us be clear about our responsibility to our veterans. There's no equivalence between those who served to protect life and those who sought to destroy it. This government is putting in place proper protections for veterans after the legal uncertainty that was left behind. And we are backing that with action. Action talks. Valor's 50 million going into our veterans programme, more than ever before. Opascend is helping veterans into meaningful employment, funding to tackle veterans' homelessness, and real improvements into housing and pay. We've delivered the largest pay rise in 2 decades, including 35% for new recruits. We've bought back 36,000 military homes and are investing $9 billion to improve them. We've funded 30 hours of free childcare for under 3s across Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, saving Forces families up to £6,000 a year. That is the difference practical support makes, and that's why we're seeing a change in morale. And if the opposition wants a debate about who is delivering for our service personnel, I am more than happy to stand on the record, and I'm happy to compare theirs with ours. I'm going to make a little bit of ground, and I will come back. Then we come perhaps the most revealing part of this motion, the suggestion that defence should be funded by changes to the 2-child benefit cap. Let me say this plainly. You do not strengthen national security by setting it against support for working families. You do not ask the country to choose between security abroad and stability at home. And you do not build credible defence policy on that basis. It is the job of this government to make life easier for families, not indeed harder. But I will say something else. I grew up in a family where some of that mattered, where decisions about money took place, and I see the same pressures in the communities I represent now. Because security is not just what happens overseas. It's whether families feel they can cope, whether they feel stable, whether they feel that the system is working for them. That is why this is not a serious way to approach defence funding, because the strength of a country rests on both, not one or the other, on armed forces that can deter and defend, and on a society at home that is stable, resilient and confident. Pitting one against the other does not strengthen either, it weakens both. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is taking a different approach. We're making decisions in the national interest, and we're not going to be pushed into those decisions by noise or pressure. We'll take them carefully, and we'll take them responsibly. We're increasing defence spending, we are strengthening our forces, whether it be recruitment or outflow or the moral component as a whole, and we're making sure that they are ready to face the threats both now and indeed in the future. We will publish a defence investment plan, but we will not rush it for the sake of a headline, because a plan that is not properly funded or deliverable, that has been demonstrated for the last 14 years, does not strengthen our security, it weakens it. I will give way.
I've listened very carefully to this debate, and it's been very interesting knockabout, but can I refer him back in terms of what we're achieving to the comments of the Chair of the Public Accounts Committee? I mean, the truth is that she was the Chair of the Public Accounts Committee during our period in office, numerous wastage in scandals in defence procurement. I was Chairman during the Public Accounts Committee during the Blair years. I go back so far, I remember Lord Levine, appointed by Michael Hess, trying to get this right. We're never going to get anywhere until we stop the scandal of defence procurement. The sixth biggest defence budget in the world, but we don't get bang for buck. So I don't have any instant solutions, but is this not something we can all unite around? And can't we just insist that we stop these huge projects which are not fitted for the modern warfare? We go back to actually fighting a war.
Before the Minister responds, many colleagues are wishing to contribute, so no doubt he's coming close to his conclusion.
I'd like to thank the Right Honourable Member for his contribution. We are moving in that direction. The National Armaments Director is providing real professional oversight now and looking at reviewing the system. But I think we can all collectively agree over the last 14 to 20 years, do we get value for money? And we need to make sure we get value for money in the future, because if we do, we would have a properly equipped armed forces at the present moment. Madam Deputy Speaker, in closing, this motion asks the House to express regret about a government that is delivering the largest increase in defence spending, leading on Ukraine, investing in our veterans and reversing the decline in recruitment and the morale that we inherited. At a time when our armed forces are deployed and protecting British lives, the opposition offers a motion built on a record they would rather forget, and a set of arguments that do not meet the test of seriousness. This is not a moment for point scoring, it's a moment for leadership, and this government is providing it. I urge the House to reject this motion.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, James McMary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier this year, the head of the Armed Forces, Sir Richard Knighton, issued a stark warning. Describing the current state of our military, Sir Richard said that the UK is not as ready as we need to be for the kind of full-scale conflict we might face. We should remind ourselves of the context in which Sir Richard made those remarks. For years, the Conservatives oversaw the hollowing out of our military. Troop numbers cut by 10,000 under their watch. And now, this motion proposes 20,000 more troops. Let's be clear what that actually means, Madam Deputy Speaker. After cutting 10,000 in government, they're really only proposing a net increase of 10,000 now. When Liberal Democrats called for a reversal of Tory troop cuts, they scoffed. And how would they pay for even that? By reinstating the two-child benefit cap and punishing struggling families. Our surface fleet, reduced to its smallest size since the English Civil War. Sorry, I just heard shouting. I didn't realise the word was mentioned.
Will he give way? Will he give way?
Order! Mr. Martin. It was clear, Sir Julian Lewis, I've never seen you behave so badly. Sir Julian Lewis. Mike Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. He's making a very powerful speech, isn't he? And the egg is now on the other face, and they're very excited. Now, I'd like to ask my honourable friend, which does he think is the most damaging of the Tory cuts? Was it the frigates? Was it the destroyers, the minesweepers, or the troops?
I thank my honourable friend for his valuable contribution and support the points that he's made. All of them were damaging. Probably the most damaging thing of all was how they failed our serving troops, and in particular with their accommodation and the deal that they gave those veterans over some time. Of course, I'll take that.
Delighted to take the intervention. Can I share a little secret with the House? For slightly longer than the duration of the Second World War, I was a shadow defence minister. But in 2010, I found myself back on the backbenches because the Liberal defence spokesman was appointed Minister for the Armed Forces, the position I could take. And I was told that the reason for this was that the powers that be knew that I would never have gone along with the cuts that were made in October 2010 by the Conservative Liberal Democrat coalition. So I think his amnesia is somewhat selective.
McClary.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. That was very informative. Our surface fleet reduced to its smallest size since the English Civil War while they were at the helm, and a crisis of recruitment, retention and morale across the armed forces ushered in by their incompetence. We shouldn't be surprised by the disastrous impact which years of Conservative mismanagement have had on our military. And what is the Conservative answer now?
Yes, what is it?
After hollowing out our armed forces in government, their motion today shows they've learned nothing. They want struggling families to foot the bill. It's the same old Tory formula. Break the country first, then ask the most vulnerable to pay for the repairs.
Will he give way?
What is needed now is a serious plan to reverse their damage. Perhaps the Shadow Minister has one in his pocket.
I'm very grateful, because he does always give way on this precise point. There is one capability which keeps us safe more than any other, which is our continuous at sea nuclear deterrent 24/7. Will he remind us, in the coalition, was it or was it not a condition of the Lib Dems to join the coalition that the programme was delayed, putting massive pressure on the boats and meaning they're now doing tours of over 200 days, which they should be ashamed of?
I thank the honourable member, and it is astonishing, Madam Deputy Speaker, you would think they hadn't been in majority government for 10 years since the coalition. All of the crimes that have been committed in history were committed by a minority partner in a coalition over a decade ago. I go to universities and do speeches where some of the students were not even born when these things happened. Extraordinary. So after the same old said, we need a serious plan to reverse the damage. We welcomed, of course.
Mike Martin.
I thank him for giving way. I'd just like to draw. I mean, do they want to hear this?
No.
Well, they're going to hear it anyway, aren't they? All of them are going to hear it anyway.
We need less noise in the chamber. My God.
Well, you did ask. So one would expect on an opposition day, Madam Deputy Speaker, that His Majesty's loyal opposition would put together a cohesive critique of government defence policy. Instead, what we have is a shopping list, a Christmas tree that is effectively a list of the pet projects of various members of the Conservative Party.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We welcome the government's efforts to try to begin that work last year, with its commitment to increasing defence spending to 2.6% of GDP. But the government's persistent failure to publish the Defence Investment Plan is inexcusable. Promised last summer, the plan was meant to turn the Strategic Defence Review from warm words into hard action. We've been waiting for almost a year. All the time, Minister's been working flat out, we're told, which must be exhausting. And that delay matters, because at the very moment Europe is rearming, Britain is hesitating. And hesitation sends signals. Signals to our armed forces, signals to industry, signals to our allies and to our adversaries. That hesitation...
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does my honourable friend agree with me that one immediate action the government could take to reverse some of the damage the Conservatives did to our armed forces is reversing the Conservative decision to shut down Winchester's Army Training Regiment, which trains 20% of our troops, and there's no replacement for that facility open in the next few years? That decision needs to be reversed.
Thank my honourable friend, and I hope that ministers have heard his comment and will perhaps review that decision in future. Reducing certainty for British defence companies is not what we need to be doing right now, and that's why we need a defence investment plan. We're eroding our sovereign capability, weakening supply chains, putting skilled jobs at risk, and ultimately undermining our national security. There must be no more hesitation and no more delay. So will the Minister commit to publishing the defence investment plan before the end of this parliamentary session? The Minister should need no reminding of the need for urgency, given the collection of threats we face. Trump has cast doubt on NATO's Article 5 and trampled on international law with illegal attacks in Venezuela and Iran. Attacks the Conservatives and Reform have backed uncritically.
Will he give way? Point of President Trump.
Certainly.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. President Trump recently derided the UK as cowards for not joining his directionless operation in Iran. Pretty hollow statement for a draft dodger who understands neither courage nor calculation. Regardless, does the honourable member agree with me that based on comments from the leader of the Conservative Party just a month ago, under a Conservative government, we would now be engaged in offensive operations in a war for which there seems to be no plan and without the preparedness that this motion calls for?
I thank my honourable and gallant friend for his intervention, and yes, it's extremely hard to derive what exactly the Conservative Party would be doing, God forbid they were in government right now, but I think inconsistency is definitely the name of the game. Meanwhile, Putin prosecutes his barbaric war in Ukraine, harbours wider ambitions beyond it, and expands his campaign of sabotage across Europe. And here's what makes Britain's position even more precarious. At this very moment, we're committed to acquiring F-35A jets capable of carrying nuclear weapons. However, they are only equipped to carry American gravity bombs that would require sign-off from the US President to use. At a time when we cannot trust the White House, we're deepening our dependence on it. Britain should be strengthening sovereign capability, not locking ourselves into systems which could be denied to us by presidential whim. Trump and Putin want to turn world politics into a system where might is right. It's a world certain.
I'm grateful to the Liberal Democrat spokesman for giving way. I think he's warming up to his leader's new Dr. Strangelove plot to have his own independent nuclear weapon. Could he just tell us how much? Could he just tell us how much that's going to cost the UK?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I wasn't actually. I was about to talk about something completely different. But the question is a good one. I find it very disappointing that the Conservative Party has so little faith in the ingenuity and industry of this country to produce its own independent deterrent. This is a multi-decade project. We understand that the Conservatives do not grasp fiscal responsibility, as we saw by the state that they left our economy in, but a multi-decade project requires a serious commitment. In the short term, we should be looking to bring servicing and maintenance of the missiles into the UK to reduce our reliance on the UK. Furthermore, we develop the capability. I understand that the Conservatives don't like investing in British skills, but we can develop the skills, and I have complete confidence we could do so. The defining challenge for our nation, then, is how to meet the unprecedented threat posed by an imperial Kremlin and an unreliable White House. It requires thinking about defence in a new way, because to stand up for our values we cherish, we must be strong enough to defend them. And that means, at its core, rearming Britain. But meeting this challenge requires more than military hardware.
We need premium bombs.
It means a whole-of-society approach to national resilience. That means energy security, investing in renewables so that we're not dependent on fossil fuels from the very dictators we're standing up to. The Conservatives' plan to raid investment in renewable energy investment undermines one element of UK security for another. It's robbing Peter to pay Paul. It means food security too. Biodiversity underpins our ability to feed ourselves. Declining ecosystems mean declining food production, and that is national security risk we ignore at our peril. And it means a defence readiness bill. currently held up by the government's own delays on the Defence Investment Plan. We cannot afford this drift. There can be no delay in beginning that work. That's why Liberal Democrats have argued that the Defence Investment Plan must be accompanied by an immediate cash injection to support vital capital investment in our forces. We've detailed what this programme could look like, raising $20 billion in defence bonds over 2 years. This would be a fixed-term issuance. I'm pleased that they're so excited about it. Perhaps they've come round to it at last. It would be a fixed-term issuance, legally hypothecated to capital defence spending. The programme would be a secure way for people to invest in their savings while helping to strengthen Britain's national defence. Oh, my apologies.
Okay.
Thank you very much for allowing the intervention.